In this video, we'll be introducing 4 new items and a new character mechanic: the magnet gun, jetpack, personal AED, respawn beacon, and quick parachute. The magnet gun is a brand new weapon. It equips to the pistol slot. It can pull players or vehicles to a designated location at the cost of a slower movement speed. It can also be used for crowd control. Pull an enemy into the air so your teammates can eliminate them. If you're caught by the magnet gun, you can escape by repeatedly tapping the break free button to avoid getting eliminated. When traveling in a vehicle at high speed, it can be difficult to maneuver over rough terrain. You can use the magnet gun to reposition your vehicle for better travel efficiency. But remember, you can use the magnet gun to pick up a rock and use it as cover against incoming attacks. Throwing rocks at enemies is also an option. Next is the jetpack, which can be equipped from the item menu. Upon reaching a certain forward velocity, movement speed greatly increases. You can use this to get around the map more quickly and be better equipped to handle different situations in battle. Additionally, the jetpack comes with a rocket jet ability. Use it to briefly boost off the ground. It's great for helping you reach greater heights when facing off against enemies and buildings. What's more, it consumes energy rapidly in the air. Energy can only be replenished by returning to the ground. The jetpack also comes with a magnetize ability that can be used with the rocket jet ability, increasing its potential even further. However, you can't switch to the speed form when you're using the magnetize ability. Do keep in mind that the jetpack has a health bar, and it will be destroyed when its health is depleted. The personal AED is yet another new item. A personal AED icon will appear if you get knocked down while in possession of one. After using it, you will recover from the knocked down state. Each player may only carry one personal AED, but be aware that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Then we have the respawn beacon. It can be picked up on the map, and each player can only carry one of them at a time. However, there is no limit to the number of times you can pick one up. Additionally, respawn chances are shared between respawn beacons, respawn cards, and recall towers. Teammates who've already used up their respawn chances can no longer respawn. Use the respawn beacon when your teammates are eliminated, and their flight path will pass over where you used it. Also, if you use this item while multiple eliminated teammates have respawn chances, you can recall all of them at once. Last is quick parachute, a new character mechanic. The quick parachute button will appear at a certain altitude while in midair. Tap it to immediately deploy your parachute. Tap the button again to put it away. You can use the quick parachute to get around more easily when traversing cliffs or tall buildings. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. In the version 3.2 themed mode, we've added Mecha Combat. 3 mecha vehicles are available: the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. Let's check them out. First is the 2-seater vehicle, Levitron. You can find it in the assembly base. The Levitron has 2 different forms: a speed form and magnetic form. You can switch between forms at any time. When moving about or entering the play zone, you can switch to the speed form for a faster top speed and higher hover height. You can also use Nitro Boost for a brief speed boost. Also, colliding with obstacles doesn't slow you down. You actually speed up by storing magnetic energy. When encountering enemies, you can switch to the magnetic form to activate the magnetize ability, which can grab enemies, vehicles, and environmental objects and throw them to counterattack. Next is the Steel Arc and Assembly Base's all-new Strider. It can seat 2 players and has an enhanced jump that you can use when the situation calls for it. Additionally, the Strider has a missile launcher that can target designated areas and mark enemies that have been hit. If you encounter a blockade that you can't get past, try bombarding it with missiles to break through the enemies. Do keep in mind that when firing missiles, the Strider can still move slowly but can't jump. The Strider carries 10 missiles that can be replenished at the assembly base's repair station. Last is the Armamech. When a Levitron and Strider get close to each other, they can combine into an Armamech. The Armamech can also be directly summoned from the Steel Arc. It seats up to 4 players. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Armamech can also separate at any time. Furthermore, the Armamech has two weapons, the Levitron's Magnetize ability and the Strider's missiles. You can switch between these weapons at any time. The combined mecha has improved combat capabilities. While advancing, the Armamech will gradually accelerate. It can also travel in the water. In addition, the Armamech has an enhanced jump with the support of the Levitron's jet propulsion, which lets it reach greater heights and further distances. Alongside better maneuverability, this ensures more accurate targeting and a marked increase in combat capability. That's all for this video. Discover for yourself more ways to have fun. Hurry and hop into Mecha in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, for you to have a better grasp of the content and a more enjoyable gaming experience. First, we have the Steel Arc, an industrial-style military base. 2 steel arcs will randomly spawn on the map at the start of a match. They serve as key locations in the mode and consist of many areas. You can find all kinds of supplies at the command post, dormitory, warehouse, and more. Also, you can board a wingman from the landing pad to evacuate, which takes you straight to the play zone. In addition, the Steel Arc contains many Levitrons and Striders, which you can combine into an Armamech. You can also summon an Armamech directly from within the Steel Arc. Once activated, the Armamech will automatically launch into the air. You can control it during your descent to choose an ideal landing spot, providing more fun and strategic choices. Assembly bases are very important locations. Several assembly bases can be found on the map, which are full of supplies. Striders and Levitrons also spawn here. An assembly base makes for an ideal landing spot because they can help you get ahead with supplies and mechas. In addition, each assembly base has an access card that you can use to open the door to the secret room and get loads of supplies. Repair stations are also found at assembly bases, which no mecha pilot can do without. There, you can replenish a mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. It's the best place to patch up your mecha after a fierce battle. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're all looking forward to experiencing all this new content for yourselves. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
ดวงไม่ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆ
ปากดีปาก
ผมจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โหขอลองของหน่อยวะเปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุด
โอ้ย
เอ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
มาลุ้นทวนหน่อยนะ
โอ้แพ้อีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย
เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาดิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิ
เอ
เออ
กูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อม
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Final สวัสดีค่ะ ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะ และขอต้อนรับทุกท่านอีกหนึ่งครั้งเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน PMSL SEA Summer Final ปี 2024 ค่ะ
ใช่เลยครับแล้ววันนี้นะครับต้องบอกเลยว่าพิเศษมากๆเพราะว่าเรามีเกิร์ลกรุ๊ปนะครับที่เป็น4สาวที่น่ารักสวยและเสียงเพราะนะครับที่จะมามอบคอนเสิร์ตให้กับทุกท่านต้องบอกเลยว่าเป็นเซอร์ไพรส์ที่ยิ่งใหญ่มากเลยนะครับที่วันนี้เขาให้เกียรติมาร่วมกับงาน PMSL SEA Summer 2024 ครับLadies and gentlemen, we are really happy to see everyone here. This is the day 2 of our competition. It gets more and more intense, and today we have a great surprise for everyone because we have the Genie Band, which is our girl group, who's going to be here performing for everyone. They have prepared their songs, and of course, they're going to open the entire floor of the day 2 of the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer extravagantly. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, please give a big round of applause to welcome our Genie Performers ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับนะครับวง Genie กับรวนไพลูเอลิน and ดีดี
สวัสดีค่ะนี่ฮาวนี่ฮาวสวัสดีค่ะนี่ฮาวฮัลโหลสวัสดีค่ะอัปปะคาบาคอนนิจิวะอันยองอาเซโย
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are on day 2, grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Dreams with me, Choo Choo, and Sir Cloud.
Yes, it is feeling like summer here because it is hot. And of course, it's hot on the battlefield as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We ended day 1 with Judo Alliance being on top. But is it going to be a deja vu, or are they able to remain consistent?
That's another question that will be solved by today's mystery that's still questionable for the teams. But speaking of which, we haven't seen the Titans or the legacy teams, the previous champions, also the previous champions of the last season and the previous year champions don't really actually perform so well. So I expect we can see some of their transformation when it comes to day number 2 of the grand finals here today.
Yes, and I'm sure the fans from Indonesia, from Thailand, Vietnam, and also Malaysia will be thinking the same as well, hoping for the best for their team, and this is going to be day number 2. So this is crunch time for all these teams, even though teams at number 16 or on page 2, namely XERXIA and 79, because you don't want to have a big gap by tomorrow. And speaking about the gap, here are our participating teams and their starting points.
Yep, if you guys just missed day number 1, it's okay. We still have our 16 teams all intact, all okay. We don't have anybody being taken out that early. No worries there. But speaking of the teams that do have a big head start points with 30 points in the lead, Alter Ego, and unfortunately yesterday has not been great. But to catch up with you guys, we're done for league stage. We're done with our Super Sundays, and we are on the 1st of June, where we have day number 2 of the grand finals. Tomorrow will be our last day.
Yeah, tomorrow will be the last day, 2nd of June, after a month-long tournament that these boys have been playing in Thailand. Stayed there for a month plus before the tournament starts. Obviously, they would have their respective media days and also their technical checkups and all that. So they have been there longer than what you see them on screen.
Now, if you guys haven't got a clue regarding our group stage, some of you guys did question regarding why are the teams, some of the teams do have extra points than the other, and this is where they actually gain their head start points. Throughout the group stage we had prior, which was last month because it's already June, 3 weeks long, where we had rotation of group A, B and C, and then whoever didn't make it for the Super Sunday, it was 5 days long of the group stage of each week. Whoever didn't make it for the first 3 days of the group stage will have another chance during the last chance for the bottom 16, but the rest of them will meet up again on the Super Sunday.
Yes, and the Super Sunday brought them these head start points in the grand final. Obviously, when we started, the champion of the entire Super Sunday, which was Alter Ego, they started off with 30 points. But yesterday, they didn't manage to gain as many points as they would have hoped for. And following, trickling down, of course, to number 16, that started with 16 points. And interesting enough, the team at number 16 was BARUZ, and they are now somewhere up at top 5.
And when it comes to the format in the game for the point system, we're still going to have the same one when it comes to the chicken dinner. 10 points rewarded for the chicken dinner teams. Second place with 6, and then we reduce that until the 9th place don't have any points. 9 to 16 place will have nothing unless if they got themselves elimination. Each elimination will score 1 point. But don't forget, the more of the focus right now, the 200 USD moolah, but we do have the comparison between the two teams here of the first place and second place.
Yes, Judo Alliance, who's currently at first place, comes in with a 7th average elimination points as compared to the Xavier 5.5. Even average placement points do favor slightly towards Youth for Life at 4.3, and so on and so forth. That's the reason why they are up there currently. And we have to compare the two superstars for the respective teams.
Now, despite we saw a lot of it look clutch yesterday, Olio will be one of the best play as well when it comes to the line of Judo Alliance. The Xaviers, Lamborghini did so much work yesterday as well, but when it comes to average eliminations, we have to give it more to a side of Olio in the overalls. I'm surprised we're not comparing, maybe this is the comparison between the first and second place of teams and their key players. Yeah, 379 for the damage, 1 average assist, pretty much almost just slightly off, just slightly short when it comes to Lamborghini. But when it comes to team contribution, especially the second half of the day, that's why we see Olio did so much work for Judo Alliance.
Yes, and just look at the amount of work that they did as a team as well. Through this highlights, ladies and gentlemen, and Judo Alliance, they had a great day yesterday. And they won a lot of fights, obviously. That also brought them the chicken dinners that they won yesterday as well. And Judo Alliance, especially players like GVOP, like Adilu, like Olio, but honestly, it felt like the entire team worked like a charm.
It's kind of true. Judo Alliance has been quite consistent the entire day. The Xaviers, on the other hand, they're quite a good start, but when it comes to the second half of the day, they seem to be quite lost and maybe just toned down a bit, losing the momentum. But for the other teams that we should also highlight regarding yesterday, I do agree when it comes to PA, they still have that consistency till the end. But for these Xaviers, seems like the gap between them and Judo Alliance. Now, Judo Alliance managed to push them down before the start of the, I think during the first Mirama yesterday. And then they'll be taking the number 1 spot for now. But the gap between these two isn't that far. It's still within reach for the Xaviers to overtake them once more. And can the Vietnam team, the Xaviers here, take back that title after such a long pause, giving it away to other regions?
As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, the gap is small. It's only 7 points between the two of them. So one good game could change everything. But let's not forget as well, teams like Boom Esports, they are capable of coming back. BTR capable of doing that as well. And also a couple of teams on page number 2. But of course, the team that impressed us the most at this point, PEA, started with only 1 point in the grand finals. But now, they are at number 4 and they are only 2 points behind Boom Esports.
It has been a huge progress coming up from PEA. This is the first Super Sunday, this is the first Grand Finals, and this is the first time for all of the achievement coming up from PEA. But speaking of the team that seems to be the legacy teams and has been in the PUBG Mobile competitive scene for quite some time, including FaZe is actually on second page here. As well as Alter Ego, unfortunately, having a bit of an issue probably when it comes to their rotation, and team play yesterday has not been so great. Dropped down to 9 players. XERXIA, on the other hand, the only team with a single digit here.
Yeah, and both XERXIA and Alter Ego did not collect any placement points at all. So it's something they definitely need to go back to the drawing board. XERXIA especially, the only team with a single digit right now. But on page number 2 also, we have a lot of teams that are capable of coming back. Teams like FaZe Clan as well, other than Alter Ego. Even teams like Sam9 have shown a comeback story before this. So anything can really happen to the teams on page number 2. So today, since it's day number 2 of the 3 days that we will be competing, they will need to crunch it out. If they cannot leave this sort of gap by tomorrow, if not even the slot to the PUBG Mobile World Cup, might be compromised.
That's kind of true. Only the top 5 team will make it through for the next seeding, which is going to be the World Esports Championship in Riyadh, where we do have a global event later on. And the top 4 will go straight into the group stage. The 5th place on there in this tournament, yeah, will have to go through last chance stage. Only 5 slots available for the teams coming up from the PMSL Grand Finals outcome. And the results by end of tomorrow will be crucial. A lot at stake here, not just about the moolah or the money. It's also regarding the next stage, the next phase, which is going to be bigger stage later on. But for today's matches, don't forget it's going to be GMT +7. Do readjust your time zone accordingly, because we're starting off with Sunhawk and a triple wrangle. Ended up our day with the double Mirama.
Yes, and it will be the same format, ladies and gentlemen. So GMT +7 as usual, as you can see here on screen. So adjust to your respective timing, whichever time zone that you are watching this from. And for Sunhawk especially, since we're only playing once every day, so the teams only had a day's data yesterday with this grouping. So will they change their drop zone? Will they change their gameplay according to that one single data that they got yesterday? It will be absolutely up to the team. So that is something that we will be anticipating for game number 1.
And speaking of, Sunhawk yesterday has been quite a tough one and quite a hard read when it comes to the circle. And Grand Final Circle seems to be mimicking slightly a bit of a week number 3 league stage, by the way. But before we head into the game, we're gonna just jinx the team for a tiny bit. Alter Ego, the Xaviers, and Infinity from my end. Alter Ego, we do know what they're capable of, even though they don't seem to be warm up yet yesterday. Hopefully today we're gonna be the day. Well, the Xaviers, I'm not surprised if they try to maintain their statue up there, and the Infinity, one of the most aggressive team coming up from the Thai side, especially when it comes to the league stage. They've shown what they're capable of with high frags in a single round.
Yeah, and I had the same thing as well with Alter Ego. We know what they're capable of doing. Surprised they show up today as well. And I also man having that ability too, especially with amazing players like Mela in the lineup who's able to absolutely carry the team when it's comes to shove for FaZe Clan. And of course, at the same you cannot deny the fact that they are up there for a reason, so I have to put them in one of my teams to focus. And yeah, I guess if I were to have more out of this, honestly, I would add one more, which is BTR as well. Don't discount them.
Also, don't forget about Boom. Yesterday, Boom has not been doing too shabby. I personally feel like what Boom needed is just adjustment of time, and that's going to be okay for them. And speaking of which, May did perform in the very last minute when it comes to the last few matches or for the last few maps. Just the first half of the day, things seem to be a bit difficult when it comes to the Indonesian team. None of them actually scored any chicken yesterday. Mostly we dominated, or most chickens coming up from the side of the Malaysian teams. Also, don't forget about the Vietnam side, where they did score the first chicken of the day yesterday, coming up from the Xaviers, and not much coming up from the Thai regions too. So today we might expect the rise of the Thai teams as well as the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, let's not discount the home ground buff as well. Like the Thai teams, they definitely want to give it back to the fans who come and support them. And if you notice as well, like yesterday, whenever the Thai teams have a good moment, the fans were cheering for them, and that gave them that extra boost to come up with good moments as well yesterday. So with that spark of a good moment from the home crowd, maybe today is the day that they will really put it out there, because at the end of the day, we also want to give it back to the home fans who come on ground to support them there at the venue itself. So yeah, expect more from the Thai teams, whichever it is, even though if it's XERXIA, and even though they seem like they are like on the other end, but hey, home ground buff is real.
Now, speaking of the teams at the very bottom, XERXIA is quite concerning regarding the positions. Yeah, barely got any points throughout the entire day. Yesterday, 7 points across 6 maps for day number 1 of the grand finals. Now, they definitely will go back to the drawing board yesterday. They definitely went to the drawing board yesterday and tried to figure out what went wrong for the entirety of the rotation of the team, and also including FaZe Clan and Team NKT. We see a couple of flashy plays from FaZe Clan, especially Mormon yesterday has been aggressively chasing down and hunting all the other teams quite out in the open and recklessly shooting them down, but still scores anyhow. But unfortunately for FaZe Clan, it's all about the problem with the timing of rotation regarding the circle. They just extended too long certain fights in the blue zone, and seems to me that a lot of teams trying to just have a bit of later rotation than going straight into early in the center, which we do have a bit shift when it comes to the Thai team. There seems to be a bit of delay rotation compared to Malaysian that happened during the league stage. The Malaysia do prefer a bit of a late rotation in, but this time it's a bit of a swap of roles between the Thai teams and the Malaysian teams. The Malaysian teams has been playing a lot of the center circle these days.
Well, when you mentioned about FaZe Clan, it reminded me of their Miramar campaign. It was rather painful to watch, but entertaining at the same time, especially with the first Miramar. Gotta give it to XERXIA as well, who came up with the clutch against FaZe Clan, and that was a big moment there. They had to manage 2 teams, of course, FaZe Clan, including RRQ in the same compound, but at the end of the day, it was XERXIA who came out on top with a very strong game sense that was shown yesterday. Now, of course, I'm sure they would have reviewed back whatever that happened yesterday, and they'll be hoping to do better in the Miramar maps today at least.
Regarding Miramar map, yesterday has been a surprise for me. FaZe didn't score as much as we hoped for, because that's going to be one of their favorite maps, by the way, especially speaking of the Vietnam and the Thai teams. They do prefer Miramar, and the Indonesian team do prefer when it comes to Wrangle. Same goes for the Malaysian teams there. But Sunhawk pretty much a wild card. We don't have all eyes and focus on none other than Sunhawk for the first. yesterday there's not much clashes coming up early on. Probably everybody just kind of familiarized with their initial drop spot, and as well as their rotations. But we do see Tani just gonna be cheering with the rest of Team Vampires right now. We have no clue what they're shouting about. Definitely give them a bit of motivation. All the teams happen to be having a good cheers to just push their fighting spirit up here today.
I like how Vampire has a cheerleader together with them, I assume, because I've never seen the person before, but it's always nice to have that kind of like side support other than like your regular teammates or your coach that you always see. Like more people come to show you that support, and that gives you that extra motivation to like, that's nice to see and great to see that people truly come and give you that frontal engagement, give you that extra boost. And out of the Thai teams yesterday, Vampire Esports, they were the best of the Thai teams. I mean, they had a strong track record within the Thai region as well, but yesterday, out of all the Thai teams, they did very well. They did generally well because they scored a chicken dinner, and we have to see the dance. Here we go.
Back to it. Oh my god, moment. It's so much energy till the end of the day. Still, yesterday had been quite a long day. Hopefully today we do have a smooth sailing when it comes to the grand finals, day number 2 of the PMSL Summer 2024. You guys should be buckled up, because today is going to be a very hot and hectic day, because all the teams will aim for more points just to make sure they will secure the top 5 to march towards the next stage in the world stage later on. But speaking of which, a lot of teams still prepping themselves. We see a lot of players actually looking at the other side of the stage. Probably they're looking at Genie, who's exiting out of the arena right now. Or second, maybe they're listening to the cheers. Whose cheers is that? It's super loud, by the way, but I love the cheers coming up from the players in the arena.
Yeah, from the players, also from the crowd as well. It's always exciting to have that sort of vibe where you have a lot of people cheering for you, and also cheering for themselves, obviously, if they're the players. And they definitely need cheers here. Look at the slogan, needs cheers to open up his eyes again. Hopefully he's not overly sleepy there. But I noticed that a lot of the players, they have this I'm not sure what you call that. It's like a mental breathing thing that is apparently famous in Thailand, and they've been always holding it and using it for themselves. I'm kind of curious, like, how does that smell like?
It's actually, yeah, it's sort of a menthol. I think it's pretty a lot when it's used by players. Some of them, you call it inhalers, by the way. The nasal inhaler, which we do have a bit of a compact mode. A lot of players do use it during a tournament just to make sure they are cool-headed. It gives you a bit of sense of cooled, and also make sure that you relax yourself. It's aromatherapy and therapeutic, and also give them a sense of calmness when they actually have that. It's actually very beneficial for the your health being at the same time, making sure that you don't have a blocked nose. Usually use that for a blocked nose. If you have a flu, then you used to have that. But speaking of the players, they all prep up and ready when it comes to day number 2, PA, the rising star of this season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at these boys. They're definitely feeling pumped up now. High fives all around and fist bumps all around. So that's a signal for us to begin, ladies and gentlemen. And they put their headsets on. So looking forward to see how the first game will go. And I'm sure the players will be looking forward to see if they can carry the momentum from game number 1, because it's always important to have a good start. You won't have much break to the next round, so you want to keep the flow going. You want to keep the positivity going through a good result from the Sanhok match.
Gears up means we're ready to go. We're gonna head into Sanhok map very soon. We're gonna head into the fly, but we will be playing when it comes to the main rotation of each of the team. Do we have a lot of major swaps later on, or are we starting off with different lineup when it comes to the day number 2 grand finals, Southeast Asia Summer Split 2024? A lot of warming up to be done for the players. They're definitely already in the lobby. Now all they wait for is going to be the countdown to be in Sanhok.
In Sandhawk, it's going to be the game that sometimes it will set the tone for the entire day for a particular team. And looking at teams, FaZe Clan normally drops inside a boot camp, getting a good spot inside the Sandhawk in the middle of the map. So regardless where the circle goes, they shouldn't be too far away from it, especially when it comes to a top circle. And when it comes to top circle, I would define it as Camp Alpha Circle, where Alter Ego likes to drop. Even for a team like FaZe Clan that drops inside bootcamp, not too far away from it, it's going to be a fairly okay access for them. Yesterday we had a okay circle. It was somewhere in the middle, out between bootcamp and Paradise Resort. So this time we don't know yet what sort of circle we're going to get, since Sandhawk is a very circle-dependent map.
Time's ticking, countdown is on. We're down to only 35 seconds into the first map of the day. Tony K yesterday has been remarkable. Yesterday he just put up such a phenomenal run for the entirety of Empires. Pretty much he did all the work by himself. It's been a while we actually see his Newsy plays, but I don't know if they will swap him in and out. High chance we won't be looking at him anytime soon. 7-9 had that last chicken dinner yesterday. Can they carry out the momentum when it comes to day 2 of the Grand Finals PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2024? Let's head into Sandhawk.
And it is Sandhawk game number 1. The map that is played the least, and there is so little data for these teams to work around with. But if we look at the average points, well, we only played one game, so the average points is as it is yesterday. The Xavier, they scored the chicken dinner, so obviously they got maximum points. So a little bit reminder, the fact that Alter Ego did not score any points inside of Sandhawk yesterday, when normally Alter Ego does well in Sandhawk. So hopefully something they'll be able to fix. But then again, Sandhawk is a very circle-dependent map, and teams like Alter Ego will be hoping for the circle to somewhat favor them.
It's going to need a usual drop for most of the teams and no clash early on. Except for 7-9, RQ seems to be sharing quite near, but it's going to be the drop. RQ probably heading towards Camp Charlie. EA, on the other hand, taking around Cave, where Todak is not playing for this grand final, so definitely they do have that vacant, but Nepeko caught out. Now, I do know the rest of the team already marched themselves to a side of Camp Charlie. Nepeko, on the other hand, being left behind with feast by the side of 7-9, and IQOO Alliance and Boom might actually have a clash on top of Bomb, possibly, while they are on the way towards the outskirts of Paradise Resort or even Cow for Boom.
A good start here for 7-9, taking the first blood for themselves. And also Boom Esports got one elimination as well. Okay. Oh, that was probably out of a IQOO Alliance. So IQOO Alliance lost one player, RRQ lost one player. And RRQ, they lost it when they were trying to grab this vehicle out of the hands of 7-9. They got the vehicle, but at what cost? They lost the vehicle. What a top fraggers, unfortunately.
I think Nepeko were trying to loot up while the rest of the team already taken the vehicle as a tree. Hence, that's why Nepeko is actually still in the shack. Like I mentioned previously, IQOO Alliance and Boom, due to the flight path just now, happen to be hovering around the same area, which can be on the northern side of Bomb. Talon, well, pretty okay. On the side of Paradise Resort, it's going to be as per usual. Xavier is the only one taking this, unless the Infinity coming up from top Mok will try to venture down, but usually they will try to avoid that. But instead, for Infinity, they do prefer to go, if the circle heavily to its left side, they will pass by the 13th bridge. If it's going to be on more to the center, they even willing to venture out into Camp Bravo instead of cutting across Paradise Resort if the Xavier is still in there.
And I believe because of how fast the action went, the first circle was not that clear to us. But looking at where IQOO Alliance dropped, they're about 1,000 meters away. The circle should be somewhere on the left side, but I don't think it's all the way to Camp Alpha Island. It should be somewhere around, probably Boot Camp might be the center of the circle.
High chance it will be Painan as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see for the circle to pop once more. As our stage 1 looting phase already almost done here. We do have the second pop of the stage number 2. Later we get a glimpse on the minimap. But FaZe Clan on top of Bootcamp here. Yep, I feel like it's gonna be around Painan on Ruins. When it comes to the circle, will it comprises a lot of water ratio? That's gonna be the bigger question. As the teams around Bootcamp pretty much at the edge of the circle just now, with PIGMY right across them. XERXIA on top of Quarry, coming out from probably just coming out from Bun, and happened to have the second checkpoint on top of Quarry. We do know TALON did take Painan. I do want to see if there's any team trying to just challenge Painan, where we might have BTR around there as well.
Yeah, BTR normally likes to drop there and around the area as well. But I guess depending on where exactly the circle is, they might want to leave that for some of the strategic high grounds. And one of them is on the south side of Bootcamp, one of the hot spots to try to block teams from coming from the Ruins Island to the other side. And one of the teams that like to play around the area of Ruins is going to be Imperial Esports. But this time around, they're not going to stay there that long. They moved away from the Ruins Island straight into the circle. So probably not going to play too far from the middle of it this time.
Flash rotating straight in. It's only going to be 2 players for now. The other 2 have no clue where are their positions currently. Taking around the bridge right across Bootcamp here right now. Definitely they're waiting and try to gatekeep whoever try to pass through. So that's why a lot of teams coming up from just around Ruins of Empires, they're trying to navigate themselves straight into the center, knowing some teams would love to bridge camp. BTR on the other hand already left around Painan. They're taking those high grounds on the outskirts. XERXIA placing himself quite spread out. Like I mentioned before, TALON taking Painan. They are definitely inside of circle still, but TALON already cut across those high elevations of hills as well. If BTR are not being careful about this, multiple teams will come in and rush at the same time.
Yeah, 2 teams around the area of Painan. This is a signal that the circle is around here. But XERXIA being kept a lookout by TALON. But TALON is not only looking at them, they're also looking at some of the members of BTR. FaZe Clan, welcome to Painan as well, taking the northern side of it. They just arrived from Bootcamp, and now they probably have an idea that XERXIA is on the other side, but to take a frontal fight, they have to be very sure that no other team is close by in case they could be overtaken by a third party.
Spot out Megamind, give some information to the rest of the team. They know they're not alone in here, but nobody knows regarding TALON's position. The rest of Team TALON is actually at the back line, waiting for any signal for them to open fire. Trigger discipline is the key here, since we have a very small vicinity that we shared by within 3 teams. They have to be extra careful when to open fire. The audio cues will expose of the positions.
Yep, so now there is an idea of, okay, there's someone there on the other end, but it's a matter of knowing exactly how many teams are here. You'll be surprised if they know that there is another team overlooking them. And expect more teams to probably come by as well, looking at how popular Painan is. For NKT, okay, they're swerving away. And NKT, one of the teams on page number 2 that needs to do very well today in order to give themselves a float coming into day number 3, because that will be the grand finale. Whether it's going for the championship or going for the slot to the next stage, NKT will still need to do well enough. And here we go, the circle. Ooh, interesting. Ruins Islands it is.
It's gonna be right probably on top of Sami, taken by Sam9. If the circle just gonna shift in the center again, it's gonna be the crossroad between Tambang, Ruins, and Nakam. So it's gonna be quite tough to play around the fork. While we do have BTR and Sam9 exchange of fires, I expect TALON to take actions too.
Ooh, speaking about action, Loyu taken out. So Sam9 now playing with 3 players. TALON took that point out of Sam9. And with TALON just above Sam9, that's definitely not the result that Sam9 wants. But Sam9 still wants to get as high as possible by the end of the day. Boom! Rushing in onto the Ruins Island. Took a couple of shots. but lucky enough for them, they managed to get across. But BTR seems to be right above them now.
Bit lonely for Snape, seems to be alone up here. Nowhere near his teammate. Gather some intel regarding where Boom's at. Definitely spotted out a couple of players of Boom trying to pick out, but they're not willing to make any move just yet. RQ spreading out quite thin among themselves while Boom taking the indoors. But the problem is they don't have any information regarding who's outside due to a bit of a low ground disadvantage.
Yeah, so with that sort of a geographical disadvantage, looks like they're not going to take the fight, and it's not really necessary for them since they're kind of safe in the circle with a good compound. So they can leave that for now. Also knowing that there are 61 players in, so definitely 16 teams, not the risk that they would want to take, and it's not going to be worthwhile for them. So they're going to let that one go for now. And it seems like a lot of teams do have a good spot within the circle. Only Infinity, PA, Euro Alliance, and NKT coming a little bit later and taking a bit of the blue. But PEA, one knock on the place because of the blue. Hopefully they are aware of their utility management to heal up.
PA coming up from Camp Bravo possibly. Going all the way down southwest. A bit of a long journey for their end. But it's going to be okay as long as they got themselves vehicles and health utilities to heal up. I think they scored themselves quite a number because we don't see a lot of players on top of Perez Resort. And most of them already left boot camp by now due to circle shifted away with some water ratio in the last few stages. And the next stage of circle, of course, still quite early. But speaking of the blue zone, it's not forgiving at all when it comes to Sunhawk and KT being spotted out. Euro Alliance, Jimmy challenging Triple F.
Oh, 1v1, here we go. With the UMP in hand, circles around but loses to a DDS from Triple F, Jimmy OP. Unfortunately, an early elimination for him, and that leaves Euro Alliance with 2 players. We do see Leons as well as Adi Luke on the other side, and the God is actually going in for them.
Sweater 10 coming in. A bit of extended blue zone fights, which are not going to be beneficial for all the teams that are trying to extend their stay here. They're not welcome at all. And speaking of NKT versus Euro Alliance still going on. Heavy casualty on the side of Euro Alliance. Lost 2 men by now. From Mr. Joe, he's revivable. And NKT just eliminated, taking Euro Alliance out of the equation in Sunhawk map, despite he's so consistent yesterday.
Yes, worthwhile trade for them. And not only that, they are able to loot up the boxes of Euro Alliance to add on to their utilities. Circle-wise, all the way to the left side. So teams on the right will all need to migrate together. And interesting enough, Alter Ego is in the circle. Vampire Esports, the home team, as well as Sam9 in the circle now. Giving them an advantage with the current position since they do have a compound each. It's a matter of preparing for defense when all the teams on the right side migrates into the circle.
Now Vampires and Team Flash position is actually our prime spot. There's a high chance the circle will move away from Nakam to go up towards the fork, where I mentioned before between the 3 towns, Tambang, Nakam and Ruins just now. There might be the last few stages there, so Vampires are not willing to go straight into Nakam. Saying this side of Team Flash taking their own sweet time. Infinity will meet up with Boom while Vampires holding their ground just next to Team Flash, like where I mentioned. But RQ and NKT, wow, and KT after Euro Alliance, they pick another fight.
Oh, the God taken out, and that was a fight there. Back-to-back fights for them, and they're still spending time in the blue while their opponent RQ is not. So RQ is actually gatekeeping NKT from coming into the circle. See how much longer will they be able to last, because we are 1 minute 40 seconds before moving on to stage 4, and that is where the blue will definitely hurt a lot more.
Team Flash segregated themselves into 2 sides here, going for 2-2 formation. Vampires take it out on Pygmy. Pygmy want to take the same sort of rotation, but Vampires and also Team Flash already parked themselves there. It's going to be a hectic fork of a road. Infinity also seems to be sandwiching Pygmy at the same time. Do they know exactly where Pygmy is? Because Vampires do have a clear view. But instead of Infinity, are they intended to just go in for the rush against Pygmy? But XERXIA versus Boom.
Yeah, speaking about the rush, the moment switch over. Big rusher, Yummy May will open it up by knocking down Mega Man with a nade. Yummy May tosses another nade across. RNJ behind. Full Esports circling around. XERXIA trying to get as much information as possible. Yummy May getting creative there, but not able to get a good clear shot. But anyway, Boom Esports has the upper hand now by taking out Megamind.
They are fighting back. Yummy May down to 50% of HP. Here comes another nade, clipping down Lobby X as well. The one that actually clipped by the next nade will have trouble. That's going to be the opening for them to rush in. But there's he prepping another one out. Might toss into Yummy May, but they just missed it in a second. While we do have Alter Ego versus some 9. FaZe Clan seems to be busy with the Xaviers, while BTR stopping PA from entering the safe zone.
And XERXIA still in this fight, though. And at this moment, they are playing by the edge of the circle. Likely the circle will move away. But look at the mini screen. Another fight's happening elsewhere. And it looks like it's by the beach side. Not much space for PA to play with, who's stuck with BTR. But they fight back though. But at the same time, they're being pressured by the blue. And speaking about the circle early on between Boom and XERXIA, there you go. No circle for the both of them.
Just slightly next to it, less than 50 meters. Not a bit of a problem for both teams. Boom especially, they just slowly walk towards the side of the circle. It's going to be a-okay for them. And KT will be their next contender if they were to hike up that hill. But FaZe Clan, D, Xaviers and TALON. It's going to be a three-way battle between these teams.
Now here we go. Three-way battle on the outside of the circle. They have to make this fast. Now Onsen definitely wants to do it fast with the DBS gameplay. She just ran M4 sprays on the member of TALON, managed to get away into the building. Linux with the DBS of its own comes in from the other side, opens the door, but one player out of FaZe Clan taken out. That's going to be Onsen, eliminated. Momon is going to be defending all on his own. The left side one, right side two, jumps onto Momon, and just too much trying to handle. TALON wins the fight.
TALON, despite they are playing a bit more cautious than they used to. Coming up from the side of FaZe Clan, unfortunately, couldn't hold things as long as they need to. FaZe Clan eliminated at 0 point, despite they tried to go for a three-way wall, but they're being sandwiched against these Xaviers as well early on. But Boom spotted out the rotations of the other team, which is going to be NKT. And Boom, they are around at the edges of the circle, still within the reach to just go and advance in. If they want to cut across straight, it's gonna be tough because it's gonna be a clear sight, but we're not done for TALON yet. Misery being left behind, he'll himself back up. Well, the Xaviers trying to delay the rotation, but Misery just caught him back from the back line.
Oh man, he almost managed to get away, but the Misery sharp shooting there, knocking out in the blue. Almost no way for Lamborghini to be safe. Even Paragon now still stuck on the outside with 3 first aids left. And we'll be moving to stage 5 in about 30 more seconds. Lamborghini taken out by the Infinity. So actually that point was stolen away from the hands of Misery.
Back into the battle of Sami. BTR. They have to cut across. RIQ sandwich in between. No mercy. The last man standing for RIQ. XERXIA closing in the distance from the back, but Zaxi is way faster than LZ. Here comes the battle of 3v2. BTR, they are having three players. One of them still at the back, trying to just reset himself, but managed to full HP back up. XERXIA's in trouble. Lobby X, the last remaining member that still stands, have to face the wrath of BTR, while his teammate managed to recuperate. It's back to 2v4.
Oh, now BTR's not out of it just yet. Lobby X is on the other side, and another team's on the northern side, based on the minimap. Kind of squish between two teams. XERXIA knocked out by Satar. BTR now up against 7-9. Zaxi is going to come in, but he's on the lower ground, though. His other team is distracted by Lobby X, so they have to be careful of the backstab by Lobby. And they also have to manage the time, because in about 10 more seconds, the zone will start to close, and will pressure all these players.
Sam9 couldn't give their full attention towards BTR and XERXIA due to another team trying to gatekeep them from advancing as well. And that's going to be probably Vampires and Alter Ego on the other end. But Sam9, they do have the elevations. Probably it's going to be Boom also stopping them from advancing. A lot of teams going down back to back as BTR slowly hike up. Sam9 divided their attention currently. Will have problems if they don't keep track of BTR.
And I tried to point out that XERXIA went up without any points at all. So they're still stuck as the only team with a single digit. And we move forward to Vampire Esports. Lots of teams around them, including Alter Ego, Team Flash, and Sam9. But Alter Ego putting a little bit more attention onto Vampire Esports. So this will be an interesting fight, pitting some of the heavyweights together.
4 different teams on top of Com. Team Flash still staying indoors. Alter Ego spotted out Vampires, giving a bit of a jab. Dzave is being eliminated just now. That's gonna be the last member. We're down to only 10 teams here. 2 more down and start to get themselves placement points. They have to be on the top 8 to get at least 1 point now. Team Flash try to gatekeep Alter Ego. Seems to be whiffing just a tiny bit. If Batman just picks once more, he has to be extra careful. They had shots from Alter Ego. It's pretty sharp themselves.
They almost got that shot. But the blue will be on top of them. Next stage is upon all these big teams. But Vampire Esports a little bit more advantage to them since they're playing by the edge of the circle. But they need to manage the fact that they need to cross the road. Rosemary, nice long range to take out Satar. Satar totally didn't expect that.
Slowly advancing, but Rosemary knock on the ground. BTR taking them from off angle. Long shot all the way downtown. Gen Force finding out Rosemary. That was pivotal for the lineup of Alter Ego for Rosemary to be alive. But BTR, the moment they shifted, yes, focus on this. It's going to be Alter Ego taking it back with Sam9, giving pressure from the backline as well. BTR being eliminated next as Alter Ego left with 2 more players, but they are too close towards the Blues and Bluffs. They have to fight against Sam9 to cut across. They also Boom watching the other end. Their backside exposed to PIGMY and Vampires, even Team Flash.
And BTR just got eliminated, but they managed to secure 8 elimination points. Not too shabby, I must say, for a 9th place finish. As for Team Flash right now, Kwang crawling for help. He's still on the outside, but no, BIGMY has to come in from afar to take down Kwang and steal away the point out of the hands of Team Flash. And on the other end, TALON suffered another loss, and that's going to be number 8, 5 eliminations for TALON.
Team Flash broken the formation here by the Team Vampires Esports. They couldn't reach out for the members. They're actually all far flank. Batman Tony K is so aware about his surroundings every single time. Nobody can get past by Tony K without being noticed here. Vampires trying to hold their ground against Team Flash. They're trying to shut them down, but what a nade! Coming out from a different side entirely and shuts down Vampires' hope, but goes it down to only 1% of HP and is down. But Vampires will stay alive thanks to the nade just now. They managed to hold their positions there, and at the same time making sure the rest of the team trying to shut them down have to delay the position as well. Boom, Vampires, Alter Ego and Sam9. The only one with the full squad is going to be Boom. Vampires, Alter Ego and Sam9 do have a duo remaining.
They lost 1 player, but it's still okay. Right now the match game to the circle. Alter Ego kind of busy with Boom Esports. They had the top of this hill. Now up against Alter Ego, but let's not forget about Sam9. They come from behind. Vampire Esports shuts now down on his knees, but Stone is there to revive him.
Here comes Nate, cooking it up. Pombit in trouble. And Stone just finished off with a DBS against Boom players. Before this, they got 4 in a second, in a blink of an eye. They only left with 2 players. 6 hand grenades, 6 smokes. For the side of Boom, they have an abundance of utility. Cooking it up, Yummy May. Here comes another nade, but over toss, giving Vampires a bit of a backup plan. Scrubs backs up on his feet, but here comes another drop, another 2 down. Back to their knees, and Vampires left with only last player standing, while Yummy May calculating all the trajectory of his Trobo still can be deployed, but Sam9 is reaching out to Boom. They need to make it fast and make it quick.
Wow, Yummy May, definitely the great grenade master here in this round. Not the first time that he did that. And now that left Vampire Esports, the only Tony K on the other side. While Stone is bleeding out, kind of doubt that Tony K can save him. On the other end, Alter Ego going to face the wrap up to Rusu. Death will be knocked down. It's going to be Pombit and knocks him out. Stone will be finished off by Razy. And Razy taken out. Tony K. Vampire Esports eliminated. Same goes with a member of Sam9. That is U-High. And that is it. 2 teams at Boom Esports, Alter Ego, El Clasico.
Alva versus for you is going to be a major finale here. 2v2. Spotted out Pombit. That's a crucial one for Alter Ego to equal all odds against Boom right now. We'll finish off with a hand grenade. Not overexposing himself to a side of Boom player. Yummy May can actually see Hans for you coming in. Seeing this for Alva, but he's picking up Hans for you. But the nade coming out from the side of Boom. What a bombastic ending! That was a nice off-angle finish.
That was a boom-bastic ending there by Boom Esports. The El Clasico between Alter Ego and Boom Esports. What a weekend! Excellent time for Boom Esports, but they made it to the end and they won the fight against the arch nemesis, especially from last season, Alter Ego, to clinch the first chicken dinner today. Boom Esports is back.
They're back with a bang for this sort of Boom, starting off with day number 2 of the grand final with such a number. 14 eliminations total up by Yummy May, Pombit, and Frenzy. But Razy is back here alive and woke. We're talking about 786 damage. Same goes for Yummy May, 538, where the rifle seems to be their favorite. But when it comes to damage wise, everybody dished in with a lot of damage output. Each one of them did so much work, and I have to say the off angle was perfect just now.
And of course, with all the stats that favor towards Razy, we have to award him as the MVP as well. 6 eliminations, 786 damage, 129 damage received, 30% team contribution, and maximum survival time of 21 minutes 44 seconds. Razy, the man of the hour. Although it looked kind of like, for me, a Yummy. It did very well with those names, but yeah, at the end of the day, it was a great teamwork by Boom Esports. Everyone did their part in as well.
Personally feel like Razy did so much work across even the entire league. Yes, Yummy May did have a lot of flashy plays, but Razy always pulled off a lot of jobs for the side of Boom. But when it comes to domination, it's back to the Indonesian domination of Alter Ego. BTR squeezing in the top 4, but the Infinity close enough. Very close indeed just now with the selection of position when it comes to the compound of last few circles. But when it comes to Sunhawk, we have to agree it's heavily dependent on the circle. But let's relive the highlight for the first chicken of day number 2 grand final.
And here we go. Starting off with a boom is Boom Esports. 24 points collected with 14 eliminations on their side. Alter Ego up here as well with a double digit 11 points. The Infinity 11 points as well. And BTR, who needs placement points when you have 8 elimination points to be up there. And Vampire Esports 779, doing pretty okay with 6. Talon with 6 and Team Flash with 5 points collected in round 1.
For the side of page number 2 teams, you don't see them page number 1 yet, so it means they'll be staying at number 2 page still. But unfortunately, BA shoots up to number 4 earlier yesterday and late yesterday, finally being pushed down by the team suddenly with a bombastic performance. Yeah, you don't realize they score anything. PA XERXIA as well. And XERXIA hardly has any progress since yesterday. But FaZe Clan argue the Xavier scored themselves all 1, and KT and PIGMY is on also seems to be in the middle bracket. But these Xaviers, this is going to be them opening up the opportunities for the team to catch up from behind.
Yeah, especially Boom Esports. But let's check out the overalls here, tabulated by our one and only people behind the scenes. Eurolights is still up here despite not getting any points at all in the sign-out match. But like what you mentioned, the Xavier went down and Boom Esports, but the Chicken Dinner overtook them now at the second place with only 3 points behind Yudu Alliance. Vampire Esports, the home team, also went up to number 4 with 58 points at this moment. And let's of course not forget Alter Ego. This is a scary team. They started the day on page 2, but welcome back to page 1, Alter Ego.
What a drastic change the moment they start to decide, hey, we're going to push up our numbers today for the Indonesian teams. PA pushed down to 8th place despite they got 4th place before. It's going to be half the page gone for PA just because of how minute the gap in between the teams here right now. Speaking of which, 3rd and 4th place still have around 20 points in between, but down to the 5th place, 4th to 5th as 9th place even. It's going to be less than 10 point gaps in between, probably just a couple of points in between. But for XERXIA, unfortunately, it's a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, still a single digit as they did not collect any points at all in the Sandhawk match. So they're still rooted down there, the only team right now without any placement points at all. But the teams that perform, of course, Boom Esports, 2,432 damage. BTR, 1,756 followed by the home teams, Vampire Esports and the Infinity, 1654, as well as the Infinity 1303 respectively. So we're starting to see these teams who partly struggled yesterday to a certain extent, now, at least in game 1, doing much better.
Infinity Vampires, the Indonesian and the Thais, like prior to the start of the day, I mentioned today will be the rise of the Thais and the Indonesian teams. So we're looking forward how much more aggressive can they be when it comes to Erangel map. Since we have 3 Erangel maps still will go after this. Boom, 14 eliminations, a lot of very close to double digit, including the Infinity and BTR. Alter Ego, I have to say, they're trying to balancing out both. Hopefully we get an interview for Alter Ego's side, what really happened in day number 1. Boom didn't do too shabby when it comes to day number 1 as well. So just keeping up the momentum for Boom, still have the consistency, but Alter Ego seems like today is a build up for their performance.
Yeah, I would definitely love to hear from Alter Ego later on. Hopefully we get to have them on the stage or maybe on the backstage because they've been doing that kind of interview. So stay tuned in between this game and the next game. You might see something, ladies and gentlemen. So, in case you just joined us, Boom Esports came back with a chicken dinner. And it's the first chicken dinner in the grand finals for Boom Esports. And because of this put them up to a second place as of now in the overalls, only 3 points behind the Yudu Alliance.
Next, we're heading into Wrangle. It's all down to the circle, of course, and our circle do play the biggest factor when it comes to the rotation of the teams. And speaking of the rotations inside of the Wrangle map, we haven't got ourselves too much of the same sort of circle in a day, so it's pretty hard to predict for the teams that try to score themselves when it comes to Wrangle. But we expect a lot of rotations that come out from the Indonesian team based on the previous Sunhawk map, where a lot of the Indonesian team, including IQOO, even PIGMY in this case, where they used to play it very quiet before, seems to be having it on the rise when it comes to day number 2. And not forgetting, of course, Alter Ego and Boom seems to be pushing the numbers up aggressively, trying to actively finding targets early on.
Yeah, and let's see if they can continue to do that because it's going to be a very different map. Yesterday's circle inside of the Wrangle, we saw number 1, a northern circle somewhat around the areas of Yasnaya, and the next circle is also not too far from Yasnaya, somewhere between Yasnaya and also Mansion, and the 3rd circle was a military-based circle. So that was the summary. You gotta think about it, it's like right side, north and down, and that means that we have not gotten a left side circle in the grand finals yet. So maybe the circle gods might want to give us a variety this time.
Speaking of variety, you're probably going to have a bit more gut coverage and possibly even sort of a quarry, or we've had that before around the hospital. The southern side of hospital circle did happen on the very far left. That's going to be one of the older circle we had, which was week 1 or week 2. Perhaps we're going to have a bit of repetitive week 3 circles, which we have been going on for quite some time now when it comes to the grand finals. Speaking of which, next we do have the Wrangle, like I mentioned before. This is where a lot of Indonesian teams seem to be most comfortable when it comes to the map rotation. So they love this map more than the Thai teams, of course. And the Thais do prefer Emirama if you actually put an exception to its Boom definitely have the most average eliminations when it comes to Miramar and across the entirety of the league stage.
Yes, and Boom Esports, if they have that stat, well, they will be feared definitely, and we will be watching Miramar later today for sure. And for now, we jump into Erangel, and in case you just missed out on whatever happened in the last match, all the stats are below there. Last match eliminations and all the other stats are there, including individual eliminations as well. Wow, so much detail there. Very helpful for those of you who probably just came home from maybe work or something to catch up to the game. And speaking about the game, coming into the next phase. So I would still say, based on what we saw in Sandhawk, we still need to keep an eye on teams like Alter Ego and BTR, who traditionally have the capability of making a big comeback.
I do want to see another factor, which do we have any rotations of players there, which we sometimes see that we don't see a lot of players rotation be swapped in and out when it comes to the players cam right now. But I do want to see will it be the same lineup as we had yesterday for the teams, especially Alter Ego. We do have the usual. Hans For You is playing out early. Yesterday, Hans For You were being subbed in a bit later. So that will affect overall performance. You don't see Octa for this one. So that's going to be the case here. Or was it Octa playing? I'm sorry if I missed that one. But definitely, I feel like the best lineup for the side of Alter Ego. Hans For You seems to be one of the key players alongside with Rosemary for now. So we want to wait and see if there's any sort of swaps from yesterday's rotation and today will make an impact for all the teams that didn't perform yesterday.
So far, no indication yet of any substitution. So we'll probably need to wait and see. Probably give it a couple more rounds just to see that if any team were to make any major swaps. And of course, traditionally, teams like FaZe Clan, they would remain with their regular lineup. Hans For You, the moment he was swapped in yesterday, he was not dropped at all. So he still kept in the main lineup, even though, even as we see in the Sandhawk match as well, he was still playing. XERXIA also with the same lineup as well. And they have had a good start yesterday, put themselves up at number 1 for quite a while. But you pointed out right, like during the pre-show, they had a good first half, but after that, they seem to have lost their footing. Even in the Sandhawk match today, we have not seen the best of XERXIA yet.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. It's been a while being acknowledged, but yeah. But I'm looking forward to see Chua back for the XERXIA. It's been a while. I love Chua's play. Something he's a bit daring. But when it comes to the XERXIA's lineup, this is the most stable one. Lamborghini, Shadows, Spartan, and Nade. RRQ side on the other end, just now we have a glimpse of them. I do prefer Hexos to be playing as well, because Hexos, when it comes to second half of the day, he was swapped in Miramar. Maybe he's the Miramar specialist for RRQ. I'm not sure if Hexos will actually play for RRQ in the first few wrangles, but XERXIA seems to be not having any change at all when it comes to the player swap. You don't see Die Hard for such a long time, so maybe he will not be in the main roster for this season. But XERXIA, nothing to be changing when it comes to even their gameplay.
And so yeah, they definitely need a major overhaul, whatever it is. They just need to do it at this point, because they're the only team with not only a single digit, but also without any placement points at all. It just shows that they don't last that long in rounds. But let's see if anything changes for XERXIA. Definitely the home fans will be looking forward to support them as we jump into our following game. We'll be playing this out in Erangel.
Back to Wrangle, ladies and gents. We're gonna have a good fun match here, especially when it comes to action-packed map. When it comes to Wrangle, expect a lot of early skirmishes, especially if the flight path seems to be skewed to 1 point, but seems to be quite still generous flight path. Everybody can reach wherever they fancy early on. PIGMY dropping himself quite early on the northern side. XERXIA probably going to be on top of Jogopol on the right side of it, because Infinity love to drop on the northern Jogopol. Now, since Infinity don't have any intention to go there, might as well just take the whole Jogopol for XERXIA. But for Vampires, they might actually gonna drop themselves maybe Zaki. We do have PIGMY and PA do love the northern side a lot. But for Boom, it's always going to be Roshok. They don't really love fancy the other places. They just love Roshok since the start, so they won't have any change of rotation for the team, except if there's some players want to challenge the Xaviers and Pochinki, because Boom is spreading out quite thin.
Yeah, Vampire Esports, since Primos is far away from them, so they will go for an alternate drop spot. That's absolutely fine, and I believe all teams know that that's what they will do with this kind of a flight path. But circle-wise, it's almost like what we saw yesterday as well. You kind of have the Astaya there, you kind of have like the mansion area there. So we're going to see a similar circle as per yesterday. But of course, because some of the change of drop spot, that could also change the how overall all these teams will play. It's like a domino effect sort of thing. And we will see if the teams that, at least what we saw in Sandhawk, to be able to keep up to the momentum and also to some of the changes within this game.
It's a good spot and a good circle for IQOO, who dropped himself in school, and then some teams or multiple teams drop himself on the left side of the map, and school seems to be around the not really in the center, a bit more towards the left side of the center. They can actually gatekeep and thin out the crowd of the left side of a map, which is going to be western side, to make sure they can gain as much elimination as possible. Whoever tried to cross over Pochinki or to have to go through Roshok even, School will be one of the best places to take all the eliminations. Same goes for the side of Boom right now based on the first stage of Circle, but I assume a lot of teams will take northern rotations just for the sake of avoiding early conflicts.
Yeah, that is a I think a lot of teams would, a good number of teams, because okay, so up there we have Vampire, we have PIGMY, and we also have a couple of other teams, I believe. And also PEA, not too far away from the north side as well. So expect like those, at least those teams, and probably those like FaZe Clan, who normally drops in South Jogopo, might join them because it's not too far away for them to access, and coming in from the north. But if like a lot of teams do that, then all of a sudden northern side will be a bit more crowded, and we might see more fights from the north side coming into the circle. So it will be an interesting clash point up north instead of like the regular rotation like through the middle into the circle, and you see like some of the same spots again. So it'll be exciting for us as viewers to see something refreshing if a lot more clashes happen up north.
I do want to see what's going to happen between Yasna and Poliana, Team Flash and TALON just now. I mean, like, yes, they've been sharing the same compound, the same town for quite some time. For Team Flash and TALON seems to be having a bit of a truce. So you have the northern side, I have the southern side of Yasnaya. That might be the case. But for the side of TALON and Team Flash also seems to be in a prime spot to stop anybody rotating from the northern side. But we expect the teams that are already in the center of the circle will not sit quietly on their hands. They're probably going to try to expand their rotation, expand their territory by just spreading out to make sure they gain as much intel as early as possible, especially when it comes to the northern side. Not many teams will rotate past through that, but the one that is still concerning is going to be the one from the south. We do know there's going to be NKT on top of the bridge, Milta just now, and BTR dropping themselves on top of southern side of Milta Power, or Milta Power itself. Lipovka is per usual alter ego. And we also have Yido Alliance on top of Farm. There's going to be a lot of rowdiness when it comes to the rotation of the next stage if the circle shift upwards. But if the circle happen to be stay in the southern side of the main peninsula, then it will be a bit more fights on the left side, which is going to be FaZe Clan, XERXIA, Vampires, the Xaviers, Boom, and Sam9 will open fire early.
Yeah, so it's really depending on where the circle will go as well. So let's see where the teams will want to change their checkpoints. And speaking about checkpoints, right? Since this is also like, if I count since yesterday, this is the third time we have somewhat of a similar area sort of circle out of the 4 games that we have played in Erangel. So I would also expect that some of the teams to like change up their checkpoints and then not do the same thing. And if one team does that, then that will kind of affect the other team that probably likes to go to that one particular checkpoint, and it's like a whole domino effect since we are talking about 16 teams in the game, and the dynamics might change. And it might change here for RRQ. as looks like the PMSL Esports and RRQ trading blows to each other.
Snape will be abandoned since the rest of Boom already crowded him and tried to finish him off. There's nobody can actually save him at the current being, and RRQ seems to be fleeing from the crime scene, and they left school just now, so they're going a bit down south. Probably will be heading towards the direction of IQOO Lions or NKT. At the meantime, they find themselves a small compound. They will work around this and just hope they won't be discovered by another team. These Avies just left Pochinki and start rotating as well. A lot of teams trying to take like the maximum amount of time they try to take during the looting phase, around 30 seconds, not more, and then they stop to move. And that's where they get a couple of pickoffs, like what happened towards RRQ just now.
Yeah, and lost one player early. Similar to like their Sandhawk match as well, they lost one player early to Sem9, so they had to play the rest of the round with 3 players. And that's going to be a similar case to RRQ. Earlier was Nabeko, this time it's Snape. 2 of their top fraggers as well. So yeah, pretty similar scenario. But at least for Nabeko as an individual, at least he gets to play a little bit more this time as compared to the last round, where majority of the round he was kind of being chilling because yeah, first one to go out.
Love the view from now, spectators here. Everybody's so focused on the rotations of the player, waiting for actions to happen, knowing the fact it's kind of a suspense to see if there's any team clashing. Sem9 leaving Ferry P already. It's going to be them rotating into the side, the center of the circle. Probably going to pass through these Avies anytime soon. Just going around the coastline. Might meet up with NKT or even Infinity, who left, probably already leaving SMB by now. Sem9, maybe they're trying to gatekeep Infinity. The only team on the southern side on Nova Rapnoye to drop himself early on. Vampires and PIGMY seems to be having a bit of a rotation for the northern side teams.
So Infinity passing by the bridge. Okay, so clear run for them. Oh, not so clear. Sem9 is ready there. Interesting. And what other got caught out? Yuhai will be happy to pick up the point. And looks like the bridge clash will continue on. Circle time as well. Potentially moving away from the bridge. And yes, goes towards where the school is at.
I mentioned before, if the circle moved down south, the team actually around Farm Mill Town shelter area don't really have to move as much. You might expect the next action will be on the northern side. A lot of teams will rotate downwards. That's going to be none other than the teams like Vampires, PIGMY, Team Flash against TALON possibly, and maybe even PEA getting catch by Team Flash or Alter Ego. Alter Ego do know the fact that Team PEA is just behind them, so they will try to gatekeep as long as they need to, since it's still the second stage and they do have time and utilities and resources to overextend themselves. But XERXIA placing next to PIGMY, who just parked themselves in. PIGMY just arrived, but we do have booms on elevations.
Going up to the high ground, especially the area where the south of school is. One of my favorite high grounds to play with this area, besides the school apartment that is, but I would kind of prefer the high ground. So PIGMY is going there, and I don't see any other team up there. So if they are able to be the first team to lock in the high ground up there, it's going to be a good advantage for them. Good vision, and also able to defend against incoming teams. Advantage. But looks like PIGMY not really interested to go up to that high ground. If they spot another team, or they do have a preference with the compound.
They definitely heard your audio cue from the vehicles just now. By this time at stage number 2, you should expect all the corners of the circle will be occupied by some of the teams. Farm, BTR, just next to the Infinity, sharing the same street, exchange a bit of look. Wasatar refueling his gas or his vehicle, just trying to migrate into slightly a bit more centered according to the circle. Pochinki is quite vacant. Now these Avies definitely regretting they're leaving Pochinki so early, since Pochinki is still slightly in the center, in the circle here, just at the edge of it. Nobody seems to be parking themselves around potato hills of Pochinki. So I'm surprised nobody actually taking that spot right now, because it might be our last few circles there. We've seen this sort of circle pattern before. We might have just slightly on the northern side potato hills of Pochinki as stage number 6 or 7.
Yeah, so that is where we might see a lot more fights happen. Considering that we are at still 62 players. Everyone's finding their own spot, making the rotations around and anticipating the next phase of the circle. I do kind of like Infinity's position as well. It's a very, very safe position. And maybe that is their game plan. They want to play a little bit safer. In case the circle goes up north, then they will come in later. Okay, this is a good illustration of where Infinity is at, like on the south side. And there you go, up north. So for them to come in, they will definitely need to, they will potentially meet other teams. And that's opportunity for them to gain elimination points.
FaZe Clan got himself quite a prime spot up there. Quite early, getting into the potato heels of Pachinki. But next, IQOO seems to be skirmishing or just being crammed down between these Xaviers, and boom. For XERXIA, they might try to gatekeep whoever coming up from the north, which was PIGMY and even Vampires. TALON will probably wait it out for Team Flash and PEA, but PEA will not move yet, knowing the fact Team Flash is just behind them. Sam9 spotted out the Infinity the moment they try to crash into this compound. They're prepared to just dispense of the threat later on. Sam9 taking a bit of jab against the lines. That's going to be a bit of a greeting, long-range greeting it is. We won't see any casualty here based on this distance. Usually they will pick up if they try to snipe down any of the opponent's members. But nearby we do have BTI as well. If they're not being careful yet.
Wow!
Yep. Logan, tapped by Addict Luke. But it's within reach, got Tony pop the smoke, and it's going to be easy for him to pick up. But there's also another team from Infinity backside. Seems to be trying to rotate into their compound.
Yeah, oh, okay. PIGMY and XERXIA. Looks like XERXIA tried to crash in, but PIGMY, nice defense set up there to take out Megamind, the first player out of XERXIA to be eliminated, just like their sign-out match. And for XERXIA, since they lost that one player, they decided to move away. And now they are still on the outside circle. Back out to school, ladies and gentlemen. But they need to find an alternative route in now that they don't have Megamind with them.
For the side of XERXIA, this is quite perplexing. They don't really have to move as much in the previous one. They can actually wait in their previous place just now, right on the outskirts of Roshawk. But they were rushing straight into the center. We've seen that many times yesterday where Sam9 tried to rotate in as fast as they can. They work out quite well for them. A bit of a hasty decisions will actually give them a bit more problem than they hoped for. For Vampires, they're on the run. Team Flash against FaZe Clan. It's going to be the battle of the Potato Hills.
There you go, crashing in, taking out Mela. But oh, nice setup here by Mormon. But that also means that saving Mela is not going to be that easy. Okay, Mormon has to come in. They got one knockout of the member of Team Flash. At least they even up the odds, but they have to make it quick. Batman will finish off Mela, so that is it for the sole member of FaZe Clan. And Onsens comes in, drives in close, but Batman defending his ground with the smoke. Conti knocked out by Mormon. Here we go, FaZe Clan.
Here comes XERXIA as well. XERXIA seems to be passing by. Lobby X trying to take advantage. And Lobby X just arrived and the circle moved away. It's right on top of the Medusa intersection as well. And RNJ and XERXIA seems to be in shambles. What a distraction. Such a commotion. What a mess. 4 teams with PIGMY taking long shots from behind. FaZe Clan down to only 2 more players here. Mormon holding the line by himself. RNJ making a departure while Team Flash back to recuperation as they still have a tree and reset themselves. But luckily enough, the smoke will buy them time. But Ventoris was not willing to let them go just yet.
And Ventoris with the elevation advantage. Where is Kwang and Ko going to go? One need. If they're able to send it across nicely with the Shag, that's going to be it. Conti will be knocked down. But now Ventoris actually the last man standing. Looks like they managed to fight back. 1v2 technically. Ventoris with the high guy advantage still. Tries to take down Kwang, but Kwang very, very swiftly moving in and out the Shag. But it's actually Team Flash. At the end of the day, coming in lower ground, winning the fight against FaZe Clan.
Outplayed by Batman. What a spray with an awkward angle at that. But Team Flash seems like they are zombies, not willing to go down despite being multiple knockdowns by the other teams. PAY, I don't know why they denied the points, possibly that finish off the entirety of the lineup. with a self-nade just now. But BTR having the sniper tower, it's quite a cramped spot for all the players to share here. Vampire slowly shutting them down across the windows, running around and trying to circling around this sniper's tower. Trying to shut down the rest of BTR, the one that actually still stand. Lapa get on one, but he couldn't clutch it out, outnumbered by the rest of Vampires.
And Vampire Esports, nicely done. 4 points collected out of BTR. And they managed to eliminate one of the heavyweights in this round. Vampire Esports not only won the fight, but they also got Sniper Tower and they're in the circle. Now they need to reset quick before NKT, who's the closest team, might want to come by as a third party, but because if we looked at their current position, they seem to be taking the time. They might want to let this go by now because the Vampire Esports would have been able to reset themselves by then.
They do have the numbers, but for NKT, they're not willing to let go just yet. Repositioning just to see if they can spot any of angle opening for them to open fire, but unfortunately it's just taken them too much time. Team Flash Kwang playing alongside with his Dacia. The only cover he got himself is between this rock and his vehicle, and we can spot two teams around him, which gonna be the closest one. The Xaviers behind him, UDO Alliance creeping in. There's also Infinity on his left. On his right is gonna be Vampires. Kwang, good luck on surviving.
Oh yeah, I mean the last man standing for Team Flash. We're still 11 players though, so if he goes out anytime soon, that's going to be 0 placement points for Team Flash. So they do have 4 points in the hand, but of course a team like Team Flash wants to try to pursue for the championship. And yep, you brought a topic of Kwang, and that's it. Eliminated number 11, so only 4 points in for Team Flash.
Vampires, Tony K. Super sharp eyes, by the way, this player. Formidable opponent for all the teams out there. Cannot just disrespect Tony K, despite if he's being alone. Still can actually clutch it up, but Xavier's got the center with Infinity and UDO Alliance, and PIGMY happen to be in a crossfire as well. But Infinity in the center will be the one in the most stickiest spot of them all.
Ooh, the Infinity right now losing players, 2 of them in fact on the knees. Looking on the other side, UDO Alliance on one side as well. Everyone wants to take the points out of the Infinity. But Frankie is going to pick up a Logan, and he has to be aware of the presence of UDO Alliance as well. But the other 2 members of the Infinity are somewhere around the area too. UDO Alliance putting pressure onto the active members of the Infinity. Now 3 teams basically trading blows with each other.
PIGMY reposition. They can just exit towards the northern side, which is a bit more safer, but Arak is waiting at the other end. But Infinity down to Tiger Axe with PIGMY and UDO Alliance giving the pressure on this side. Feels like Kwang 2.0 from Team Flash just now. Oh, the Infinity, this is gonna be beyond their capabilities to fight against a full squad of 2 different angles. PIGMY coming in with the UDO Alliance. Now boom, and it's gonna be these Xaviers taking a shot from the center, and the elevations actually help them as well. Now these Xaviers finish off 1 more player.
Wow, it was a matter of whether the nade exploded first or Xavier landed that long range shot first, and obviously the answer, we all know Xavier got it. But here we go, Boom Esports outside the circle with RRQ on the inner side, but RRQ they're playing without Snake, and now potentially without Nabeko as well, because PIGMY is want to shoot them from behind.
RRQ have to be extra careful. A full squad, not really a full squad, but trio of Boom. Lost combi early on. Here comes the RRQ. Asadi been charging left, right, center. It's going to be a big swing, but Asadi couldn't hold the angle by himself. Nowhere left to go and deal with the rest of PIGMY. Got 2. Close enough. Oh, Dimsy at 1 HP left, but here comes the rest of the party. Boom, greeting them with TALON joining in the fray. My God, what a mess.
Oh, here we go. Third party after third party, and Boom Esports is probably going to be the happiest of them bunch. And now they collected 5 elimination points in total. Let's see, Boom Esports really prioritize the circle. Oh, wait a second. Say hello to TALON.
TALON, Boom, and PIGMY. Now PIGMY managed to flee by. But Boom on the other hand, if they overstay themselves here, there's going to be trouble sniffing out for them. With the Xaviers keep on tapping it from afar. NKT taking the elevations. They can actually see through what's going on across the other side. Frenzy is down. Only Yummy May and Boom left. Talon Yoru coming from the back line, but Billbot fighting his own way in, but PIGMY, the front line is down. Billbot will bleed out, but Dimsy giving a support right from the back. A bit of a pressure towards Razy, but the smoke will just make it easy for Razy to finish things up. But on the side of Boom, that's going to be only 2 players left. Same goes for the side of PIGMY, down to 1 player. UDO Alliance still having a full squad. Talon as well. And KT charging into Vampire's compound.
And just look at the mini screen right now. NKT and Vampire up against each other. While the Circle still favors D-Xavier with the compound. Perfect scenario for D-Xavier to be in. But NKT, they got to reset quick. I know there's a movement from UDO Alliance. They could potentially come by just to clear off NKT now.
Try to hold their positions for UDO Alliance. And send out a flank. Trying to scout what is happening. Jimmy is doing the scouting work. Well, Talon just charged right in, and that made Jimmy made a big U-turn. Mr. Joe will just pass by. Passing through Talon now. Oh, what a car. Just a car driving, cruising moment there for the teams. And KT spot out Talon, giving them a bit of a pressure. 1 player down, Yoru's bleeding out, might be finished by Mr. Joe. PIGMY be eliminated and 9 eliminations. Then crack the double digit. UDO Alliance try to steal from the side here. And KT in trouble. Is spotted out by 2 teams at the same time. Talon and UDO Alliance know exactly where NKT's at.
Ooh, Jimmy almost getting it. But now, he knows that he landed a couple of shots. He has that slight health advantage, and they will go all in onto NKT. But they have to do it fast because the zone is starting to close. UDO Alliance, here we go, sending the cavalry across.
NKT being finished off despite they trying to run away. Unfortunately, have to face Talon if they're running away from UDO Alliance. UDO Alliance having a full squad still. Trio on these Xaviers and trio on Talon. Boom down to 2 players. They lasted long enough with the dual players still alive. Assume that's going to be Yummy May and Razy. 2 of the most strongest player and highest fragger in the line of Boom. Yummy May taking on Addict. Look from a far end shot.
Oh, that's like on the other side of the circle. All the way up north. Managed to land that shot across. But so far, not enough sight for him to finish off Adiluk. So Adiluk should be safe. He's back up again right now. You have time to reset. As team seems to be playing the patience game. Because we are up against stage 7 real soon in about 15 more seconds. So I guess since they all are in the circle, they might as well wait it out for the next phase.
Numbers wise seems to be a bit brighter on these Xaviers and UDO Alliance, but UDO Alliance tipped down 1 by 1 by the long shots of Boom. Talon taking on Jimmy OP as well. A lot of third party coming into the side of UDO Alliance, and Jimmy will be finished off by Linux. Talon's got another one with 3 eliminations. These Xaviers not willing to make a move yet. This is going to be the classical these Xaviers that we're watching here right now. They're waiting for the right time to just secure the chicken dinner and finish off the rest of the teams when they're busy fighting against each other. They are in the center of all the teams here, but nobody seems to be picking the fight against the Xaviers.
Yeah, I mean, they are quite well in the middle and also a compound. If anyone makes the execution first, a third party will potentially come in. And they still have the circle with the compound. Man, these Xavier, what a lucky spot for them to be in. Now it's up to the other teams, especially teams like UDO Alliance that will need to come in. Our next opponent is probably going to be Talon before they get into the circle.
The biggest push is going to be from UDO Alliance. If they climb down here without being noticed and squeeze into the circle, that's a big win for them. The moment they try to hike down or just slowly go down, it's sort of a middle ground that can be visualized by the side of these Xaviers, Boom and Talon at the same time. The toughest one to move is going to be UDO Alliance. For Boom, they still got a couple of structures in between, so it's doable for them to slowly just go in the center. It's not really a tough work, but it's still not enough for them to just take out these Xaviers. When it comes to number, they are outnumbered by these Xaviers players, still having a full squad. But when it comes to the next stage 8, if the circle moves away from these Xaviers, that will force them to get out a bit earlier.
Okay, let's see. The blue will definitely force Udo Alliance now to move, creating a nade galore onto TALON, hoping to land something. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, nothing landed onto TALON. So very lucky of TALON to be able to evade all that. Then they send one nade across, and Linux, wow! I knocked out Olio, but Linux knocked out, but they look now leaving TALON with one player in this area. The Axel will be the one here. That's on Olio, and he got it!
I did mention Udo Lions did have the hardest place to just go into the center. That's one of the many reasons. All eyes set watch on them. And when they're trying to make a move. But next is going to be TALON still holding at the edge of the circle while Boom slowly marching in. We're talking about Boom still have a couple of smokes. Abundance of utilities, 15 hand grenades, 22 smokes for the Xaviers. They're reserving for this chicken. Shadow spotted out Razy. Just making sure that Boom running down to only one man left. That's gonna be Yummy May. The Xaviers full squad against against TALON with the trio. That's gonna be our finale here as Yummy May will have a hard time to crush into this safe zone. Look at the nades flying over this side. They still have plenty for the Xaviers.
Yeah, and Yummy has to cross the road, no circle. I mean, all the odds are against him. And obviously, these Xaviers have the compound, circle, everything all onto them. They have the best chance of getting this chicken dinner. But of course, their opponents are no pushover. We are talking about TALON here. And they managed to get into the stage 8 circle. So now it's about a matter of time who will score this chicken dinner. But it's very, very unlikely for it to be Yummy.
For these Xaviers, they still have one more building to work with, since the circle did kind of covers half of the compound. But for Boom, Yummy May finally being exited out from the lobby, booted out in the last minute here with 8 eliminations for B3. These Xaviers, if they cannot score this chicken, I don't know what else to say. This is theirs to take and this is theirs to finish.
Ooh, okay. I mean, if we kind of look at the positioning right now, okay, 2 players from DZ to move forward, but they should still be okay. Because even though if they move forward to Lamborghini's position, they still have the compound to play with. So, not going to be a big issue. Now it's a matter of, well, who will be forced to move out of their comfort zone. And I guess like what you said, right? These Xavier, it's going to be hard for them to drop the ball.
But we see them botch it before. Kind of worry for them, but TALON with only one rock to work with. I do have a couple of smokes still. Got one. Lambo down!
Okay.
This is where we see them botching it! No way! And TALON, despite they only have one rock to take covers, TALON can actually have a 2. Down to 2v2. IQOO also, but links down on the ground, only leaving Axel to do all the work. BARUZ spotted out Misery. Never mind, it's actually Misery. Oh, back to 4. Now it's gonna be outnumbered. If they still couldn't clutch this one, man, Misery just behind the tree.
Well, nice backup by PUBG in the bot time, and now this nade behind the tree will knock down Misery. That is it. One more to go for TALON. Make that 2. Excellent. Linux on the other side. No way Misery is going to be picked up. Nade side across. Almost knocking down the member of TALON. Another nade as well. They know exactly where they are. They've been put in the corner at this moment with the molly, forcing Linux and Axel to move. Nade after nade sent across onto Axel. Axel now pretty low. Xavier waiting to come up with a finishing blow.
All they need to do is just seal the deal here. It's down to Linux to do all the work again. Axel is down. Linux coming up from flank side. It's going to be Purgeon, and they secure with all 4 men alive. These Xaviers, it wasn't the cleanest, but they bounced back and had a reset and just finish off with a winner chicken dinner. These Xaviers is back here for the grand finals day number 2, and it's got last chicken dinner. It was the grand finals day number 1 for first map of the day. But first in Wrangle, they secured another chicken. 2 chickens in the grand finals for these Xaviers.
And now know a little bit of trading between them and also TALON, but they did not lose any players at the end of the day. So it's still a clean win there for the Xavier. Let's see here how many points collected by them as a whole. Not too many because they did get the circle on top of them, and they stayed quiet there. No other team challenged them, so they managed to get 6 elimination points in this round. So 16 points collected by the Xavier this time, and of course we got to see the overalls whether they will take back their throne.
If only Parrot didn't actually wear the same glasses as Shadows, they might actually being spotted as brothers for now. But for Lamborghini, Nate, Parrot and Shadows, it's definitely a different approach if you compare with yesterday, how they performed. These Xaviers playing it back to their old rotation, taking it safe, taking it as patient as they can be, have a bit of a slow rotation just to secure themselves in the center as long as they can and not attracting any attention at all by being so quiet. It actually seems to be a very, it seems like it's working well for the side of these Xaviers, perfectly well when it comes to rotations here. And despite you guys saying that, oh, they haven't been so aggressive, but pretty much balanced with 10 points of chicken dinner plus couple of eliminations, 6 or 5 is more than enough to push them back up.
And we gotta acknowledge the other teams as well. BARUZ Esports, interesting enough, despite them taking home a 3rd place finish, but they finish above TALON and followed by IQOO Alliance. So let's check out the best moments from game number 2.
Survival seems to be the main objectives here for the side of the Xaviers. Score himself 16 points in total with 10 placement points and 6 eliminations. But boom, has been going aggressively trying to get as much point for elimination. Same goes for the side of PIGMY, the most aggressive of them all with 9 eliminations up here. But TALON scored himself 12, IQOO Lions at 11 points. A lot of double digits up to the 6th place due to how aggressive they're trying to find their target.
Wow, we have a lot of double digits up here. That means below we may see a lot of zeros. So looking forward to see if that's going to come through in page number 2. Other than that, Vampire Esports, they've always been keeping themselves at page 1, despite them not getting the chicken dinner after their chicken dinner. So far, pretty not bad from Vampire. So keep an eye on that team. Okay, page 2. XERXIA, still 0, so they are still the only team without a double digit, and also any placement points. PA, unfortunately, 0 as well. Alter Ego, just as when we thought that, okay, they seem to be on the rise, but this round, it did not work out for them.
It dropped the ball entirely early on, but when it comes to the overall rankings, this is the most important of them all. 1 point shy between these Xaviers and IQOO Alliance. These Xaviers pushed back to 2nd place, but at a tie with Boom, with the most chicken dinner out of the teams that's competing in the grand finals here with 2 chickens. They scored themselves yesterday once and today another one. That will be the tiebreaker between them and Boom Esports. Vampire, that's quite a gap, 30 points gap between the 3rd and 4th place. Quite dominance when it comes to the top 3 here.
Yeah, we can start to see that. Although they can still catch up with the amount of games. So fans of Vampire out there, don't worry, don't fret. There's still a lot of games more to go. But on page 2, okay. A couple of movers here as well. PA unfortunately dropped onto page 2 after their magnificent run yesterday. Now they are down here at number 9, and PIGMY as well as TALON, a little bit of improvement for them, 51 points and 50 points respectively. And yeah, XERXIA is still the only team with a single digit as of now. But let's compare two best players from Talon and Judo Alliance.
A bit more teamwork coming up from the side of IQOO, but team contribution when it comes to damage-wise and elimination, you have to give it to Linux. Actually stands such a long fight against the side of these Xaviers, just now the last man standing when two of them being knocked down early on for Talon. But for IQOO, he has been performed in every single season, one of the most consistent play coming up from the Malaysian teams. But damage-wise, unfortunately, IQOO, I think his knockdown pretty much been stolen by another party from the sidelines.
Yeah, either that or his own teammates. So either one of that. But anyhow, for Judo Alliance, total damage still came up on top against the other teams. 1,846, followed by Talon 1,634 and PIGMY 1,605, and we have NKT 1,437. So the Xavier is not up here because naturally they got circled with the compound. They didn't see much action, so the numbers wouldn't stack up onto them, and naturally it would give way to other teams, including the second place finisher Talon up here with the second most damage dished out.
We're probably going to see a different banner flying for the next one because we're heading into the next wrangle before the long break in between, and hopefully everything goes smooth here today. And speaking of which, next wrangle map, we had quite an unusual circle in the last one, a hard shift to his left and right until the end. It was right outside of Chinky and on top of Medusa intersection as well. For the Xaviers, just now despite they left Pachinki early on, but they still managed to secure this chicken dinner, and lucky enough for them, they took the right spot at the right time when it comes to the compound.
Yes, so PMSL Esports, the Xavier, got their own chicken dinner today. So who else is going to be coming up next? Gotta keep an eye on this. But also, based on what we see, there are some teams on the rise still and still consistently on the rise. I would also say that BTR is doing okay as well. So another team to keep an eye on too. Today, by the end of the day, we might see the overall charge shift. But another team that I also want to point out actually, right? Because there's always this talk about like, oh, will Judo Alliance remain consistent because of the nightmare that they have felt last season? It actually seems like Judo Alliance is still alright as of the 2 rounds.
They're still quite consistent. I wouldn't actually judge them regarding of how like the fluctuality of how they fluctuate regarding their performance. Not that big of a fluctuation so far. Not too volatile if you compare it with XERXIA, of course, and also probably even FaZe Clan. But on the side of also the team is actually on the rise since yesterday. PIGMY, after the second half of the day, Wrangle map, they scored themselves 14 eliminations. From there on, they keep on pushing upwards and seems like balancing both placement points. And today has been crazy amount of elimination across so many maps. So now we did have 2 maps just now, only 2. But since the 14 elimination, they keep it going. If they can't actually secure elimination, they will try to maintain for their survival. But on the side of these Xaviers, they keep on having this variety of rotations regarding based on the circle. I think it's all depending on the circle. If they don't feel like they're going to go for eliminations, they drop the ball a bit in the previous map, they will try to focus on survivability first. It's like one step at a time. If they're comfortable with their positions, they kind of have the confidence when it comes to the timing of rotations, that's where they start to engage a bit more aggressive. But so far these Xaviers, they're back to their classical game of being in the center, stay quietly, don't get spotted by any other teams, and that's how they always score the chicken as their first start of the day.
Yeah, it's like trying to pick themselves up again, knowing that, oh, we are on a downward trend, you know, we might not be feeling like it, even if we take fights, we're not really sync because, yeah, maybe not everyone's on the same mindset. So getting this sort of chicken dinner that through playing safe, it's absolutely fine, right? And as long as they can get this sort of success, and maybe they'll be like, okay, a little bit more motivated in the next round. So perhaps, if they are starting to feel like it, I'm sure they'll have those discussions at the back end during the break time, and they might switch up to play it a little bit more aggressive next if of course they are feeling like it. This is all at the end of the day very, very cognitive, and depends how they all feel about it. If they still feel like, you know what, chicken dinner, cool, but we're still not in the group yet, we might see again the Xavier pulling off the same strategy.
this is the time where the teams start to realize they have to know. It's so crucial for the teams to know what their main strengths are. And I feel like these Avies are one of the teams that actually do know their strength lies in between their rotation timing. So they're going to play along with that. As for Boom and PIGMY, they do know their firepower. And Boom is more strategic compared to PIGMY, where they just sometimes recklessly just goes in, but they do know that their firepower is super strong. So PIGMY, I expect to be more aggressive as well for the next Erangel map. But for PEA, it seems like late rotation didn't fare well for them when it comes to the previous map as well. So it seems the circle seems to be shifting down south. Late rotators still have a bit of problem with so many gatekeepers, and that's going to be a lot of crowd being teamed out from the inner side circle of a team. So that's going to be a trouble if they keep this going. But for the teams that we should watch out when it comes to their firepower, it's definitely going to be PIGMY and Boom here right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And plus, between the two of them, Boom Esports, they do have a track record of being champions. So they know how to be champions. Champions in PMPL Indonesia, champions in the previous PMSL. So they, with this kind of track record, yeah, do still keep an eye on Boom and never write off. Even though day one was like for them, but day two so far has been pretty nice for Boom. But I'm sure the home fans will be hoping for a better performance from Vampire. Although I think that they're okay, but it's not about being okay. You want to lift the trophy on your home ground, so they have to be better than okay.
Speaking of okay or not, I think okay for BTR, of course. BTR always in the middle pack, and sometimes they shoot up and down. Very volatile indeed, depending on their mood for the day or mood for the map. But also, speaking of which, Alter Ego, unfortunately, they are not playing to their strength. I'm so frustrated knowing that how much work they can actually put in, especially when it comes to Rosemary. He's so good at this. He's grown into a different type of player this season. If you compare it to last season, Rosemary used to be the front line, the main fragger, the crazy one to go in just for the rush. Now he's being molded into a different facet entirely, where he's pretty darn good at support too when it comes to getting those long shots. If you actually put Tony K and Alter Ego when it comes to being aware of surroundings, I have to give it up to Tony K, because Tony K is definitely more alert compared to Rosemary when it comes to know exactly where to aim at the perfect timing as well. But Rosemary, when it comes to those long shots, it's so darn good at it. He's just so barely miss.
You know what else I miss? As this kind of scene. So great work production for showing us like some of the behind the scenes here, what exactly happens, and yeah, well, we can't hear what they discuss, and I think that's for good privacy as well. You don't want to like overexpose like what your team talk is about, but it's nice to see that these things happen behind the scenes, and it's also to allow like the online audience as well to have a good feel of what happens.
Sekarang saya
But
bersama
let's hear
dengan
from
Coach Yudo
Mosgoku.
Lions, iaitu Mosgoku. So Mos, sekarang dah main 2 game hari ni, and Yudo Lions menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat cemerlang lah untuk 2 game pertama ni. Untuk Mos, apa yang Mos bagi sedikit kata-kata dekat player yang bagi diorang semangat and kekalkan prestasi sekarang?
Tak ada apa sangat, just a simple talk and benda biasa lah. Kita main macam biasa tapi jadi luar biasa, insyaAllah.
So basically, I don't really give any motivation talk to my player. I just want them to have fun and enjoy the game. And yeah, we just gonna do a normal thing. Turns out it's gonna be a better thing. So yeah, I just hope that we're gonna lift the trophy. So back to the caster.
I don't think it's back to us. Back to the players. And thank you so much for the very insightful what actually coaching staff actually do when it comes in between the break. I think it's because of how little time they have. All they can do is just point out the most obvious mistake in a very small amount of time. Just give them some motivation not to, give up. Don't actually don't be mentally challenged with the circumstances they in. But speaking of transfers, we do have a swap of players on this side.
And with 9 noise coming in this time, so that's our first substitution for today. And so far, only one. We have not seen any other substitutions yet. Oh, there you go. So looks like Deb is going to take a break, and Brian is going to come in. And Sam9, well, today also has been not the best of days for them. They have not been able to collect the amount of points that they would want to collect, and I'm sure the fans will be kind of concerned as well. Yes, they did score the chicken dinner yesterday, but overall, they need to do a lot more, because it's not about like maintaining like just a top 10 or top 12 or something like that. They have to go all the way to be in the top 5 at least. And like what we last saw, the top 5, the gap is starting to show itself with all the other teams on page 2.
Sam9's issue, I feel like they don't, like I mentioned earlier on, it's always about knowing the player's strength. It's a heavy responsibility for the coach to place a player according to the role where they will be putting up the most potential and most efficient when it comes to their team play. Unfortunately, I feel like Sam9, with the same players, if they rotate around their role, possibly still a lot of potential up there. But they're still trying to figure out how to work things out when it comes to the grand finals, and hopefully it won't be too late, because yesterday when trying to bounce back seems to be a bit too late for them to catch up with so many point gap in between. But also don't forget about a team like NKT. Now NKT, they has been quite an okay, not the best, but we can see some progress today compared to yesterday, where they have more rotations and a bit more aggressive. Yesterday they don't have that much, especially the first 3 maps. They have 0 eliminations up to maybe 5th round yesterday. Almost the entire day they didn't have too much eliminations, but for last map yesterday they finally get themselves 10 eliminations, and today seems like they are keeping the momentum up to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, we're seeing more of NKT today in terms of action, and it's definitely something good, especially for the home fans, that anytime like all Thai teams play, that they're on screen, they're doing something big, like the home fans will cheer. So home fans will definitely want to see more out of NKT, and they're giving back to the home fans. So great work for NKT to not only do well for themselves, but also do well to acknowledge the fact that the home fans are there to support them. And so far in the grand finals, I'll probably be asking a little bit more from NKT, but I would like to see Mr. Joe come up with more great moments like how he has shown us during the league stage.
Now you mentioned about the live audience, and also put in your mind for the audience watching it online here right now, there's going to be a lot of difference to play it offline and online. First of all, yes, it's great to have live audience, but sometimes it seems to be a bit of a pressure for some teams out there when they're looking at the audience cheers and the pressure of the hope from the side of the live audience. So that's why there's some conditions where some players some teams perform better in offline, and some of them really prefer it online. But coming up from Tony again, this is the guy that can play both, and he actually plays so well in an offline setting.
Yeah, he probably gets fueled by the crowd, by the audience. And Tony K, being a famous figure as he is, like irregardless whether he plays in the home ground or whether he plays in other offline venues in other countries, like he will still get like the support from the fans there. I mean, a globally known name like Tony K, getting this kind of support anywhere he goes definitely will fuel him. And whenever that happens, we do always see that Tony K does get a little bit of a boost. And even like today as well, like Tony K, a couple of times he became like one of the last players, or if not the last player for Vampire Esports in some of their fights. So it just shows that he's still able to survive, he's still able to do a little bit more for the team, even though the team sometimes went out a little bit early than him.
Speaking of Tony K, if there's an award for the highest awareness amongst all the players in this tournament, I'm probably just gonna give it up to him. He is the only player that can actually keep track of how many players around him, how many teams are they, know exactly how they think, and know exactly where to aim as well. It's quite a rare talent, but this guy is such a young player. That's why I said he still have many years to come when it comes to esports, especially in PUBG Mobile. He got so much talent, and I think a lot of players can actually learn from him regarding how he can read out the opponent's movement and when is the best timing and angle to pick from. It's not a lot of players that actually can keep track of that. Another one is going to be Rosemary, but awareness-wise, we still have to give it up to Tony K. Being very sharp and taking off-angle opportunity for an opening, I have to give it to Rosemary. He knows exactly how to open up a space and take opportunity as a third party. One of the best third-party player. Probably just going to be Rosemary this season.
Yeah, Rosemary definitely has his strengths there. Coming as a third party, Tony K seems to be more of a team player. He's always like together with his team. And if you kind of remember, like during the league stage, like Rosemary, he has his good moments, and his good moments were like, okay, all of a sudden, like he solo shows up, he shoots from the high ground, puts pressure onto the other teams, and yeah, he does his own thing. But Tony K is always around his teammates, and that's the diversity that these two players provide to their respective teams. And I'm pretty sure they can not only do like that, they can like, okay, if you want me to play as a team play, cool. If you want me to play as a solo player, just do my thing, cool. And that's what are the attributes of making a great player. Being versatile, all sorts of situations, you're able to adapt. So pick up to all these players, and it's not only like, okay, you do it for one season, you do it for 2 seasons. No, you're able to consistently do it every season. So that is definitely a lot of respect to all these players.
I personally feel like team play should be go if we have that kind of title, probably gonna go to it's either Adik Luke or Olio of Judo Lines. If it comes to team play, I think they're more of a team play to definitely give a bit more support, and also when it comes to sticking with the team and a team play, for me is a different concept entirely. Like sticking with the team is just sticking with the team and trying to slightly support them from the back, but being a team player, which means you have your guard up, you're guarding not just yourself, you're guarding heavily your teammate. If he's being knocked down, you're willing to risk yourself out there just to pick them back up. Yummy May, there's going to be a different sort of concept of play entirely from my perspective. He's a more daring person. He loves the CQC way more compared to all the other teams out there. He loves those DBS play. When it comes to Nate, he can drop it. But still, Tony K, I personally feel like, yes, he's good to stick with the team. But when you place Tony K at the back line, you don't have to worry at all. You know he can do his job well because his awareness is so pick high up there. He can even toss a nade a perfect trajectory, exactly how the bounce of the nade. He calculated even that. I don't know how big of a brain he has. He does seems like a very slim and lean figure, but his brain is something else entirely.
Yeah, game sense is definitely the top of his mind. Honestly, game sense is the top of his game, but I kind of repeated that word. So game sense top of his mind. So Tony K definitely has that. I mean, whenever he's left alone, he knows what to do. It almost feels like, wow, this guy, like how he moves, where he looks, all the micro details. You can go down to the ground of it to come up with the best execution possible. And if you remember, like during the league stage, there was that one time where he 1v2 the members of PMSL Esports inside of Erangel. That was amazing. That's arguably still one of the best chicken dinners this season.
It was 1v3 if I'm not mistaken. He was finding a different team, a single player before, and then dealing with the two-player a duo for the last chicken dinner. It was amazing. That's why I'm saying that he's so good at tracking everything down. It's like everything is recorded in his head, but what's not recorded yet? Which gonna be our next chicken dinner? Who will take it away for our next Erangel?
And here is the Erangel before the break. And since we have played at least 5 Erangels in the Grand Finals, we do have interesting data here that Judo Alliance is still the team with the highest average points among them all, followed by Xavier, Vampire Esports, as well as BIGMY. So interesting, the fact that the top 4 teams, they're all from different regions. That gives a little bit more diversity into this map. And to a certain extent, it kind of shows that it's anyone's game in such a balanced map.
Speaking of the map, the flight path even balanced out for this round before you head into the last Erangel map later on. And before we head into the last Erangel, Of course, we're going to have a bit of a break for the players to have a breather and trying to reset themselves, just trying to get themselves some snack to make sure that they won't feel any hungry or will be angry if they're hungry later on. But for the players, they can drop anywhere they fancy. This is the map split it evenly into two sides, west and east. It's all down to the circle. For Vampires, they're gonna drop themselves back to Primos. It's within their reach. Infinity will not be disturbed by the only team. But since yesterday, Vampires split themselves into two sides. Stone and Tony K always drop himself in SMB. This might be the exact circle or close enough, just like yesterday.
Yeah, the last time they kind of did that, which is just yesterday, they scored the chicken dinner. So now, similar strategy with Stone and Tony K to remain in the mid to the base island, and the circle is kind of down there. Probably is a good sign for Vampire Esports, but not a good sign for Joe Branky. Knocked down by Mizi from PEA. Not out yet, but let's continue to look at the feed, and Kiddo will say thank you to the first blood point.
Just on the outskirts of Severny just now, both Team PIGMY and BA dropped themselves just to get those vehicles and seems to be crashing due to the same common interest of the vehicle just now. But of all the teams that we mentioned just on the northern side will be the furthest away, which is going to be PIGMY and BA on the northern side, XERXIA possibly as well. But we're going to expect a lot of teams, including BTR, probably even Sam9. They're trying to get into SMB early, but that didn't work out so well for Sam9 though.
But okay, not good for Stone and Vampire Esports. Just as when we thought that okay, they'll be fine, but no, Sam9 has something to say about this. Tony K is going to be the only man here. The other two members of Vampire Esports, they went to Primos, he tries to fight back, but Yuhai knocks him down. That's going to be it for Tony K and Vampire Esports. Oh man, tough round for them.
Frustration from the crowd the moment Vampires left with only two players. The one that actually parked themselves in SMB, like I mentioned before, as Sam9, when it comes to this sort of circle, they want to rotate in faster. And yesterday, they're actually a bit later than just now because they went in, they're looting on top of the ferry pier first, but this time they just pick what they have, just go straight into the circle, not even have that looting phase yet. Definitely just work with what they have. Seems to be a bit more better approach than yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday I remember this one. They tried to come in through the right bridge and PIGMY went there and they kept them and they lost. So similar timing, but just that this time there was no PIGMY and no other team to like kind of gatekeep the left bridge. So nice anticipation by Sam9 as well to cut across into the mid to the base island, and now they're safe and sound there. They can continue to loot around where the area of Vampire Esports was at, and yeah, I guess they will have a good time here to find the next checkpoint inside of mid to the base before all other teams come by.
Yeah, for Sam9, since yesterday, I think that it's quite already fast rotation, but they feel like, oh, we're kind of late because they're already being gatekeep and bridge camp. We make it faster today. Ditch the looting phase, just go straight into the circle. That's what really happened. And it's like, not working for them? Okay, faster. Every time it's just faster for them. They're like, just keep trying to push themselves the limit. But on the side of the Davis, we're going to expect them to go a bit slower, probably just because the circle moving away, but we can expect them to go into the center, probably in station number 2 or 3 later on. We do have major migration for a lot of teams that happen to be around Rozhok, possibly even Boom start to rotate downwards now, knowing the circle is quite far away from them. We do know when it comes to late rotators coming in, we've seen that happen yesterday against PEA. They're coming so late that they're forced to swim, and the moment they try and swim, there's a lot of people, a lot of players just park themselves around the coastline waiting to tap out whoever's trying to swim over the other side.
Yeah, late swimmers, that is what they need to deal with. I remember that one clearly yesterday. Like there were like at least 2 teams, including one of them, Judo Alliance and probably even TALON, like aiming them down, and there was no way that they could survive that. So I guess learning from yesterday with a similar kind of circle, this time PA might want to do something different. Maybe try to cut across the bridge, or maybe taking the boat right. So let's see what will PA come up with. But it's learning from yesterday. It's unlikely for them to go for the mid reverse swim into mid-30 base.
Last we've seen Alter Ego went for the boat right, since they got himself Lipovka. There's a couple of boats there. So we expect them probably going to do the same thing, coming up from the very southern side of SMB. But boom, taking their own sweet time to slowly rotate and loot up, knowing the fact if they want to get into the circle in the next few stages, they need abundance of troubles, especially the smokes. And best news, if they can get themselves a molly, just trying to push themselves into, in case there will be gatekeepers, just trying to thin out the crowd coming up from the main peninsula from the north. Team Flash is going to be on the run. They're trying to go all the way up first. Probably just going to cross the bridge on the right side, yeah? But we do know that it's going to be Infinity's circle. Now, can they hold this? Because Infinity seems to be a bit more aggressive than yesterday. And it's a good chance for them to secure a chicken dinner for this type of circle.
But if they want to play actively, they do have the advantage of trying to block the right side bridge. And since the circle is kind of skewed towards there, so blocking the right side bridge isn't a bad idea. But for Vampire Esports, okay, early on we saw the two players eliminated early, Tony K as well as Stone, because they got separated from Shrubs as well as Fluke. Both of these players taking the boat ride instead, probably going to land themselves on the south side coast of mid-30 base island and play a little bit more safe this time since they don't have their two big boys together with them.
Taking a bit slower. And they have the time. Boom. Gatekeeping. Bridge camping. Waiting. And just wait for Boom to cross. It's going to be RRQ at the end. I think Boom Razy definitely knows. Quite a risky game he's playing. A dangerous one indeed. Playing on top of the bridge. Trying to scout out. Because RRQ definitely have eyes on top there as well. But if they're not being aware, that's going to be the biggest bridge by Boom Esports. And they're trying to figure out how to get in there. Boom knowing the fact that it's going to be a very occupied bridge at the other end. Probably just wait out other teams to cross through their path. But I don't think a lot of teams want to just cross this left side of the bridge since it's quite far from the circle.
Well, speaking about circle, now let's see how far will it go from that bridge. Wow! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A lot of teams already in this island. And potentially could go back up to the main peninsula. This is going to be one insane circle.
Bizarre one. This is trash, man. But boom, taking on out for RRQ. At the moment we mentioned that they're not being aware. That's definitely going to be the bridge of Razy. And they got the best spot here since the circle. Still in the center of the bridge itself. BTR taking on these Xaviers. RRQ having a hard time to keep track with Razy's position. Found it out his position. There you go. Snake finally shuts down the hindrance, the disturbance for the side of RRQ. A bit of damage taken for the jump, but he needs to save the pack. Oh, he couldn't make it through. Bye, my friend.
Oh well. But at least he got Razy. And that position that Razy held was one of the key positions. Now Snake will try to seek revenge. Okay, here we go. Boom Esports on the move as well. Probably they are anticipating that it's not going to be worthwhile to extend this fight since the circus, well, it kind of shifted up north again. Maybe it's time to just leave this and rotate back in through the north side.
Very indecisive circle. Couldn't decide which way to go. If you have a girlfriend, this might be your girlfriend. Couldn't decide what to eat for the day. Just decided to be in between here. BTR taking out on Infinity. And despite Infinity got the circle since the start, this is surprising since they couldn't hold their ground.
Oh, BTR getting the Infinity who had control of or at the first drop inside Painted Base Island first. BTR naturally drops in Milta and they made a quick move down south, but now they are looking to go back up again. So they seem to will be clashing at this bridge. And not only in the Infinity, the NKT's on the other side too. I mean, the last we checked, a lot of teams are in the main 30 base island. So, well, it's a very rare occasion for them to be forced to migrate back up onto the main peninsula. But hey, it's going to be a different sort of strategy or, overall gameplay that we're going to see soon.
I wish we do have the players' reaction, how flustered they can be regarding the circle shifted to stage number 2 just now. Just too much of how do I say this? Too much of decisions to make, since they don't know whether it will pull back towards the main peninsula. It's very indecisive indeed, but FaZe Clan being spotted by XERXIA. They got a couple of windows there, you have to be extra careful, but the sneaky one, there will be IQOO Alliance sharing just next to FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, if they are oblivious regarding the positions of IQOO Alliance, this is going to be their death bad. This is going to be the bane for the team.
Okay, confirmation. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. So, still a little bit up north, a little bit down south. I mean, I'm having a headache just looking at this kind of circle. Like, what kind of circle is this? I mean, we asked for entertainment, and if you're not entertained by this kind of circle, I don't know what else.
I don't think you have a headache. I think you have a toothache because you're smiling so much right now. We can hear from your voice, by the way. You're like, yeah, this is going to be a fun one. But not so much fun for the players. It happen to be the careers on the line here when it comes a lot at stake. But TALON versus PIGMY. Misery coming in. DMZ trying to fight back with the DPS. 1% HP. 0% now. Back to a side of TALON. It's going to be 2v2. Back to 2v1.
Well. We're going to see a lot of insane fights here. Here we go. Billboard 1v2. DBS. What best weapons to clutch in this sort of situation? Same time as 7-9 in the fight. Oh, here comes Axel. But wait a second. Axel didn't see Billboard? Oh, you don't know he's there? Okay, it's going to be real interesting. What can Billboard come up with?
Billboard. Nothing there. I was hoping for somebody just trying to sneak or peek out for a bit, but he definitely heard the footsteps. He missed it again! Are you kidding me? Not like this! Oh my god!
What?
What sorcery is this? Nobody can see Billboard even though his gun sticks out like that. Are you kidding me? They just went past him without noticing there's somebody else sharing the same house as they do, because they're a bit busy trying to find all the eliminations from afar. And the one that actually will be stolen for the elimination is going to be Team Flash in between so many teams.
Oh man, I'm still like, okay, Billboard. I wonder how long he'll be able to stay that way. But we'll check out Team Flash and FaZe Clan before we come on to Billboard status of the invisibility cloak. Need sent on the side of Batman, so they kind of know that Batman's on the bigger building. But both teams kind of surrounding each other. Let's see who will get that first knock, and that's going to be the advantage that both teams want to find.
Sadly, Team Flash being outnumbered. FaZe Clan do have a full squad. They're down to 3. Batman, he's the game changer for the team here with Kwang and Ghost trying to run around. Batman trying to just cover themselves, making a bit of a noise and just close the door in case they can be overseen by other teams who have to be passing through. Now I know taking a bit of a hiding spot. They might actually play hide and seek here, but FaZe Clan. Billboard is still there, by the way. Finally. Ow!
Oh. Okay. The fact that he survived that long, he deserves bonus points. Just for that. Just for show. But speaking about the show, I couldn't see the circle. Okay. All the best teams in Military Base Island.
Probably the hardest circle, the most challenging circle throughout the entirety of this season. Arguably one of the worst circles for the players, but the most fun for all of us, of course. XERXIA, now whoever didn't leave the main peninsula, I'm glad they didn't actually leave that early. They do have slight advantage here because the circle can still shift back into the main peninsula since we don't have that much place or land when it comes to the SMB side. While PA taking advantage with the numbers against IQOO Alliance. Unfortunately, a lot of teams resort to swimming back. Go back to the main peninsula, guys.
You know what? The happiest of them all is going to be Boom. They will say thank you to RRQ for blocking the bridge and forcing them to turn back. And Boom will be like, yeah, thanks, man. Vampire, think about it, right? They came from Primos, took the boat right in, and now they have to go back up by swimming. Oh man, it's crazy. But okay, Team Flash and FaZe Clan, here we go, part 2.
Team Flash, big flush in, the entire crew of FaZe Clan running in, and they're trying to clear all the corners, trying to find any way possible, any corners they're trying to hide themselves in. They're trying to finish things off, but Boom, unfortunately, now despite they made a U-turn just now, PA just greeted them on the other end. I feel like Boom pretty stuck themselves in between 2 bridges, and The BT also taking on Sam9. It's going to be another rush by Sam PA and Boom. Seems to be a bit of exchange of nade, but Team Flash down to only Batman left.
Oh, Batman in the smoke. Infinited just like that. It's going to be 9 noise. You know, Kwang and also Momo with Batman. That is going to be a win for FaZe Clan against Team Flash. As now we move back over to Boom Esports and PA.
Boom. I was hoping them to gatekeep RRQ just now. Like, you did that to us, now we're doing that back to you. But they're going straight into the northern side of the circle now. PA greeted them. Meezy bleeding out. Kiddo screaming for help. The IGL has just come over here, Kiddo. I can revive you. Hopefully that frenzy don't toss any hand grenade, but if he does, it's gonna be Pomdit that finished things off, leaving only Traxi down for PEA. But Pombet got, I think that's gonna be a long spray from a different team entirely just now.
Yeah, and because all these teams are just so close to each other, they could come from anywhere. And let's not forget the amount of water in this circle. It will force teams to be even more closer. So players like Trexie, you know, especially gotta be super duper quiet, especially if any shots were to fly by from the outside into the building. But speaking of outside into the circle, let's see how will the Infinity cut across them now.
I agree with the viewers though. The safest route will be you cosplaying as a fish. That's where a lot of swimmers probably we get to see even RRQ and Vampire swimming. Even Reservoir Tiger, welcome to the Swim PUBG Mobile Swim League it is. PMSL. Sam9 toss over the hand grenade to Infinity. Greeted Tiger X down on his knees. Returned the favor from Infinity but didn't clip on anyone. Well, hello, the next circle, but low you bleeding out. Here comes another toss, but they dodge it. Sam9 do have a couple of stairs to take covers. Couldn't finish off Tiger X, but the circle still will be on the northern side. Oh, mean circle.
I grew them to the circle at some point, knowing that how trashy it is. But Sam9 no circle, okay, but they have to figure out the fight because we don't want the Infinity to backstab you. Yuhan to be low at this moment, Yuhan goes down. And now the other members of Sam9 have to follow up, but they're just too far away and they're kind of occupied with other teams.
A BTR just backstabbed Sam9 from the back just now, leaving Canny to do all the work. The last remaining standing player of Sam9, BTR coming up from the back. Whoever's in the center of the bridge will not be safe either. The best way, go for the swim, brother. Just jump down. It's gonna be the swimming league. That's what we call PMSL for, the PUBG Mobile Swimming League. And Kenny has got burned. He needs the water. He's not jumping yet. He's going in for the rush. He's taking a fight like a man. And he goes down.
Nice fight back by the Infinity though. Sam9 lost their ground when they were on the defensive side, but yeah, two of their players were kind of distracted by other teams behind. Speaking about other teams, look at the XERXIA, FaZe Clan just next to each other. And not only that, they are on the outside of the circle, especially Mela. Okay, the other members of FaZe Clan, they're on the inside, but they have to pick up Mormon. Vintorez will be on it while Mela makes his way.
Mela, his ammunition is pretty low right now. I think it was less than 50 reserve in his magazines when it comes to the rifles M416. Tapping up from afar, 9 noise, hoping it will connect to Fluke. Alva just next to them, barely got any space, but we do have different teams rotating the other side. XERXIA trying to just shut down on FaZe Clan. Now FaZe Clan focusing on different teams. They have to focus on all angles towards the side. Look at the swings coming in. XERXIA's just around in the left, right, center. Mela trying to confuse them. But Mela, that's going to be a bad sight to be seen by XERXIA. Running low with bullets. A lot of teams seem to be running dry with their resources too. Infinity taking on RRQ. XERXIA still keeping the pressure towards FaZe Clan.
And look at the amount of teams in the circles. This is crazy. 11 teams. Circle number 5. Hands for you. Went down early. Taken out by Tony K from afar. Right now, FaZe Clan trying to take advantage. Lobbing nade after nade across. Beautiful nade by FaZe Clan. And XERXIA falling apart. They do have a split, so some of the players are kind of busy all the way behind.
Let's do it, Mela. Here comes another toss. He dropped a big one just now. trying to open up the smoke as much as he can, building a bridge to cross over towards the side of XERXIA, closing their distance. While Nino's keep the pressure on vampires, he's still keeping track of the teams under the bridge, just in case he try to pick out. But Mela taking the front line, just gonna take this one by himself, forcing the fight against XERXIA within the smoke. And that's just Talon snatching it away, Yoru from behind. Devastated FaZe Clan, now forcing them some advance towards the rest of the teams at the end of the bridge.
Oh, look at this. And Linux still wanting more out of FaZe Clan, putting a lot of pressure onto them. But we are at stage 5, moving to stage 6, so they might not get the circle. But look at the split by Talon. 2 players up north, maybe they have 3 players. They have 1 player down south. So that southern player has to be extra careful not to be knocked down. Now it's going to be hard for him to be saved. And that's going to be Yoru all alone there. Now on the other side, PMSL Esports, who made the decision to U-turn after being gate-capped by RRQ. Now made it into stage 5, top 8 now.
Oh, alter ego. Infinity Tiger X. I think Logan just gave away the information that they need. Now, they're putting 1 beta down there to give them information. That's pretty much an easy task because they do have the numbers of Infinity. It's going to be done for alter ego, leaving only Alva behind the pillar of the bridge.
Ooh. Right now, the Infinity, after taking out 7-9, look at the control they have on this bridge. BTR had to come in on the other side. Oh man, there was almost no way. There was absolutely no way you're going to be able to survive this.
How to survive? You can't even fight back. You can just watch your friends and die when you're swimming here. But Infinity, they finally docked themselves up. Tourniquet and Logan on the move. They're going back to the main peninsula. We go. The circle push all the way towards the north again. It's going to be a fluke waiting Logan to dock up. But Tourniquet couldn't help him if that happens.
Oh, there you go. Logan from the lower ground. Just right in front of Logan now. Okay, Straps. Okay, there's Nate to take it out. There, boom! There you go. Logan on his team.
Straps tossing a big one, breaking the formation of Infinity. Here comes another nade drop randomly by fluke of the day, just down to 66 with his rifle. But from behind, FaZe Clan, out of nowhere, starts stabbing and poking them from the back. Straps have to decide whether to take their eliminations or fight the ones behind. But Boom and these Xaviers, they try to play it quiet, but they will not be allowed to do so. But the moment they challenge, still defend it. But here comes Nate.
Ooh, that was close. Now he has to pick up his teammates. Should be able to do so. They have the circle. PMSL Esports, interesting enough, eliminated number 7 with 5 elimination points. But nade after nade still been locked in by Talon. Not able to land the nade into the second floor. So Xavier, with all those nade misses, they managed to reset.
Look at the nade flying over the side. Talon just keep the pressure on these Xaviers. Misery. Still have plenty of nades, by the way. 6 in his hands. Hoping it will connect on 1. But if they did not check the small shack in front of the storage where Paradigm is at, Talon can just push in. There's also walls for them to climb through. The safest route will be them going on the right side where BT are waiting around the other end as well. But for Talon, it's okay for them to play this a bit more longer. We do have 10 more seconds. Then we get to decide who will be the first one to be burned off by the blue.
Oh yes, so we'll need to see how far the circle will go. But very likely these teams that we can see on screen will not get the circle. Oh, wow! Stage 6 circle, you still have like, what, 56?
BTR?
What is wrong with this circle? I'm out of here.
BTR bought it.
Oh my goodness.
It's 100% BTR circle, man. They're split into 2 formation. Now all they need to do is just crunch time, keep their resources open, and they'll be fine as long as they have enough ammunition and hand grenades possibly. But Nate T still not done with Talon. I don't think Talon have much utilities after this.
Oh man, I wonder how much you see the circle costs. Well, BTR definitely has the money to do that. There's almost no way. Look at this. Everyone else is across the road from BTR. Then everyone else needs to like cut across the road. BTR has this spread. I mean, everything is onto BTR. If BTR botched this, I don't know what else to say.
As long as they have enough utilities. Speaking of utilities, they're running dry for Talon. Even the ammunition won't be enough to last long enough here. 57 in reserve of his UMP. That's his secondary weapon. I don't think it's going to be more than that for his primary weapon, which is going to be the M416. PUBG is still hiding. I'm waiting for PUBG making a surprise. He definitely got the information for Misery.
Ooh, here we go. Axel knocked down. And TALON, I don't know how long they'll be able to last now.
It feels like a deja vu, Cloud. Yesterday they did so much work, didn't gain anything.
Oh yeah, that Miramar match. Yep. Okay, but at least this time TALON got 7 eliminations, so not feeling too bad. But still, this kind of circle, I don't know how they're going to be able to fight it. But he gets Linux and Tony K still struggling to even get into the circle.
FaZe Clan, they are shutting down Infinity from hiking up. Here comes the long toss and boom! It didn't connect entirely, but down to 50% of Tony K. He couldn't save Tiger, but FaZe Clan is on the rise. 6 eliminations. We're down to 4 teams, but these Xavier still consistently getting themselves in the top 4. Despite of that, they still have 1 player still alive. TALON, unfortunately, well, they did all they can.
Yep, that was Yoru, the last man for TALON that was eliminated by FaZe Clan. Now it's between the top 3 teams here. See, FaZe Clan can somehow beat the odds, but I don't know about that. Stage 8 circle, it is still 100% BTR. How much UC did they used to spend to buy this circle? Man, it's all worth it for them if they can score this chicken dinner.
This is not a wrangle, but it is BTR map entirely when it comes to this stage. It's BTR stage as well. But XERXIA is down. They find an opening for the side of FaZe Clan. So this might be their opportunity, but don't forget about the Xaviers. They managed to reset themselves as a trio. Gen Force spreading across the other side of BTR, but they can still pick up their members that have been knocked down earlier. Mela taking the front line like it's nobody's business. Such an open space here, but these Xaviers, they do have a bit of cover, but the problem is time is not on their side. The blue zone is pushing them to advance.
Oh, okay, yes, and the blue will definitely push them to move forward, and right now PUBG is pretty exposed. See how PUBG can do this. Can he beat the odds? PUBG, 1 last tick of health left. Shadows open out now, PUBG down, and that is it. This is the most surprising chicken dinner of them all. BTR for the chicken dinner.
BTR really play along with the circle. They have to fight their way in. Wait, what? But yeah. How tilted it was till the end now. I mean, like, when it comes to the circle, it always favors the team with the compound with the least amount of team, and it's no surprise BTR actually got that. They were smart playing at the place where nobody else did challenge them. But what an indecisive circle. Push all the way down, then go back up in the last minute. What the heck?
I know, right? This is the scammiest circle this season. Okay, and with Scam. Ooh, wow. 10 eliminations by Satan. Nicely done. So it is 14 eliminations for BTR. I also want to point out that actually BTR, during the start, they went to Novo. Like, they already went to meet the base island, and somehow magically they reappeared back onto the Milta side. So it's like they made that quick decision to go back up, maybe in stage 2 or something like that. And yeah, from then onwards, it was just BTR buying the circle.
I think it was stage 3 possibly, when the circle was like a 50-50 between 2 sides at the end of each bridge. They say like, we don't feel good about this because despite SMB was the majority of the first circle, might as well go back now, guys. Back to where we belong. But Sadar, I agree. Every single player of BTR can execute as much as all the others. 886 damage, 100 damage received. He got so sneaky with his position with 9 eliminations.
Yeah, 886 damage dished out and 35% team contribution, and everyone in BTR survived to the end. Did not give away any points to other teams. Now, besides BTR, credit to FaZe Clan, who had to fight to get across the Xavier. Pretty much the same situation. TALON, well, caught amongst other teams, but they still managed to score a good amount of eliminations despite them having that split that they could not rejoin each other, or they could not rendezvous with each other at the previous round, letting Yoru all alone on the southern side because he was kind of busy with FaZe Clan. So still managed to get up to a top 4 finish for them. But let's check out the best moments here with this insane circle.
Now it's all about the numbers. The team with 14 eliminations, thanks to them making a big U-turn at the very moment they needed to, before the rest of the teams realized, hey, the circle just don't seem to like us anymore. BTR made the right decision to go back. They scored them 14-24. This is going to be the highest eliminations in this grand finals.
I was actually looking forward to see the map and the rotation. Normally after like the replay, so that we can see what timing the BTR did that, but hey, I guess now it's kept a secret. And if a similar circle comes out again, BTR will have like secret sauce to doing that. But what's no secret here is that with this kind of insane circle, I mean, it's hard to fault the teams, right? IQOO Alliance, Team Flash, NKT, PIGMY did not score anything at all. I mean, it is an insane circle. Any fan would have to forgive their team for not performing in this round.
Ooh, Xavier taking back the #1 spot, pushing IQOO Alliance all the way down, but the gap between these top three, I mean, they are in different league entirely for this top three. 104.99, boom, 1 point, one more point, you can do it. IQOO Alliance 94, just 10 points in difference, but such a small gap here between the teams.
And newsflash, XERXIA is still, but XERXIA now has 11 total points, so they have gained a little bit more, and now they are in the double-digit bracket. Great, but still no place on the points yet. The only team without them. As for some of the other heavyweights, okay, Alter Ego still on page 2. Went down to page 2. They went back up, and now they're back down to page 2. PA slowly sliding down as well. The only team with a I wouldn't say the only team with a chicken dinner here. It's them and Sem9, the only two teams with chicken dinner on page 2. They need to find their footing again. Like whatever formula they had yesterday in day 1, PA, they kind of missed that today.
Yep, it feels like a different change or different map entirely when it comes to this wrangle. I don't blame them based on that circle, by the way. But speaking of which, I'm looking forward if FaZe Clan, this is what I wish for FaZe Clan, because I want them to be one of the top 3 teams or even take a trophy for once, but I don't know if it's doable still for them. Imagine with Moment how he plays so aggressively, right? If he actually put up with Mela at the front line, will things change for FaZe Clan then?
Ooh, like Mela plays in front instead of Moment. I do kind of like the idea.
With Moment.
With Moment, okay, being pet, right? I do actually kind of like the idea. I do like Mela as a front liner.
Yeah. When he was in Infinity, right? You remember those days where his frags and also his grenades were crazy. And because it's like Hans for you and Rosemary in the front line, it would be more aggressive if Moment and Mela actually plays that too.
Yes, I do like that idea. So I don't know, Torres or I don't know, coach, whoever makes the decision, you know, we'd like to see that kind of pairing. Mela and Moment, that'll be kind of nice. And then that means that Torres will stay behind. Just to play that support role, because he's the IGL anyway, so it would make absolute sense for him to be the one to kind of like control the movement of the other teammates.
Well, hopefully we can get to see that, maybe one day or today, who knows. But for XERXIA, I think they should figure out how to play it safest, like back to square one, how Xavier is doing it, right? Like yesterday, they didn't do great for their eliminations and frags. They go back to their classical, their strengths, which are going to be positions. But for the side of XERXIA, they pretty much flank out both their eliminations. None. They don't have any position too. So hopefully they make a comeback. But before we're heading into the next wrangle map, we're going to head into the break for a bit. Don't go anywhere. See you guys just in a bit.
ดวงไม่ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของ
โอ้
ดีๆ
ปาก
เลย
ดีปาก
กูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุด
โอ้ย
เอ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
มาลุ้นตัวหน่อยนะ
โอ้แพ้อีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย
เอาดี ใครกันแน่
แบกมาทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาดิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิ เข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิ
เออ
กูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อม
ladies and gentlemen, 9 matches down, 9 to go. We are halfway there of this incredible tournament of total of 18 matches. So 9 has been completed and still 9 to go. So it's halfway there, and I'm sure every team is feeling the pressure, and the most pressure comes down to this team, Boom, because they are the previous tournament champion, and this is their next tournament. So I want to ask them, how does it feel to be the winner of the previous tournament, and what kind of techniques they have to win back-to-back? So, being the previous tournament winner, what will you do to make sure that you win back-to-back and be crowned the champ again?
Oke, Yami, dengan last season kamu mendapatkan kejuaraan, kamu adalah champion season lalu, apakah yang kamu bakal lakuin untuk kamu mempertahanin kejuaraan kamu?
Yang bakal kita lakuin yang terbaik setiap matchnya.
Yeah, I think the most thing that we're gonna do in order for us to defend our title is, of course, we're gonna do our best in every game.
How would it feel to win back-to-back in PUBG Mobile, in the spring tournament and now in the summer tournament?
Kalau rezeki Boom Esports mengangkat piala kali ini dan menjadi back-to-back champion, gimana perasaan kamu?
Yang pasti senang karena piala Indonesia piala yang keempat ini buat Indonesia lagi.
Of course, I will feel very, very happy and very proud. Is because of 4 times PMSL will be held, and we are the only country that take the trophy back to Indonesia.
Right. So, which team in this competition, in the PUBG Summer tournament, do you feel is the most threat to Boom?
Oke, sepanjang grand final ini, tim manakah yang kamu ngerasa itu bakal bikin kamu khawatir lah, kamu takut, ataupun itu bakal kasih ancaman ke Boom Esports sendiri?
Kalau ancaman nggak ada sih, karena kita fokus ke tim sendiri.
I don't think there's any threat on this grand final is because of we only focus on ourselves.
Right. So, as we all know, the top 3 team in the PMSL Summer Tournament 2024 is so close. There's only like a couple of points different. How will you make sure that you win with such a tiny margin difference?
Oke, ini udah setengah match, udah setengah hari lah, intinya setengah turnamen ini udah habis, ada lagi 9 match, dan poin itu bisa dibilang dikit aja gitu, bedanya nggak terlalu jauh. Bagaimanakah kamu bakal mengatasi masalah ini dengan poin yang sekecil ini buatkan kamu juara?
Yang pasti kita nguatin mental, terus yang kedua ya lakuin yang terbaik setiap gamenya, karena kalau kita ngelakuin yang terbaik setiap gamenya pasti kita bakalan di atas.
First of all, yes, of course we talk about mental, and we already prepare our mental to be in this kind of position. And then second thing is we need to give our very best in every game so that we can get a lot of points. And we're gonna be the champion.
Right. So Yami Mui, as representative from the Boom team and the leader of the Boom team, any words you would like to say to all the other teams?
Oke, ada sedikit kata-kata yang mau disampaikan ke 16 tim yang bermain di hari ini.
Mungkin untuk tim Indo ya. Semangat untuk tim Indo, semoga kita bisa masuk ke PMWC 5 top Indo.
I don't have much to say, but I want to say specific to Indonesian team. I just hope that all top 5 spot to PMWC is from Indonesia. So good luck and all the best and have fun.
And any words you would like to say to your most threat? Just give them a preview or a taste of what you want to say.
Oke, kalau ada lah satu tim yang bisa dibilang ancaman buat Boom, ada nggak yang mau dibilang ke mereka?
Ancaman ya paling RRQ sih. Kalau yang dibilang nggak ada sih, karena kita bestie aja gitu, jadi sering ketemu.
So I think our threat is gonna be RRQ, but then I just don't want to say much thing. I just want to say good luck and have fun. It's because we are best friend.
Can you provoke a team? Just make it exciting.
Dia cuman kalau bisa nggak kamu provoke tim itu?
Nggak bisa.
Yeah, I don't want to provoke them. We are friends.
Okay, you're friends, but today you're competitors, but the respect is definitely there. Okay, thank you to Yami Mui from Boom Team. Thank you to our great translator. Right, I said, ladies and gentlemen, 9 matches down, 9 to go. Let's see how it turns out. And yes, the top 3 teams are so close. There are only a couple of points different. So we'll see who will be crowned the champion. Remember, there's only one champ, but we'll still have to wait and see after 9 games. There could be any dark horse who takes the top spot, or any of these 3 teams can be the winner. All right, back to our casters. Best of luck to all 16 teams.
Well. Expecting a promo from Yami. Well, good try there. But good try for BTR as well. 2033 damage with such a insane circle to manage. TALON coming in second, 1766. FaZe Clan 1575 and 79, 1423.
A decent amount of damage output and quite a hefty amount of points by BTR, making sure they go back to nearby where the initial drop spot was. It was a crucial for BTR, and lucky for them, nobody actually tried to contest them out of their place just now. But also when it comes to the top 4 smoke specialists, you have to give it to FaZe Clan. They have more than the rest of the top teams up here. 37 smokes being used, TALON with 26, same amount of boom. But XERXIA, unfortunately, despite they got so many smokes, if only the elimination is as much as their smokes, right?
Yeah, if we take the opposite, right? Like BTR's not here at all, but they got the chicken dinner because they didn't really need the smokes. It's more like, okay, you come to us instead. Shows that a lot of work been put out by all these teams, but hey, at the end of the day, BTR is the one that got the chicken dinner because they bought the circle.
Yep. How many UCs? Who knows? That's gonna be the mystery for today. 100% BTR all the way. But that was quite an amazing wrangle. Also speaking of which, the toughest of them all so far throughout the entirety of this seasons as a league. We're not talking just about the grand finals, the entirety of the season of the league. But speaking of, just to recap our interview just now, Yami, he's a nice guy, man. He's a gentle guy. It's so hard to have some provocation coming out from him. He's like so nice. He's nice.
Yeah, you are probably not gonna get it out of him. At least for now, that
Ever.
is. But yeah.
Ever.
Who knows? People change. You know, you give him a few more years and he'll be rowdy or something. I don't know. But you know, when that graphic of those teams got the chicken dinner came out, I noticed one thing. Today is Red Day team.
Oh, we're back to that.
Yeah. Now waiting for TALON. BTR got it. Okay, TALON. Who else?
FaZe.
FaZe. Okay.
If Mormon and Mela playing the front line, of course, why not?
NKT. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Is it like literally 3 teams? BTR got it. So EX got it.
Alter Ego?
I don't know. Feels a bit grim now for Alter Ego, honestly.
Okay,
I
then.
don't know what really happened.
Well, then let's take FaZe, TALON, NKT. I mean, a good amount of red teams here. So if they can come up with a mix, that'd be nice.
I really wish we actually have an interview with Alter Ego to ask them what's up, because this is, I mean, they're dropping the ball entirely for the grand finals here.
Yeah. Sometimes it's nicer to hear like rather than teams that's already performing, and then you kind of get like standard answers. It's sometimes nicer to hear like teams who are not performing, just to know what's happening and get a little bit more insight on what exactly is going on.
Yeah, it seems like they are having some issues that they need to solve it quickly, because like the host mentioned just now, we're halfway through with only 9 more maps to go. 3 remains for today. The other 6 will be tomorrow, which is going to be the last day. If they want to play catch-up game, that's probably going to be rough, because we do know all the top 3 teams by end of today would definitely have more than 100 points.
Yeah, we already have the first 100-point team, that is the Xavier. BIGETRON Esports is just 1 point behind 100, and Utilize is 6 points behind 100. So 3 more games to go. It's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for them. And expect, like what you said, right, a few other teams to join them. Teams very, very close, like ETR, maybe like even Vampire, doing it for the home fans as well. So far, the best performing Thai team to maybe come in the 100-point bracket by the end of the last 3 games.
Now, speaking of the point bracket, right, it's pretty close from 5th place, probably even from 4th place, down to 13th place. The gap, it's less than 20 points. I mean, from the 4th, maybe up to 9th place. But we do have a bit of swap from the side of RRQ.
Yeah, so Hexas is playing in the absence of Asa this time. And yesterday Hexas he played as well, but he played like either he started playing the second half or the Miramar maps. But this time they're gonna put him in. Yeah, so let's see what sort of dynamics is Hexas able to bring, because RRQ they have not been the best performance as well.
Well, we kind of familiarize ourselves and getting used to the RRQ that we known during the league stage this season. They're a bit more aggressive, a bit more firepower in there, and just recklessly coming in for the eliminations. Like they were, like how do I tell this? Like it's head to head between RRQ gameplay and the Infinity, but when it comes to the grand finals, it feels like Infinity do have a better spot and play as a better outcome compared to RRQ that seems to be toned down a bit, not a bit, by a lot.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like they used to be one of the teams to be feared, but season after season they seem to go down in terms of performance. But for Sem9, they're also looking to refresh their lineup. Loyu taking a break, and Depth is going to come into the Sem9's lineup. And Sem9 currently they are at the second last place still. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back, because for Sem9 themselves, they actually created a watch party and fans are there watching, so hopefully they'll be able to give back to the fans supporting all the way from Malaysia.
Adam coming in as Blaze being replaced. I don't know, Blaze has been playing quite a lot, but I think they don't want to overexhaust the players. So definitely Blaze need a bit of a breather. I think Adam can play pretty well himself, but we don't see a lot of his plays when it comes to the grand finals here. But speaking of Sem9, I agree. Definitely they need a change, and Brian's coming in alongside with that. We're gonna wait and see whether there's a change from the teams that had major swaps just now. But we're back into Erangel for our last run Erangel of the day. Let's fly.
Final Erangel for day number 2 of the grand finals, and we're going to get the flight path starting from the south side this time. Military base up to Stalber. Alright, now even the previous round we had a good flight path until there's a thing called circle that arrived.
Yeah, the moment I saw SMB in as a start of our flight kind of traumatized me based on the last circle. That last circle was, I think that it has been a while we actually had a bridge circle after the patch where it was a long time ago, around two years, a year before, that after we have the platform attached to the bridge, we never have that kind of a bridge circle ever until today. That's been a very long time.
Yeah, I know, right? I could hardly remember the last time we got the bridge-ish circle, so great stuff, great stuff. I mean, this is where the grand final comes in, like all the best moments or best kind of situation scenarios are all served to us, but oh, not so best for Deb. And Deb just came back.
Oh, he didn't even get to play for a second. Literally a second. The timer just started. It was a 0-0 mark, but no. No! Why?
Yes!
Oh man! Don't tell me it's gonna go north again.
If it goes north again, everybody's out the door. Like, the door is that way for everyone, including
the game's
production.
broken by now, man.
Yeah, the game is just gone. Okay, unless if it's like purely mated race circle 5, but if it happens like just now, you know, see you guys tomorrow.
Who needs firepower? And you have the circle against you. You don't need weapon. You probably need a boat now.
Well, Lapa needs his AK against potentially Triple F, who came past by, and Spider 10 on the right as well. ETR. Reach camp? Nope. Okay, no, they're gonna let this one go. Focus on the loot, people.
BTR is like, we know how the circle plays last time. We don't rush ourselves into the SMB anymore. Not this time. We know what we did. Last time we did work well. But you know what, Cloud? It's been a while. We actually see players and teams that use the boat as barricade when they're swimming to make sure they won't be discovered, right? We've never seen that before. Maybe it's just a rare sight to have circles inside of a water these days.
Yeah, because of the esports mode, we won't see a 100% water circle. So yeah, that's why.
Esports, wait, what?
Because of the esports mode, like the tournament mode.
No, that's what I meant. Like last circle, esports, what?
That still had like land. Like I'm talking about like 100% water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like it won't happen because of the esports mode. So it would definitely go to land. Yeah.
I miss Vikendi based on this sort of circle. I think it still plays in my mind about the Vikendi no land circle last time. That was years ago. It was so much fun. But also when it comes to the nade, when a player toss, it's been a while we actually see a zigzag nade as well.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Nobody got time for that, perhaps.
Yeah, nobody got time for that. If you get that kind of circle, like nobody got time for that kind of nade. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that kind of trick, you know. Like who has time for that? Like,
But
fancy stuff.
it's a tricky nade though. It's pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, tell that to the players. They'll be like, well, your awesomeness doesn't give us points, okay? We ain't got time for that. Yeah.
Your awesomeness don't give us the moolah. We need the 200,000 USD for the prize pool.
Yeah, your awesomeness does not give us the trophy, you know. Your awesomeness does not give us the glam and
Hey, you got the glam.
potentially new girlfriends. I don't know, whichever it is.
Just because you can toss the nade. Just because you can get a girlfriend. Like,
Yeah.
my boyfriend can toss the nade like in a weird angles or
Yeah.
like zigzag or even plays in alphabets while tossing the nade.
Yeah, can your boyfriend do that? No, right? Yeah, my boyfriend is more awesome than your boyfriend.
What are we talking? But you know what? Something that I noticed about Line seems like bicycles is the way to go for them. Every single time they have to go through SMB.
Yes. But speaking about going through SMB, I noticed that a lot more teams are able to go through SMB. Like, there are not many teams that are playing the gatekeeping role. Even Xavier came by.
Oh!
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Swimming League, PMSL.
Yeah, PMSL.
Yeah, PMSL.
If it's somehow it's gonna be shotgun league, but this one in Wrangle we go for swimming. If it's Mirama, then what S stands for?
PUBG Mobile Sushi League.
Sandwich.
Yeah, Sandwich League. Yeah, just because I'm hungry, so all the food terms comes out. Satay League.
Yeah.
Satay League's not bad because satay you have to like roast, right? And Mirama is like kind of hot, so you know, players get
You
roasted.
get pinch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get pinch as well.
Pinch, yeah. Sardine
But
League.
maybe Super Dry League too, because Super Dry when they're drying out of their resources, you know, when they tap it from afar. Just now also, speaking of being dry, the resources for BTR just now when it comes to magazines, when they won the last chicken dinner, they barely got enough bullets. But they still have a couple of hand grenades. But when it comes to the smoke stats just now, they don't have the most as well. Just how conservative and how efficient they use with their resources just now.
Yeah, I mean, they probably spend all their resources buying the circle. So
Oh, that's how
Yeah.
much it costs you then.
all the bullets and all the whatever utilities and smokes, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't use it with UC, I guess.
Maybe that's their secret, you know. That's why they're not telling us. And that's why even though they got the chicken dinner with that kind of circle, it's not them being interviewed. If you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, we won't spill it for you guys.
Yeah.
That's our secret to keep until death do us part.
Yeah.
Talent? I think due to the last circle, everybody just kind of unsure which way to go. Might as well wait for the 50-50 here.
Yeah, they're probably right now like paranoid of the circle. It's like, nope. Traumatized. Nope. They'll be like, nope. That's why Talon is like, nope. I'm staying here. Nope. Even though it's like 80% mid to the base, is like, nope. Not gonna happen again. Fool me once.
By the way. Yeah.
Yeah, what do they call that? Fool me once. And
Fool
then,
me twice.
Fool me.
And then, are you Death of Paradise?
Oh, okay. I have to G that. Okay. Fool me once.
Definitely
Okay.
gonna G that.
Yeah, I'm going to G that. Okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah.
Are you Death of Paradise?
The Death of Paradise?
He doesn't know the song, guys.
No.
Forget
Nope. Nope. I'm too old for that.
Oh yeah, I think it probably age is an issue for music taste, of course. But okay,
It
jokes
doesn't show up
aside.
on my G though. Just saying. Just put it out there.
But when it comes to the circle, still indecisive. But this time not so much. It's 100% SMB. There's no way it can go up north by this time. But look at the circle. It's not even in the map at the end of it. What kind of a game is this?
So, well, what are we having here today, right? Not that I'm complaining. I mean, I'm just saying, just because we're casting. But if let's say I'm not casting, I'm watching this as a viewer, like all you guys out there, I'll be like, yeah, boy, give us more. We like it this way. Yeah.
Not if your team's losing.
Saying, so says track C from PA, the second one to be eliminated.
Well, PA, they try to rotate as fast as they can. But it's either go super fast or super slow for PA. It's so hard for them to balance it out in the middle. They will have some issues to that. But they do have Adam. Now, Adam just warming up to this tournament, yeah, compared with Blaze, who a bit more experienced based on how much game he actually exposed himself in the grand finals. Maybe Adam is trying to find his footing, trying to play about the flanker that he needs to. But these Xaviers, well, they're taking their own sweet time. So these Xaviers has been same objective for the entire day. We're gonna play it safe, be in the center, attract no one's attention. But if they're being forced to fight, they have to. And just now, I think Boom forced them out just now.
Wow. But Lobby X is forced back into the lobby. Get it? And there goes XERXIA. Although double digit, but still the only team without any placement points at all. That is insane for a team that has decent amount of experience at this stage of the tournament. Just not get any placement points at all. But Vampire Esports, okay, they knock themselves, they pick up Gosu. That's going to be their first point in the market.
And speaking of Vampires, by the way, they dropped themselves the entire team instead of break into 2-2. 2 on the main peninsula and another 2 Stone and Tony K on SMB. This time a full 4 dropped themselves in SMB instead. So that's a pretty solid start from Vampires, knowing even the circles in their favor. But FaZe Clan, it's a long journey. But I wish we get to see what we want to see. Vintorius and Nine Noise taking the front line. Mela being the support at the back. Infinity taking on RIQ. Now that's going to be fun to watch. Infinity and RIQ, both teams have high firepower. They are aggressive teams that seem to be butting their heads early on.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who actually wins the fight. Okay, we have that on visual. And it's actually inside on mid to the base. The fight for the middle of the circle. So it's worthwhile if they take a frontal approach, but maybe not for them since open space between the two, so they gotta let that one go. Plus, we might as well wait for the next space of circle. Honestly, I'm even more interested to see teams from main peninsula coming in, how they're gonna survive at this stage.
If there's any bridge campers, we're not sure of that. But oh, we don't have Asa. I was hoping to see Asa in this one. TALON take it on PIGMY. And RIQ, I'm looking forward for Asa because this the circle that last time I saw a couple of years back, where RIQ gained high volume of eliminations by playing around the center of SMB, and Asa was the pivotal player that actually go for the off angle. He was pretty smart taking those high elevations and just shooting people from above. But FaZe Clan seems to be bumping into XERXIA. You talked about the one that's in the main peninsula, still having a lot of challenges for them.
Yes, and the elimination feed is rolling right now. RNJ out to get up at moment. And waiting for the next one to happen. We still have like 4 teams at least still tanking the blue. So expect more casualties. PEA while their players kinda low, but not out yet. And we are moving to stage 4 in about 1 minute 50 seconds. Hopefully you get to see what exactly is happening with some of these teams. Okay, we have XERXIA here. All the best with FaZe Clan.
But it's stage 3. They cannot overextend themselves with over 1 kilometers away from the circle. It's stage 3. It's already so late and so deep in the blue now.
Yeah, and coming to stage 4, it's not gonna be easy. I noticed like one of the players only has like one first aid and one med kit. That's about it. Like Mizi only has one first aid. He has to share with his other teams. There you go. 2.
Not gonna work out for them. Quickly spotted out by Mizi. They need to wrap things up quickly. Mizi. I think Dimsy probably still have first aid, but it's gonna be gatekeepers here. FaZe Clan, boom. Now there's gonna be fun, boom. Be gatekeep before. Finally have a bit of taste of gatekeeping the others, but like we mentioned, half kilometer, 600 meters away from the circle, they overextended their stay with play zone finish off FaZe Clan members.
And Torres was the one to be taken out by the blue. And 3 more to go. They're still spending time in it. Adam from PA taken out by Billboard. Last we saw Torres went out. FaZe Clan, they're still stuck at the bridge. But actually, they're the ones who could retreat because they're on the mid-to-the base island. But they choose to stay there to try to block out their opponents coming in. But for PEA, they must win the fight against PIGMY now.
2 players left. They're surrounding all angles here. But last we seen, one of the players knocked down as well. They might actually just lose the entirety of the bridge cam here. It's not going to be worth it for both teams because I don't see Dimsy with any more first aids as well. We're rotating into stage number 4. The bandages will not help at this point with the teams without any first aids. Dimsy have won. But down to Kiddo. Last time we saw PA don't have that much health utilities too.
Yeah, they're pretty low the last time we saw them. I wonder how much more. Okay, that's Kiddo. He's using bandages and like what you said, right? He probably does not have any first aids. Not too sure. Hopefully we get a visual later on. But what we're sure is that Mela 1v2. Here we go.
1v2. They're just winning so far. But here comes 9-9 to the rest of FaZe Clan. Will they save? Nope, they made a U-turn by Mela. But for XERXIA, even if they pick each other up, they do have a couple of first aids. But they will not make this out alive.
Yeah, so yeah. They chose to be there though. They had the option of like, okay, let's just, get away and all that, but they kind of chose to be there. So let's see the other members of FaZe Clan, how's it going to be for them. And they arrived and made the things. But for PA, well, we talked about that. We weren't sure how many first aids they have and looks like they're out.
Next is going to be XERXIA. I'm just counting out the time here. FaZe Clan barely made it through. With only 2 left. Heavy casualties, got 2. XERXIA, I don't know how he can get out of the blue. Hopefully he made it in time. Yep, he got a couple of heals. And KT will pass across Alter Ego. With BTR on the other end too. Right on top of military base. We have most teams already inside and in the center.
Yeah, this is what we call a slow death. But hey, somehow XERXIA managed to get away from the blue. Okay, good work there. But okay, 7-9 now. Team that is playing with 3 players at number 15 at this moment going up against Vampire Esports. Crashing into the compound, they don't have the man advantage. Vampire Esports tries to get a knockdown. Nade on the stone, close one.
Here comes another toss. Stone need to re-heal himself, but Tony K already prepping out. Another one might hit on you high. I don't know how much damage that will conflict towards his side. But Tony K trying to coming up from off angle and hit on Kenny. That's going to be the go time for Vampires. They're rushing in, but Tony K, where's the follow-up? He seems to be alone down there. Stone and Fluke still shrubs at the back line. It's 1v2. Tony K coming in. The rest of the team will follow through, but he managed to avoid those explosions. Sam 9 wrapping another nade.
Oh, trying to take advantage against 7-9 right now since they're in the inside. Oh, Brian took one but traded back. Vampire Esports eliminated 7-9. Number 14, no points at all. Another top round again for 7-9.
Cheers coming up from the Thai fans with Vampires winning, but it's going to be NKT next. Mr. Joe wrapping the nade in 2 and 1. Here comes the toss. It will hit nobody. Just a tiny bit chipped on Fluke. But here comes the blue zone as well. They'll be forced to just push into NKT. They got waiting with the DBS.
Look at this. The blue will be behind Vampire Esports. They got to some shrubs. And now NKT, being the third party team, taking advantage of The PI Esports, they're still licking their wounds. They got knocked out, but health, is there going to be enough for them to tank? And Mr. Joe, can you pull off a moment here? I want to see the Mr. Joe moment. Come on.
Mr. Joe have some problems to decide whether to heal back up or go for the fight. Stone next, Mr. Joe!
I am Mr. Joe's biggest fan now. Okay, Mr. Joe, sign my cheek.
Sign your chest.
Joe. You can sign my anything at this moment. Mr. Joe.
FaZe Clan,
guys.
IQOO Alliance. FaZe Clan made it through, but there's so many teams firing onto their side here. We're talking about moments down due to their migration. Unfortunately, FaZe Clan shut down by IQOO Alliance, but RRQ a bit disappointed with 9 noins left for FaZe Clan. Infinity coming up the same direction as the Xaviers. RRQ taking the command center of the SMB. Spotted out FaZe Clan and IQOO Alliance at the same time. Very high value information.
Man, I'm still ringing over the Mr. Joe moment. I'm like Mr. Joe's biggest fan now. Oh, no mercy! The moment he picked, Leo punished him. And RRQ, we need to pick him up. But there's some IQOO Alliance not in the circle. They have to fight their way through. They look, quick pick up there by his teammate. Rosemary takes out Lamborghini. Big boy versus big boy.
Snake actually got a perfect cross. The fires just onto the side of IQOO Alliance. Unfortunately, didn't see that through. But Infinity and boom, here comes the chaos. Boom, down to only 1 player's left. Make it 2. Frenzy and Risey still alive. With very low Risey to actually do a lot of work. But Yummy May being shot down from afar, being shut down by the side of Alter Ego. Octa finish him off, and RRQ is fighting IQOO Alliance. Well, there's going to be a nade galore. Frenzy versus Logan, 1v1.
And here we go. Frenzy, how is he going to go in here? He's pushed to the corner, 50% of health left. Razy will be taken out. Oh, okay. A little bit of a trade-off health there. Okay, this day. No! Frenzy! Wreck havoc onto the Infinity.
If he didn't get that one, the entire crew Infinity can revive themselves. That was so crucial and wipe out the entirety of it. But with 1 left member of the side of Alter Ego, how can he push himself through? RRQ down to only 2 players left, and KT being eliminated next. We're down to 9 teams. And speaking of the next one, we start getting placement points from the 8th place. But IQOO Alliance, they're still holding their fortress here, despite being charged by RRQ.
Oh, here we go. IQOO Alliance having to fight their way through. They are by the edge of the circle, but you gotta be careful of the other teams just right beside them. RRQ, Snape, as well as Hexas, the new sub-10 player. It's now down to them to try to hold IQOO Alliance in their own building. It's not gonna be that easy. Okay, circle time. How far will it go? Circle middle.
BTR.
Oh, I'm done. BTR bought the circle.
Twice in a row, man. What are the odds? And now back to a FaZe Clan. They're splitted. There's only 9 noise. A Conti. A bit splitted apart from the rest of Team Flash. Maybe this is what they're deliberately doing. With taking bunkers, slightly a bunker side. Talon's right on top of Conti, but FaZe Clan shutting down on IQOO Alliance from afar.
Oh, yep. Like what you said. Long range shutdown onto IQOO Alliance. Leon's taken out by EXO from TALON. Like, there are at least like 3 teams looking at IQOO Alliance. I don't know how they're gonna get out of this.
Ooh,
what? Smoke bridge for sure. But what's next?
They're pushing to RRQ. But the thing is, it's not just the 3 teams we spot out, RRQ and IQOO Alliance, FaZe Clan. There's also Team Flash, keep on third-partying from afar around this bunker. It's so hard to spot them on. And if they keep on hiding themselves like this, they're probably going to get the chicken next. But we do have these Avies still alive with the trio. They're not making any noises yet.
Okay, nade by a 9 noise. Speaking about noise, he happened to come out on screen. But anyway, let's see what sort of noise he can make against RRQs being shot at. Lucky enough that he's still A-OK. No. But the blue is just right behind him. I don't know about 9 noise now.
Oh, it's going to be tough for him to climb up. Team Flash tried to do some damage from the side. You do Lions, unfortunately, being eliminated. Will be followed by FaZe Clan. I know he's still alive. Side of Team Flash, they're definitely comfortable in these bunkers. And we do have talent behind them now. But it's pretty hard to just shoot them out. Team Flash, Kwang will have to leave. Hearing the audio cues coming up from behind. Yuri and Linux challenging Batman straight up front. With 9 rounds being finished off, that's going to be the last of FaZe Clan. Talon versus Team Flash. The other two, they're looking at different ways that they're on their vehicles. Will try to give the extra hand that needed by Batman.
Oh, in the face of Batman, sending him back to Gotham City. And Yoru, and then teams on the other side. It was actually who shot it? Conti from Team Flash. Wait, where is Conti? Off the angle to knock down Yoru. Bought time for Quan to pick up Batman. Man, Conti. Okay, no. That is it. Oh no, out in the open.
Talent, they do have elevations. Team Flash down to that last player. Where is that one last player, by the way?
Still inside? Yeah, still inside, yeah. I believe it's Kwang. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Kwang together with Batman. Yeah.
Managed to reset. Alter Ego still playing the high grounds, but I don't think they want to stay there as long as they need to, because they need to leave. Alter Ego, Hunts for You and Octa seems to be up there, but I don't think we see the entire squad.
Wait, Kwang! Hello? Kwang, somebody call the police. Hello?
Sus.
Police?
Sus. Something is up. I think Kwang hates his own teammate.
Yeah. They probably sleep in the same room. And what was that again? Oh, and Batman probably left underwear on Kwang's bed. So Kwang is not happy with that.
That's so graphic.
Yeah.
And we don't need that much information, by the way.
And that just happened.
But speaking of which, Cloud, these Avis again in the top 4, but Talon take it down on Octa. The moment they climb down their high elevations of the mountains, Alter Ego will be meeting up with the nades galore by Talon. Going head on, face to face, 1v1, and now Talon, Yoru pushing in with them. Hunts for You with the DBS, but they just smack down the entirety of Alter Ego. Talon,
Just as when the fans are saying that, hey, Alter Ego cooking right now, immediately got eliminated by Talon. And guess who's actually cooking? It's Talon. Here we go. But you know what? Xavier is still in this. Oh, these 3 teams here that we can see on screen, Choo, they are all red color. I'm just saying, conspiracy theory.
Talon, if Talon scores it, we haven't got Talon chicken, so we might actually give it to Talon. But BTR, they spend everything of their ammunition, their smokes, for the sake of a circle. So there's still a shot at it.
You know what? If Alter Ego was still alive, technically they're kind of red as well. So I don't know. Today is there's something about like red teams, red logo teams.
But speaking of the red logo teams, the one with the most flashiest red BTR and Talon seems to be very interested. But the Xavier's prepping the nade. Here comes Shadow, aka Levi. I don't think they are aware of this. Axel definitely oblivious regarding the Xavier's position.
Yeah, right now, the Xavier is on the other end. Okay. Alright, okay, at least this time it's kind of hard to tell still. Okay, who's going to actually get the chicken dinner? Maybe even BTR, it's like the Xavier and Talon is like they're fighting each other. BTR comes in later and just takes them all out. That could possibly happen.
It depends if BTR did invest for the next circle.
I'm out of here.
The Xavier is playing a bit prone. They got some vegetations in between, so they can actually do have covers. But yep, BTR didn't spend enough for the circle. It's gonna be Talon's the circle. We might actually have all red here for today when it comes to the last wrangle.
Interesting. So it looks like they're out on UC to buy the circle. Here we go. So now no circle at all for the Xavier. They have to make the move first. So I don't know. It's like kind of like a roll of the dice right now. Who will get second place or third place? But Talon very, very likely to get the chicken dinner.
The Xavier's patience is the key for their winner chicken dinner. Yeah, the entire day, such consistency showcased by the discipline of these Xaviers, the trigger discipline and the patience of waiting the right time. Definitely them pushing at number 1 right now is due to that. whatever you guys want to call it, prone game, cowards, or whatever. Hey, it works out well for the team. They're playing with their strength here. It's definitely worth the try for teams out there, especially XERXIA, if you want to learn from this team. But these Xaviers, BTR and Talon seems to be a bit of a tension, but Talon do have the circle. They don't need to move. They have even the elevations, Cloud.
Yeah, all they need to do is just, have a sip of lemonade, bathe by the sun, enjoy the vitamin C. Is it vitamin C, sun? No, that doesn't sound right. But what we're sure is that Lapa now will be bathing in the sun on his knees, will be taken out. Nate will be forced to move by the blue. I mean, it's all talent right now.
Nate T, shot down by Zuxi. The flank side, Lambo and Shadow, they need to advance forward. The Blues will close on their side first. Zuxi, the last man standing for BTR, still scores another, but here comes Yoru. Definitely see a bit of a barrel of Zuxi now, but it's just gonna toss the nade to finish things off easily. Here comes the nade, Zuxi!
Oh.
He managed to not be clipped down by Shadows. They barely got space here for these Xaviers.
He has one of those bomb suits, I think, and Zuxi is still okay. But now Lambo's making the run for it. Oh, Lambo shows himself. Lambo forced by. Lambo gets knocked out Axel. And wait, did we? Wait, is that?
What? We're done.
Oh, okay, talent. Okay. Because there were like 3 teams and it's like ended at the same time. I just needed to be sure, okay?
Oh, we're done. Oh, that's the chicken dinner for last wrangle of the day. What a game! Wow! The Blue Zone was amazing. So much frags by the Blue Zone.
Wow, Blue Zone top fragger. Blue Zone MVP. Absolutely amazing play by Blue Zone. Did you see how the Blue Zone actually dodged and evaded the shots from 16 teams at the same time? Amazing play by the Blue Zone.
Damage received 97 by Misery. And when it comes to elimination, these are the guys that actually shut down all the teams that passed through. Literally the highest elimination of the entirety of this grand finals. Oh my god. 21.
Wow, okay. And look who's cooking here. Look who's cooking his talent with Axel here being the MVP. 6 eliminations, 979 damage, 304 damage received, 7% team concentration, and a maximum survival time of 27 minutes and 11 seconds. Talent's the one cooking, ladies and gentlemen, and you gotta be prepared to eat.
I don't think Rapface is playing just now, right? They don't need Rapface for that.
Oh yeah. But you know what they need? It's red logo teams. Check this out. Alter Ego, the Xavier, BTR. It's just red logos galore.
It's gonna be the day of the red for the teams with the red logo, but it's definitely a red minus for the team to score any. 37 smokes by these Xaviers. That's just how much they need to just sneak themselves into. But let's rewatch the highlight of the Blue Zone and a bit of a interesting fight.
Well, there is it, your MVP, ladies and gentlemen, the zone. TALON, 21 eliminations. Man, that's a whooping number, 31 points. Just look at this. They're almost 3 times more than Alter Ego that got 11. And if all these points are up there, that's 42 points just by 2 teams. Imagine how many zeros we're going to get.
TALON push up in one single map to the top 5 here. That's just how big it is. How big of a turn of the table within one map rotations. Unfortunately, no good news for PAMSL despite they got themselves the chicken yesterday. They're gonna stick with the same chicken, which gonna be yesterday. Hopefully they still can eat that chicken today.
Yes, and there you go. Overall points. Boom Esports, welcome to the 3-digit club. I think it was kind of expected. They were just 1 point behind the 100-digit club. And of course, these areas go up there. Utilize not that far, 4 points behind the 100-point mark. And also 7 points behind Boom Esports. But on page number 2, XERXIA, it's already 10 games, but no placement points at all. XERXIA, come on guys. I'm running out of explanation for XERXIA.
XERXIA is still consistent though. They're consistently getting 1 point for each map. That's the consistency they have today.
I like
being
the
at
positivity.
16. Yeah. If you actually count it from behind, it's number 1 still. Wow. But wow, that's deep. Sorry, guys. But TALON just now, they were running amok without Red FaZe. Now, usually it's going to be Red FaZe that's going crazy, but TALON, the entire crew is actually quite crazy with 2,861 damage in a single round. This is going to be the highest for the grand finals. 1,556 for Alter Ego. It's not too shabby, but Alter Ego still need a lot of work to do.
And we almost got everyone from TALON here in the Gunslingers. Axel, Yoru, Misery. And then you always gotta have Rosemary here up there, right? But frankly speaking, he has been missing for quite a bit, and I think that's also because Alter Ego hasn't been performing. But yeah, Rosemary fans will be happy to see him up here again.
3 times from the second place. TALON, what a domination in the last Erangel map. Just now Vampires and Boom next. Unfortunately, there's no Xaviers. Hence, it means since Xaviers didn't get that much eliminations in the last round and just the recent map, there's going to be a new contender, which is going to be TALON. And we do have the gap in between the top 5 super close. Just now we have the top 3 in different league entirely. But welcome TALON to the high league of the PMSL.
You know how the TALON scored this many elimination points?
How?
They actually had 5 players. Guang. Yeah, there you go.
I forgot about that.
So they had 5 players. Then you'll be like, oh, okay, you have 5 players. Everyone has a 4, so yeah.
I agree, because Team Flash is the only one that can actually stop TALON from pushing forward just now. But, you know, Kwang just like, I'm TALON today.
Yeah. It's like, take me. You know, if next season you see Kwang joining TALON, you know what's up.
Yeah, I feel like Kwang is being recruited possibly at this point. How do they communicate? We have no clue. But when it comes to the next map, Miramar, we might actually do have player swaps once more. When it comes to the players camps later, we get to know who will be swapped in and out. But unfortunately for the teams, most who had the player that being benched before just started playing in the last one, especially 7-9. That didn't last even 5 seconds. The timer didn't even started yet when he's being finished off.
Yeah, we haven't even like moved from the flight path. The screen is too small and he's gone. It's like
You don't even get to see his body.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, wait, he's dead? Oh, okay, then I don't know. But you know what else? If we base out of yesterday's record, FaZe Clan, they don't like Miramar. They don't like Miramar because of Trexie. That's one. And they don't like Miramar because of, to the best of my memory, was RRQ. But basically, they didn't like Miramar yesterday. So I don't know about
They used to be KBs of Miramar though. What happened? The change of time, the change of era, I assume. But you know what? Because of how fast we had that first blood in the last map, so the ending is pretty much the same. We don't know who get the chicken until the banner popped out. So I guess that's it. For the trend of today, a lot of surprises, a lot of unusual tricks by the Circle. The Circle is the real MVP, by the way.
Yep. MVP Circle. Like MVP of the day, definitely Circle. I don't care. The Circle's going to get the award. Like, give the Circle a trophy for that.
Oh my god, so much overextended fight in the blue zone. I think even the players are quite frustrated right now. Even they cannot decide, well, like, whatever we can do, what can we do when the circle's like that? But high chance the Miramar map will be a bit more graceful. But we do have a bit of interview with Jones with the Talon players.
Okay, Laflame, sekarang kita bisa lihat lah ada fans-fans dari Indo yang datang ke Thailand buat dukung semua tim Indo, khususnya juga Thailand juga, Talon juga. Jadi ada nggak apa perasaan kamu sebagai coach melihat ada penonton-penonton yang sanggup datang dari Indonesia ke Thailand, dan apa yang kamu mau sampaikan kepada mereka?
Mungkin yang pengen aku bilang, proud lah sama scene-nya Indonesia, gitu solid. Dengan fanbase dari tim-tim manapun, mereka menunjukkan solid bahwa ya PUBG Mobile di Indonesia itu sangat strong, sangat kuat, dan punya community yang large dan good buat PUBG Mobile juga.
Of course, to the fans that coming from Indonesia to Thailand, we are very, very proud that they showing their solidarity. They feel, I feel like this community is very solid. They come to support us, and yes, I feel very happy. So, back to the stream.
Well, that was Laflame, who is also the analyst, and to a certain extent, the guy who Senior will always pass to do interviews because Senior's not a fan of interviews. Senior's the coach, by the way. Well, Laflame,
put in the spot.
Yeah, he's always
Take
like,
the spot.
yeah, no, you go interview, you know, then you see Laflame more than Senior.
I'm the boss, I'm your senior, go do the interview. I'm not doing it.
Wow. Oh, okay. Guys, just for your information, from time to time we glance over at the comments. I'm reading this very interesting chat. Some says, Mr. Joe says he's going to sign your chest on live stream.
Yay! We get to see the hairless chest of... Is it hairless, by the way?
Too much info, but, you know, maybe let's keep it between me and Mr. Joe, you know.
Yeah, we're gonna have the video up later soon, probably.
So, Mr. Joe, I'll be waiting for you. Let me try to translate that in Thai so that Mr. Joe...
How do you translate it in Thai?
Let me use my G. Okay, so... so what was it? Okay, so Mr. Joe, I will be waiting for you. Okay, then. Give me a moment. You gotta give me a moment.
Not creepy at all, man. Doesn't sound creepy at all. I promise you. I want to see the crowd also. Okay,
all right.
The crowd is pretty amazing. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Thank you, cameraman, for showing Mr. Joe. So, Mr. Joe, Chanrik Kunju.
I'm
Mr.
so
Joe?
worried if we mistranslate that.
Chanrik Kunju.
If you butcher it, it's gonna be signed somewhere else. It's a very dangerous game you're playing here, Cloud.
Yeah, so Thai fans, please support me. Did I say it correctly? Yes, that's for Mr. Joe. Okay, clip it and send to him. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, you guys. You guys are awesome. But jokes aside, it's down to 2 more maps, Cloud. We're talking about 1 more day left for them to change their fate. Talon did it before. They might actually get into the World Championship in the next stage. But the others, XERXIA especially. Oh man, XERXIA.
Yep, they need a Mr. Joe moment. Yep, I'm all over Mr. Joe now. Okay, that doesn't sound right. But anyway, we're all over the next game, which is going to be playing Miramar. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the final 2 games. Here we go.
Finally get into the biggest map of them all, and at least this map has more land than a lot of water here today. And speaking of Miramar, it means that we're down to only 2 more maps. Surprisingly, when it comes to the grand finals, the most average points coming up from PEA, in spite of Boom. Boom had it in the league stage, but grand finals is a different story entirely.
Oh yeah, this was because the PEA had a good run yesterday, so numbers up there. And speaking about the numbers, okay, now that XERXIA is up here, right? Number 2, just below XERXIA. I'll be reminded, or maybe, we can also remind our viewers that you gotta check out when XERXIA was up against FaZe Clan and he clutched them. That was the moment for XERXIA. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, the smoke just thrown down. Nobody can actually check the floor. Nobody checks the floor. Everybody. Wow.
Wow.
Just parachute down and straight with the fight. R and J seems to be a bit lost from the rest of the crew.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute. That's a clean one.
Indeed. Okay, he still has time to reload. Okay, reload, bro, reload, bro. He had 60 bullets, right? I didn't see wrongly, right?
3v3. 3v3.
Wait, what? Okay, alright, PA doing the business, 1v1.
Oh!
Went down, follow up. Just coming from behind, Mega Mine, very low.
No!
Adam spray,
What?
and that is it. I was still kind of amazed the fact that XERXIA lost it just like that.
It was a clean first elimination, and then he didn't reload after being on the top like quite some time.
Yeah.
And it was red all along, and XERXIA willingly take me. They're like, I want to rest. Take me willingly one by one. What was that?
Yeah, that move, I have a lot of questions with that move though. Like, am I looking at it wrongly? But you saw it as well. Like, he did not reload when he was at the second floor. He jumped down as if he reloaded and he wanted to fight. And I have absolutely no idea what just happened.
I'm baffled at this point. I even have to rewind it, like, just to see what was he thinking.
Right. So you rewind it, we didn't see wrongly, right? Like, he did not have any bullets. But he played like he did.
He didn't even try to reload. He put it back in his back, stashed it in, and didn't even reload when he had the time for such a long one. He jumps out the window with 0 bullet. What do you expect with that 0 bullet?
Maybe he thinks that, there's a feature that you can throw the weapon and it's an instant elimination to the entire squad. Not one player, but the entire squad.
And the way they rotated in is straight in the face of PEA just now. You drove straight line.
Straight line. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Straight line. I mean, they could have come from a different angle. But they had to come from the angle where, PEA could, shoot straight. But of course, if you look at like the brighter side, it's like good work for PEA to be prepared for the incoming vehicle. But the one that RNJ was that I can't. That I cannot.
What is this rising star voting? This is not rising. This is already stars. I mean, that's already top fraggers and top players in throughout how many seasons by now?
Yeah, definitely not rising. They are definitely stars. Okay, let's see. You look at RNJ. Okay, I think. Okay, this normally the replay graphic does not include the bullets in the magazine. So to be fair,
it was a straight line. They just walk in as a straight line.
Yeah. And the one that's not celebrating was the one that got eliminated. Just saying. Yeah.
We've seen that cam before. Like, you remember the one that we had? We thought that somebody else got the chicken, and they captured the moment where they lost the chicken. You can see the frustration of the players. We can feel the emotions from the expression, by the way.
Well, I don't know whether I can feel XERXIA as a disappointment or not, because honestly, that felt very, very questionable. I mean, we can dwell on that for the longest time, but yeah, it's XERXIA.
Maybe. So should we put in the comment that if XERXIA player happen to be in PA next season, now we know?
Oh, you know what? Like, we have like circle of the season or chicken dinner clutch of the season, all that. Honestly, that is potentially the blunder of the season.
No, the biggest blunder is still the chicken dinner blunder. Remember that one.
You're still not gonna give this one.
Nah, that was worse, man.
All right.
The team secret blunder. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was the the biggest award goes to Team Secret.
Okay. That's a team blunder. I'm gonna give the individual blunder to what's it, RNJ, right?
Oh, that one, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the
Forgot to
individual and team
reload.
category.
Forgot to reload title. I forgot about my weapon.
Somebody just planted a nade into my brain because I'm mind blown now.
I do want to know what's his excuse, but I think there's gonna be some long shots coming up from the teams. We can't even focus about the circle just now, just because how mind-blowing that scenario was.
Yeah.
To be going, not just that, they are actually at the very bottom, and it's just like one more day to go. At least show us some fight, man.
I know, right? Like, give it back to the fans. I'm sure, like, viewers like Alwyn, like Chisato, loyal viewers of the English stream, shout out to you guys. We will want to see teams at the bottom do well. Right? I mean, it gives a good balance to the overall chart and makes it more interesting.
It gives a good story by end of the season, so people still remember you despite you didn't get yourself in the top ranked or be in the top teams. That's how people remember you. Like last season, remember how Alter Ego, Rosemary, despite it was a long shot for them to take the trophy from Boom. You saw, I still remember it burned in my hand so deep how desperate Rosemary was playing it till the very end. That's just how much he wanted so bad.
Yep, and they were just they lost it just by a couple of points, and yeah, and it was Boom that he stepped up as well. They didn't reach on the ball, so great up pick up the both teams. But let's see what's gonna happen here. Satar got knocked down. Okay, something's happening somewhere. Okay, calm down. Whoever that is, okay. There's no action on screen, alright?
I wish we can get that on cam. Maybe that's one of Sergia's supporters, maybe. But FaZe Clan, BTR, they are in the blunder too. Down to only one last play. What is happening?
Moment, wait, what? Oh, you blink and you miss a moment.
That's entirely Mormon doing the job. That's why I said if Mormon being placed alongside with Mela, which Mela being eliminated, I think that's the case here. That's why Mela being eliminated. Mormon finished off the job by himself. Full by himself.
Oh. And Mormon had a moment where he's just standing. I believe that he's doing his Mormon dance.
Yeah. He's giving the audience a bit of a show. A good show.
Yep. A Mormon show.
Yeah. Don't think of something else, guys.
Yeah. I try to make this. I try not to get us cancelled.
It's PG.
Yeah.
It's PG.
So you guys fill in the blanks by yourself, okay? Leave it to your imagination. I wish we had like a replay of like the start to the end of the 1v4.
That's true. I want to see that. If we have the replay, right now we can't have the time for that because Union Lions FaZe Clan not done yet. Mormon on the rampage is a monster, but the monster being tamed down by Leons. Oh, FaZe Clan, where's the last play? This is too far. Alter Ego is here as well. This is going to be trouble for Union Lions.
Fans of Vampire on screen. And, Mormon just celebrated his 1v4 but immediately got taken out by Yudu Alliance. And now, Alter Ego. Here we go.
Leon's down to only 10% of HP here. Less than that even. Vampire's taking advantage as a third party in Sam 9. Taking on Alter Ego out of nowhere. Where did the shots came up from Sam 9? This Vampires to the third party is real in this one.
Okay, here we go. Yudu Alliance. All out Alpha as well as Octa. Jimmy's going to come in from the other side. Leon's will volley down Alpha. It's only Octa left. Yudu Alliance should be able to do the business against Alter Ego. And do it quick because the PMSL was close by. Adilu comes in. Adilu knocked down by who? Maybe for the elimination piece. Exo for Talon.
Oh, well, Talon is here too. There's 3 teams happen to be just passing through and take advantage of the turmoil of all the other teams until Alter Ego, unfortunately, this is going to be their worst season across the years. Like 2 years, back-to-back champions, and now falling off the grace, pushed down, this time with a 0.
Again. Okay, at least they keep themselves up afloat, right? 70 plus points. I mean, it keeps them still in range of like, coming up with something big by the last game after this and also the games tomorrow. So let's not count Alter Ego out yet, right?
Don't know about that. Talon actually will crack the triple digit too. We do know there's only 5 slots available for the World Championship. BTR is the closest one being eliminated, maybe overtaken by VP by the end of this round or this today. We expect the top 5 to already have 110 points or above. But Yummy May, Logan, Infinity definitely want to go aggressive, try to chase points in.
Got it.
I swear to God, I thought you were meditating right now.
Oh yeah. Maybe
Trying to read the circle.
Maybe I was for the safety of Yummy May. Indirectly. No, he didn't pay me for it. He's just saying.
Yeah. You need another sign on your chest.
Oh, I mean from Yummy May? Oh. I would sign on his chest. Okay, never mind.
Why? Why would he need your signature, man?
I know,
There's
right?
no point to it.
Can you imagine like 3 of us in the room, like Mr. Joe, me, and Yummy? Mr. Joe signs my
No,
chest.
I don't want to even imagine. Stop. Keep it PG.
Okay, fine. I worry now. Okay, I worry.
There's too much information in that.
Yeah, and then Razy comes in and say, "Can I join?" You know, it's like, okay, yeah, sure.
Please no.
Take a spot. You know?
PEA. I'm gonna change the topic now. PEA taking the blue. Yeah, Boom. Okay, Boom. I feel like Boom still have a shot at defending their title here.
Yes, Joy Boy, kind of sus. Not as sus as Squan, but yeah, but yeah, you're actually right. Like Boom only has like what 10 points behind Xavier, and they're actually doing pretty nice overall.
Nothing against Boom, but I wish it's gonna be some other regions to take away the trophy this time. If DS actually scores it, I'm more than happy to accept that too, because these Xaviers, we can see the rise of the. We saw the fall, the rise, and the comebacks of these Xaviers.
Yeah, you're right. They have been quite absent from trophies for a while since the PMPL Southeast Asia. So let's see if they can do it. So far they are doing well. They're doing well. Just like you guys in the comments as well, doing very well. Smart X, Patience, we love you guys. So many names for us to mention, but you know we love the English stream comments. You know, you guys are always very supportive of the team that you like.
Very engaging.
Very engaging. You guys are the best audience. If we put all the English audience in one arena, it will be the best audience ever.
We're probably gonna make a good team out of it too.
Yeah. Audience
But
showman.
speaking of the team that's not doing so well, it's gonna be Sam9 taking the other way round. These Xaviers, they try to play this as safe. They are very peaceful people, but not so peaceful when you just happen to be in the middle of a crossfire. Sam9, Yudo Alliance, Vampires, and DX now stuck in a row.
Yeah, not like this. Look at the Sem9 Yudo Alliance. All onto D Xavier, and we just talk about D Xavier like, okay, looking really nice, you know, making that comeback and getting the title for themselves, but now caught in this sort of situation. Hashtag Custer's curse is real.
Is it going to be another red team or not? We're going to have to wait and see. NKT, Mr. Joe is in the circle, but the circle will shift. Team Flash taking all the way towards the left side, hoping the circle will favor them. Maybe that will be the case, but not really. Sorry, Team Flash. Infinity, they are on the far right. Nobody's there except for Sam9, but RQ, a bit of exchange of name between them and PA. There's going to be the M for PA. If Traxi being knocked down as well.
Oh, Traxi! The moment you call it, Traxi got knocked down immediately by Nepeko. And PEA. 2 active players left. On the other side, we got a Dom, and looks like this is not really a cast is good, but the cast is true. And that exactly happened.
He score himself a 4, not a 0, like Alta Equal just now. Tony K, Vampires, RQ. Going in for the rush, but RQ do capitalize over the northern side. It seems like they do have the elevations too, and the circle's still on their side here. They don't really need to move as much. There's abundance of death boxes laying around, so not a problem for them to reloot themselves.
Yep, so they're going to have a lot of utilities there by taking out their opponent. And that will help them to prepare for the next round. And let's see here who's in the circle at this moment. Team Flash A good amount of teams around them as well. Judo Alliance is there. They do have Compound. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be too worried about these teams by the inside the circle. I'll be interested to know, like, by the edge, like, who else is there?
And KT and RQ northern side. I think it was TALON on the right side just now. Left side, we do have NKT. So pretty much everyone else is in the center, and they are the one who's gonna slowly take the third party from long distance. Not much actions now. These Avias, despite they being crammed down in between so many teams, they're still alive as a four.
Yes, now that you mention it, right? Actually, all these teams except for FaZe Clan is still a full squad, and we're at stage 4. Interesting. Very disciplined gameplay from a lot of these teams. And just to answer Alvin, yeah, I'm trying to tell you guys that you guys are awesome. Just saying. But I mean, honestly,
sus, yes, it's very sus. I
yeah,
agree.
Sus, yes, but we love you. We love you all. Like, honest. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna sign anyone's chest except for Mr. Joe.
Hey, that sounds so wrong, but yeah,
right,
Big Me.
I had to stay consistent, right?
Big Me against Talon. That's a dangerous game that Cloud is playing, but we're back to his Talon, PIGMY, and RQ. It's gonna be a three-way fight of this top, the 3 Indonesian teams on top. Vintoris, the last man surviving for FaZe Clan. I don't think he's being spotted by anybody, but I just kind of sense somebody is there, but it's actually RQ keeping in at tab. The Empire's not taking any actions yet. We don't see anything from the Xaviers.
Not at all. Where is the Xavier in the circle? I want to know, because the last time we saw them, they were like caught like in between like a few teams, like Judo Alliance, like Sem9, but they are still a full squad. So now I'm really curious to know where or how is the Xavier doing now.
How did they get out from being trapped by 4 teams just now? Definitely the replay, we get to see how they rotate in and out, but they're still in the center though. I'm surprised nobody tried to push them out. But for the circle, it will be on top of Judo Alliance and Team Flash. A majority of the teams already in it. It's going to be Boom spreading from the southern side. Wow, look at the spread from Boom. What confidence do they have?
Yeah, this is confidence of the Boom. And let's see if this name will go boom, boom, boom onto NKT. As Talon tries to find the advantage. They managed to get a knockdown, then they'll probably rush in. But look at the mini screen. Okay, somebody's in trouble. We're waiting for it to blow up.
Vintoris.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, Vintoris. It's all about timing. If you can actually clutch this, it's a big one.
One? Okay.
That's one. That's one.
That's
No!
one.
No!
Oh, no!
Frustration.
Everyone is like having the same reaction. If we had a casting cam like live right now, we have the same reaction, ladies and gentlemen.
It's true, but we didn't scream.
Yep.
We will blow your ears away if we scream. Oh, the Axe now taking actions against the entire crew of Infinity. Is that the entire lineup of Infinity?
Oh.
Even Sem9 taking it. We want to see Infinity!
One more Infinity, come on! We want to see Infinity! Infinity and beyond. One more player. Okay, I guess it's over now. Okay, there you go, there you go, there you go.
Tony K. The last living legend of Tony K. Tony K. Fight back. I don't know who shot Sem9. I think it's going to be Boom. From afar. 0 points, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And if they go out now, it's going to be absolute 0 points for them. Oh, NKT recently blowed up his vehicle, the gun. But you know, here we go. Boom Esports against Sem9. And Sem9 at this moment, 2 points collected. If they go out now, it's going to be only 2 points. There you go. Frenzy jumps in. And there's no way the other members of the Sem9 are going to be able to save their teammate. Dap! Oh!
Still have a fight in him. Sem9 leaving only Dap out here. UI still driving his vehicle. He managed to reset himself. Oh, just a little bit of late tracking, but unfortunately Razy coming up from behind. But this is gonna be a scary team here, Boom, at the receiving end. Whoever actually bump into Boom, there's no stopping these guys. They're not even thinking twice. They don't even show any sort of hesitant when it comes to forcing the fight head on.
I love the follow-up from Boom. Like while the players get knocked, like look at how fast the other players follow up. It's like, man, that is why. So well coordinated, great communication, and they don't hesitate when they want to back up their teammate. Beautifully done by Boom.
Moving in unison as well, well orchestrated indeed. But back to the side of PIGMY, there's also the rising team here when it comes to the grand finals, but they are very volatile when it comes to their performance, up and down all the way. Mr. Joan, unfortunately, bleeding out. It's going to be TALON versus NKT. TALON, they are still on the rise and no stopping these teams, but Team Flash seems to be butting into the business. And while TALON, Axel taking out on NKT players, we have Mr. Joe who might be finished off as well.
Oh man, my Mr. Joe. Just as when I big up Boom Esports, they took out my Mr. Joe. Out of number 9 without any points, and also it's going to be 0 points for NKT. But for Boom Esports, they are dominating with 5 eliminations right now. And also having the high ground advantage against Team Flash. Now it's them telling Team Flash, hey you, come on, come on.
Weird view we have here, Batman. We want to see the gunfights. Thank you in advance, observer. But yeah, Boom splitting himself into 2 parts, taking those elevations. TALON just slowly marching in, bulldozing everybody from behind. I mean, TALON is one scary beast. Despite don't have a red face 2 times in a row, we're looking at their lineup, but there's going to be a plain sight for Boom to shoot them down.
Here we go, Boom Esports. Look at the spread still. Like, how is TALON going to counter this if they don't have information on where exactly the players of Boom are at? At least for TALON, okay, good news is that they managed to slide into the circle. That's pretty much about it. But for them to move forward, and if Boom is still there, the position is pretty hard.
Team Flash trying to gatekeep them from behind, taking advantage of how TALON kind of stuck themselves. Team Flash, the moment they start to open fire, Boom just shifted their focus straight onto the heads of Team Flash players. And on the other side, we do have TALON as well. So Flash, are they just trapping their own self by exploiting their own positions?
Oh, but okay, we move over to D-Xavier now. Now, look at D-Xavier has action against Vampire Esports with Shadows, 50% of health left. Vampire Esports from the outside still coming in, but for D-Xavier, they don't really have them. They also have Boom Esports behind. How? All this top heavyweights up against each other.
The heavy hitters has spoken. When it comes to the top 8 team, it's gonna be all the firepower at their best performance there. Boom moving as a 4. Still full 4 squads for all the 8 teams remaining, by the way. Shrubs open fires, and the moment they try to stand up, Vampire's been just shut down. Sit down, they say from these Avis. Here comes another nade. 3 eliminations in the pocket, and they just obliterate the entirety of Vampires this way, and that one nade rule them all.
Oh man, D-Xavier, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Sunscreen is there. Hey, Sunscreen, hello. But hey, you know what? D-Xavier, with that one win, scored 7 eliminations. And at the same time, when they won the fight against Vampire, they were actually managing Boom at the same moment. So that is like absolute multitasking by D-Xavier.
Yep. But for the Xaviers, they barely got enough time to reset themselves. They're playing in the blue zone as well. Paragin have to work alongside with the Xaviers. Nate T down to only 2 of them. One of them still bleeding out, but they couldn't save him. But for PIGMY, that long toss from Yoru all the way from the high grounds. Now giving a pressure. I don't know how these guys calculate their tosses, but it seems like perfect almost every single time. There you go, another one. Billboard being pushed all the way back even.
Yeah, they probably have been playing a lot of basketball. And now the basketball training is giving them a return. Oh wait, Achul? Oh, one with the nature. One with the nature, Achul. You don't know he's there!
He's prepping the nade, he's prepping the nade. Okay, here comes the nade to finish off TALON! Oh, close enough, close enough!
One more? No! Joe Blanky this time.
Where's the remaining 3 of TALON? They will have to respond to this. No time to respawn, or will they not respawn at all against PIGMY? Oh, well, from the other side, it's going to be all famous shots from RRQ. 4 Indonesian teams still in here. Might be their domination when it comes to this Mirama, but look at the spread from TALON. They're taking Flash all by themselves. Not really. Linux might actually try to guard over Team Flash by himself here.
Oh yeah, now speaking about Linux, it's only him and Yoru. Interesting enough though, after all that action that TALON went through, they only scored 3 eliminations so far. Like that was a lot of work. But a lot of work as well for Utilize to defend against RRQ. Okay, I like Jimmy's position. Just look at this. Right behind, off angle, and in case RRQ does something funny, he can shoot them down.
Snakes coming up from above. Here comes the toss. There's also PIGMY. Snape's thinking about where to toss this next nade. But they're sharing the same compound as Udo Alliance. If they're not being careful, that's when the pack are being shot down from the outside. These Avis coming from behind, pressuring to the side of RRQ. There's also Boom coming in. As a full squad, Team Flash being sandwiched between TALON and Boom at the same time, while Nepeko and RRQ just managed to slightly reset, but the nade drop on Hexons. RRQ, they are in shambles.
Oh, I gotta give it to Udo Alliance defending the ground without any look. Oh! Nepeko sent the nade to the second floor. And now it's only Jimmy OP left on the other side. What a nade by Nepeko. And now with the information that they've gathered, they know Jimmy OP is right below them. Nepeko trying to find a good angle. Jimmy OP with G2 and the smoke still active. How is he going to overcome this?
What a turn of time, but that nade by Nepeko turns the table for the side of RRQ, despite they were losing so many men before. That one nade changed so much when it comes to their survivability, but next they have to focus on these Avis. The moment they open the door, these Avis project might actually have some infos. There's gonna be a big one. No mercy, just easily not breaking any sweat. Finish off Udo Alliance.
That is an absolute 3-pointer there for no mercy. Man, what an accurate nade. That went boom. Oh, boom onto RRQ. No, that's not the name that I want to hear. But anyway, right now, PIGMY got one for themselves as well. Frenzy gets another one out of a Team Flash. It's starting to get, it's starting to be real messy. There's got 15 players, but stage 8 is upon us.
Be stolen away. PIGMY being keep knocking down on Team Flash just now, but Boom casually just takes away the eliminations from the sidelines. Pombit, 9 eliminations by the side of Boom, and Razy trying to get the double digit here. Pombit being knocked down. Paragen is still in there. Team Flash versus PIGMY still going on for the longest time. But PIGMY, I think they're running low with their resources now. They need to figure out where to go next. But Dimsy spotted out RRQ players. They're trying to run away from the blue.
Ooh, that was a close one on Dimsy, almost knocking him down. And Boom Esports, look at this, 11 eliminations already, but Boom Esports looking for more. Next target is going to be RRQ, Nepeko, and No Mercy. Now, taking a lot of damage. Oh, lasting of health now for No Mercy. He has to heal up on Nepeko. Back up to 8% of health, but he does not have the space to play with. The moment he steps out of the building, Frenzy will be waiting.
Oh, never mind. Frenzy cancelled it out. I don't think he got any first aid left from the RRQ side. He seems to be using band-aids for now. DMZ still having a trade of nades against Team Flash, but it's a bit short toss, a bit short coming up from Team Flash. RRQ finally being eliminated, and now here comes the spray by PIGMY. They're aiming 2 teams at the same time with these Davis to play the time down there.
Oh, here we go. PIGMY's making a move. And Gosu is there. Oh, they probably didn't notice that Gosu is there, but now they do. Gosu on the lower ground. Nate's at the cross. Man, today's nades have been absolutely amazing.
On point. And everybody been training their basketball like you said. Down to these Avis, unfortunately, they still consistently get themselves in top 4. Boom versus PIGMY. Another Indonesian finale, yeah. Well, will it be the pink team of PIGMY or will it be a slightly red? Boom taking the chicken here finally. But Boom, all they need to do is finish it off with more points of elimination. 17 right now. If they score the 19, a big push. They take away the #1 spot.
There's one more to go. I mean, it's going to be a straightforward elimination. It should be a chicken dinner for Boom Esports without losing any players at all. Ladies and gentlemen, your last season's champions, they are back with a boom.
Boom, boom, pow. I mean, like, yummy interview, being interviewed before this. He doesn't want to provoke, but he's provoking every single team in the game. The gentle guy is not so gentle. He is quite a monster when it comes to the Miramar map just now. But we're not done for the entire day yet. When it comes to the top 5, you can see a bit of a swap of that number 1 spot.
Woo. PUBG spots. Okay, they didn't break the record, but look at this. How many eliminations is that? Wow. Frenzy, 11 eliminations by itself. Okay, I'm doing the math now. 15, 16, 18 eliminations as a team. And Frenzy, 11. Man, is this a new record for the Grand Finals? I think for the Grand Finals, this is the highest.
Just Grand Finals?
Yeah.
Just now was 21.
Is it like
for individual, yes.
Yeah.
For individual, yes.
Man. But Razy's the MVP though. Sorry, Frenzy. I know you got the 11, but Razy did a lot of work in 935 damage, 4 eliminations, 169 damage received, 30% team coverage at 28 minutes, 3 seconds survival time. He did a lot of work. By the end of the day, it was Frenzy who scored the points.
So many third party coming in when it comes to last few stages just now, but the Xaviers showcase such consistency. What a phenomenal run. They have been placing themselves in the center of the map all the time, but for PIGMY, it is one of their best runs when it comes to the grand finals, as well as the rise of RRQ here.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well, again, the red color logo team just putting out there.
Yeah.
Putting out there. We're getting consistent here, right? At the Indonesian galore, of course, majority of them from the Indonesian region. Let's the best moments from Boom's Chicken Dinner.
It's all about the numbers now. 18 eliminations with 28 points, solidifying themselves to push up to number 1. But these Xaviers, very consistent indeed. When it comes to Yudo Lions, unfortunately, they have to give away, probably push down to 3rd place based on the last map just now.
And on page 2, Outer Ego again. 0 points. The Infinity NKT 0 points as well. By Mr. Joe not getting any points this time. SERXIA 1 point. So that's something for them. But again, Outer Ego, what's up with them?
I don't know. So different from week number 3, despite they got themselves head start points the most. Look at the gap. 1-3-1, boom, and these is just 6 points away. Yudo Alliance still can catch up. Talon still didn't score their 100 points, but BTR, they only scored 1 point just now, so didn't actually budge so much. But we expect the top 5 still can have some catch-up game to do. But when it comes to Alter Ego, I don't feel like they can get number 1.
I mean, I don't know. When they go down, they go all the way down, right? So it's still a mystery for me what's happening with Alter Ego. But it's also a mystery what's happened to XERXIA. XERXIA. 0 placement points still overall. Cool, yeah. But that was the weirdest XERXIA moment that we have seen the entire season.
I don't know what's going through the minds of XERXIA players right now. I don't know what's worse right at the current moment, whether it's going to be XERXIA or Alter Ego. This is like, wow, what a turn of events when it comes to the grand finals. And XERXIA, at least, like, we do know they are in the middle pack. But Alter Ego from the top fall down all the way. But the one that actually have the most damage in the grand finals is going to be Boom. They are taking probably the trophy this time.
Ooh. We're not even done with day 2 yet, but Choo-Choo's calling it. Choo-Choo's calling it. But honestly, if it was me, I would also call it. I mean, look at the consistency that they're having. And they have 335 damage, the most that we've seen so far in the grand finals. RRQ 2067, Talon 1904, and Judo Alliance 1580 in terms of damage dished out by all these teams. But man, Frenzy is the boss.
Frenzy just now, what a native, what a turn of events when it comes against the Yudo Alliance. And Razy did so much work too. I mean, like, these two actually did so well when it comes to this season. It's not like Yummy Mayo has got himself in the top spot, but it seems like the rise of the other teammates is doing so well for the grand finals. But Talon Yuri did so much of elimination steals from the back, and Yudo Alliance still have one player squeezed up here, which can be Leon DZ.
I have a confession.
Yeah.
I always mix up between Frenzy and Razy. I can't tell the difference. Like, they're the same person for me.
No, Razy looks more, how do I say, like a good boy face.
Okay, and the other one, come on.
He looks slightly a bit more naughty, I guess.
Ooh. So, yeah. So your type is the naughty boy, so we know which you prefer, right? Okay. we get the answer. We get the answer. But nobody can take away the fact that Boom Esports is number 1 right now. Great stuff, I mean.
But I'm looking for these Xaviers to catch up too, because these Xaviers is going to be one of their best PMSL performance across since the start of PMSL, of course. I do want to root for them because it will be great to have the Vietnam to take the championship. Also, we have a different region to take the championship this season too, just to have a change of taste sometimes, you know. But if we look at the scores just now, it would be a shame if Vampires couldn't actually go into the World Cup later on.
Yeah, if Vampire don't make it into the World Cup, it will be the first time that they don't make it. Like, they haven't missed out on previous PMWIs, and they obviously have the champion in the PMWI, and if they miss that out, yep, it's going to be a new record for Vampire. But yeah, I mean, they're the home team, right? They sometimes like up, but feels like sometimes it doesn't feel like a home team. You get what I mean, right?
That's why I said it's probably going to be a bit more pressure for the players since it's their home country, so they know they have to perform well with so many supporters, especially families and friends will be there, and then you feel like you might be overthinking, like, they're watching me here live right now. If I don't do something radical, okay. Probably I don't do enough.
Alright, this is the question I always had, right? So let's say if you're the player and you're playing in this offline setting, right, would you want your parents to come and watch?
No.
Oh,
just
okay.
no.
It's just
because
no, right?
It's easier to focus when you have, you know, for me personally, because I played some semi-pro tournaments back in the days, it's actually easier to focus on when you being booed or not being cheered by anybody, you know, because it gives you sort of a drive that you want to prove something. But when there's somebody cheering out for you, you feel some players do love that. I mean, like they do have those motivation, but for me, I'm the reverse. I feel like because there's a lot of hopes that you have to tank on, like I don't want to disappoint anybody. You start to overthink that. Some of the players do prefer in a setting where, you know, they don't have too much hope that being sprayed on them.
Yeah, it's like people spend their time and all that to come and see you, and then you're like, oh, I have to do something back for them. Like I cannot like not perform because of them. Then it becomes like an extra pressure. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I personally I think I would think the same as well. It's like it's okay, mom and dad, you guys stay at home, you know. I'll let you know what happened after I'm done. So, I think I'll prefer that.
One more thing is when the it's not your country, right? And people are not cheering for you. You take it personally, and you want to make them watch me in a kind of moment. Like when you say no to me, I will do something else. Because humans tend to retaliate. Humans are rebels, so we love. Especially, I think gamers, we are a bit more rebel of our side. So we have that competition and competitiveness. We want to show them what we're capable of, where people disrespect you in that way.
Yes, so there's like this pro and con thing, right? Like, of course, one side is like our personal thought, and our means like Choo and me, and the other side is like, okay, the parents are there giving their blessing, you know, and parents' blessing it is powerful at the other side.
And plus, they are not homesick. They don't feel. They don't miss their food, so health-wise, it's more structured. It's more organized for the home country teams.
I wonder if like the parents who show up here, do they like, you know, cook or bring some food?
They definitely actually pack some food from their home. I know that because my parents would definitely do that.
Oh, I don't think my parents would do that, but okay.
Even bring a durian, perhaps. The arena. I'm not surprised my parents do that.
Sorry, I was distracted with the glasses of that guy. Like, I don't know who he is, but like the orange glasses. Yeah, I would want one of that.
Can you actually like see clearly? Because sometimes a bit of a neon orange glasses too actually don't really. You can actually see well.
Yeah, that's a good question. I have never worn any of that.
It's so distracting if you have neon colors, especially when you're driving at night now.
That's like reflective, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Mr. Manager to try it out, you know. Can you imagine Mr.
Don't.
Manager wearing neon glasses?
He looks so dumb with it, please no.
Oh, okay. That's a good confession. I like it.
Please no. I you know, I cannot sleep at night. I have to sleep in a different room if that happens.
I think he tried before.
No, don't even give him the idea. He's listening to our cast right now. Please no.
Barafi, you know what to do next? Neon glasses. Oh man. Oh sorry. I mentioned the name. Oh no. I forgot there are like thousands of people listening.
But we do have one more map to go. Crazy glasses or not, but we definitely have crazy eliminations with a trophy at stake. And also the slot to the World Championship later. It's day number 2, last map, Miramar.
And looks like Imam Musalin agrees with Choo. Neon glasses, no. But what we do agree is that this is going to be the last game for today. This will set the tone for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So whoever it is that's playing right here, this will be an important match because it will also determine what's going to be the discussion, what is going to be in their minds for game number 1 in the final day.
It's really down to Boom to call it here. If Boom can score another big run and just break the 150 points, it's going to be tough for the other teams to catch up. So I I think it's okay for us to say by now our top 3 contenders. It depends on you to align. I don't know if they've been pushed down to number 5 or not. But the Xaviers has been so consistent here today. So top 2 pretty much confirmed probably by now. But tomorrow is a different story because Boom just changed everything today. Just in one day.
Yep. This is Boom Esports for you. At some point in day 1, it's like, okay, maybe it's the Xavier, maybe it's Yudo Alliance. And now day 2, we are starting to talk about Boom again. So, wow. Great work there by Boom. But it's all about whether they can hold on to it by the end of tomorrow. At least inside Choo-Choo, we're going to get a different kind of circle. It's somewhere around your town, Chumasera.
And also don't forget about TALON. TALON with one map just now. They don't even need a whole day to change things. One map to turn things over. Boom got the Boost Chicken Dinner. That's going to be them. We do have them playing a very focus on their gameplay. Well, it's a looting phase, but you have to be aware regarding the other teams. You talked about the circle. It might be a Chumacera circle. High chance it will be. But the question is, will it be the high grounds of Chumacera or will it be the low compounds Chumacera?
We need to keep an eye on that. At this point, I don't trust the circle anymore. You know, if in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, you gotta rewatch the first Erangel. Was it the first Erangel? The first Erangel,
Make it
right?
the entire day Erangel, that's it.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. The circle's the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. You just scroll back in case you did not watch it and just look at the circle. It will make you want to watch the entire game.
Second Erangel was to be specific, the one that makes it so much pain for us and the players, especially the players though. So unpredicted.
Yeah, just like my girlfriend when deciding
have one?
what to eat. Oh, actually I don't. So okay, just like my imaginative girlfriend. Yeah. Thanks for making me being specific now. Yep. Now Cindy, don't laugh, okay? I know that you're laughing right now.
Oh, is she the one?
No. I mean, Cindy is one of our loyal viewers at the English stream. So kind of shout out to all our lovely people out there.
Anything can happen, man. I have so many friends that actually ended up married to their viewers too.
Yeah, just like you and Mr. Manager, you know.
I know, he's not my viewer. We used to be old friends in an old team as well.
Right.
Yeah. We've known each other for like what? I think now, since 2008. So when is that? How many years has it been?
So how long have you guys dated?
We never date.
Oh.
He's my best friend.
Oh, okay.
We don't date.
Do you
The one
think
that
he
I
will
dated
answer?
for 10 years. Sorry?
Oh. Do you think he will give the same answer if I were to ask him?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Okay,
We never.
okay,
I mean, we never date. Definitely.
Okay, can we switch over to Mr. Manager now? Like,
Can we actually do that?
I mean, you can just pass him the mic, you know, it's not that hard.
Mr. Manager, you want to come over and clarify?
Yeah.
Fee! He's ignoring me.
Okay, he wants to run. No smile, X. No. That, no. Just don't be choo-choo, okay? Don't be choo-choo. But yeah, I mean, one of the rare occasions that like you marry your best friend. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know.
Why not? I mean, okay. Clarification.
No.
Do we ever date?
No.
No.
Oh,
That's definitely not my
what?
voice.
Oh no! Oh, I thought you were asking me. Okay.
No, I'm clarified. There you go. But I mean, like, it's actually the best. I mean, like, we're out of topic here, guys, because nothing is happening. Okay, just the segue is happening here.
You know,
for me
I just
personally,
want
like,
to say, right? I have
Yeah.
never casted with all of a sudden another person comes in.
You asked for it, bro.
Okay, yeah, thank you for fulfilling my wish. Thank you.
For you, why not?
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, but I personally feel like no. Okay, back to the topic, like dated and whatsoever, right? I dated another guy, which is also a doctor.
Okay.
For 10 years. For 10 years, man. And then the next day we broke up, and the next month I married this guy. I don't know why.
So he amputated the relationship?
No.
Oh.
Not really, no.
Oh, then?
He just met my parents and that's it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I have not met your parents, now I'm scared.
You don't have to. Oh my god, what is wrong with you?
Oh yeah, true enough. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those like 10 p.m. things or last game things. If players can do things in the game, we can do things in the podcast.
You mean like XERXIA?
Thanks.
No problem. Or is it Kwang? Which one do you prefer?
Oh. We had the Kwang, we had the XERXIA, we had the Circle. I mean, choose your pick. You got everything
Choose
today.
your pick?
Yeah.
Pick it.
I mean, yeah.
Choose your
pick
pick.
one.
What?
Yeah, choose your pick. Yeah. Pick one best moment. Okay, if we had the best moment today, right?
Yeah.
Which one would it be for you?
Definitely Kwang.
You get the Kwang one. Okay.
Kwang is so sus, man. I'm looking forward for the transfers during off season, just to make sure nothing sus there.
Yep. I gotta check if Kwang is secretly learning Indonesian, like Bahasa Indonesia.
Maybe he's actually only half Indonesian. Who knows?
That could probably be it. Like sometimes like the background of these players that people don't really know because it's kind of hard to tell. Like Logan is half French. This guy Tony K is half German.
Yeah. Oh yeah, half German.
Choo Choo is half Chu.
No, I'm actually half Pakistan or Afghanistan football. She knows. Yeah.
One of the stands. Wow. Yes,
Not
I
half,
will
maybe
always
quarter.
pick Mr. Joe.
Sorry?
Oh wait. Oh no. Some now identifies me as Mr. Joe biggest fan. Yes,
You're
I'll
half
pick
Mr.
any
Joe,
Mr.
yeah.
Joe. Yeah. Yes,
You're half
I'm
Mr.
half
Joe.
Mr. Joe. Yeah.
So Joe, maybe not Mr. Joe next season.
Well, looking at how he has been performing, I would say Mr. Joe would stay on. Yeah, he gave us a lot of moments, so I can still continue to be a Mr. Joe fan.
I mean, if he changed his name to Sir Joe and he did not perform, we know who to blame for next season.
Oh no, Sir Joe, nah, it doesn't ring. It doesn't ring. You have to keep it Mr. Joe. So we can say it.
Yeah, it
Mr.
feels good.
Joe.
Mr. Joe. I mean, there's a sort of an impact to it. You feel like, oh, that's so good. But what's better is going to be the circle, not going to be Chumasira. It's going to be right across Montenuevo. We do have so many teams already parked themselves in Chumasira. There's going to be a lot of fights later.
I saw that Rosemary. He was caught on camera. But okay, at least he landed back on all four wheels, so yeah, nobody saw that. But what we are seeing is that Alter Ego is 71 points. Okay, being a team that has the potential to be champion based on like previous seasons, they are now like what? 50 points away from boom. Would you say that Alter Ego is not able to challenge for the championship now?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like for the title, no. I'm trying to calculate how many points they have across the entire day here.
Ooh.
They have some, but it's not. There's so many maps that drop into zero, but our IQOO Hexas, that was in a flash where Team Flash.
The one of those you play at your missing moments, ladies and gentlemen. And Hexas looking for more. Okay, now opportunity for Snake. But Team Flash, are they gonna be safe? Maybe. Oh, no mercy. Can't get a good clear shot. Okay, Team Flash, the other two members are open.
Team Flash left with 2 players. Seems to be at a tie with Alter Ego. Alter Ego not willing to take any steps yet. Seems like Alter Ego, they need to rework with what happens in the team. I feel like communication-wise seems to be off. Everything seems to be off for Alter Ego. Their timing of rotation, when you look at how they approach a fight, it seems like they don't have a definite objective as a team. They don't work as a team.
And they're in a very weird position. Like sometimes like you can see that, oh, looks like they have potential. Oh, they're in the top 3, top 4. And then the next round is like 0 points. And then you'll be like, why? Okay, maybe you give it like, okay, 1 round, 0 points, fine. And then the following round is like 0 or 1 point. And then it just goes all the way down. They just don't come back from there. Yes, I think I'm going to summarize this. Alter Ego has a problem of coming back from a bad round. That's my summary.
I mean, we've seen them so many seasons. That's not seems to be the issue back in the days. Why is it now?
Well, maybe they're back to Rosemary Esports. That's the best answer, right?
Yeah, even Rosemary is not really up here. They need something to just have a reality chat with the teams. I think they definitely need something to just have a breather, probably. Now, Octa is playing this one. Hands for you. Or do they need to sub Rosemary? Do you think? Because we've seen Alter Ego without Rosemary before. They definitely did okay.
Unpopular opinion, but I like it. I will go for the unpopular opinion at this point for Alter Ego. Because for Alter Ego, a team like them is making just the PMWC slot is not going to cut it. Like, they should be challenging for the championship, right? But this kind of I would probably do that at this point.
Same like Talon. Talon, the moment we talked about Red Face so many times, the moment they switch Red Face, look how Talon just pushed in, but DZave is pushing into, following the tails of Team Flash. It's gonna be back-to-back trade between these two. Kwang! Oh, you Kwang. Kwang.
Well, from being super sus, now he is super Kwang. Winning the fight for his team, and look at the cheer here from Sunscreen and Co. Yes, obviously coming to cheer for the Indonesian squad.
Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe.
It's Kwang and Mr. Joe time.
Oh yeah, my boy, Mr. Joe, let's go.
Bye! No time for this! And KT versus Infinity. Kwang managed to just escape the brink of death just now. But for a win, I'm sorry, but he's a lot of people's favorite for Rosemary. Back to our conversation now. But if that's what needed for the team and for him to reset himself, why not? For the best of the team.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team game, and if it needs to be done, it needs to be done, sort of thing. So, yeah, I guess Rosemary, I don't know. I know it's unpopular. I know Choo Choo likes him in many, many ways. But yeah, maybe he should like take a round off or something.
They definitely needed that, because that's where they start to come back in week number 2 for Alter Ego, when they were actually at the very same spot at the very bottom. But we do see a bit of a light shine over the side of Alter Ego. Alva did some work, but they're crossing Montenovo. I assume everybody trying to rush themselves on top of Power Grid, where Team Flash already up there way earlier than the rest of the teams. We have RQ on the northern side too, so I don't know what's going to happen between those two teams, but Alter Ego trying to finding their way in. But Infinity, I think they want to hug this. We've seen this sort of circle, I think, Cloud, where everybody shares the foot of the mountain.
Oh yeah, we have, and it gets really, really hard to navigate. Like, you know, the team's like across you, but you know, you just can't get to it, so it's really, really hard. It could potentially happen again. But we also talked about like, Alter Ego, they're across NKT. A lot of teams like so close by. Okay, this is a better view here. Where is the circle going to go? All these teams anticipating center. Oh, good call.
The high mountains, and usually the circle love to shift over this very difficult terrain. BTR, last time we saw, I think it was BTR of RQ to actually take the high elevations on the top of a mountain and try to slide down. That's where it was around week 1 and week 2. We haven't had this circle for quite some time now, but when we talked about our BTR definitely just behind the other side of the foot of the mountain, and I think everybody trying to hike up now.
And I believe they were on the outside of the circle, but let's see if any other team were to be making a kind of cross, like Blue. He's spotted out by PIGMY, and as they travel into the circle, BTR could be the next team that they may bump into. Just look at this, right? They're right in front of BTR.
BTR will not easily let them hike up here. Boom! They have some casualty, 1 player down. Team Flash, 1 player. Still stuck down there, but it's going to be multiple terrains there. That's what's tricky about this sort of circle. Multiple terrains, multiple level of it. With so many corners, you need abundance of throwables. Try to clear every corner between the rocks.
It's gonna be so hard to check all the corners, right? Sata was in one of the corners, and by the time you want to like check, like probably Sata will be the one to pull the trigger first. But speaking of pulling triggers, Hexas getting another one this time out of pod mid. This time around, Hexas have been putting up a good performance. But as you can see as well, smoke's created because TALON is preparing for XERXIA.
Oh, the prop of the nade was a perfect timing by Axel. He's taken on to what is going on, Axel? He clutched this by himself. Woo-wee, XERXIA, what is happening? XERXIA, stop giving away your bodies freely. They're giving it freely to TALON one by one. Look at that. What is happening, XERXIA?
You know, XERXIA reminds me of my food. Gets delivered directly to me.
One by one?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, if I have two people in the house, yeah, sure, one by one.
Well, XERXIA remind me of my stuff delivered by some other third-party shopping, which going to be receiving one by one depending on the day.
Oh yeah, like they don't come all once together, right?
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. But Rosemary went out. Okay, first alter ego player to go out again. Man, I mean that kind of proves our discussion, right? Maybe Rosemary could use a break.
Maybe that's what they needed. Everybody needs a bit of a refresher. Atrax is pretty low. Octa taking the lead. Alva repositioned to as a flank all the way to the back. Trying to find any entry to his side of PEA. PEA, if they're not aware of this, Octa already in. Adam is finding Octa. Octa down on the ground. Down to 2v2, and 2v2 seems to be okay still for Alter Ego, but PEA, they are fighting back.
Oh, here we go. While they fight, we got out the circle at the same time. Will they still get it? Yes, they will. They are on the northern side of the current circle. PEA and Alter Ego. Alter Ego now, 2 players left. PEA defending the ground fairly well. Hands for you on the rooftop, navigating around, trying to find the members of PEA. He saw one, but that's not have a good clear shot.
Why are we switching? Oh, we don't know the ending of PA versus Alter Ego for now, but heavy casualty on both sides. PA still fighting. Hands for you finish off Kiddo. That's only the last player of PA remaining. Hands for you did so much work. Hands for you is the answer for Alter Ego with Alva, but Infinity versus NKT. Look at the nade by Triple F.
Here we go, NKT and Infinity now. By the edge of the circle, and look at how rough this terrain is. This is like one of those areas that you talked about, like all right below, and there's like all these crooked areas to play with. It's so hard to navigate, but they now have a visual of what's happening here.
What's left is hands for you. That's the only thing that's happening right now.
And RRQ, they came by, but we're not sure what was RRQ doing there.
But maybe RRQ trying to take advantage as a third party to clean up whatever that's left, but due to how hands for you just hide himself all the way towards the back, so RRQ think there might be nobody else is there. They're already done with it. But for Vampire, they're taking a warehouse spotted by TALON. TALON's actually on the hunt.
Oh, but being on the hunt, being knocked down a stone. There's 2 members of Empire Esports on the inner side. Now Linux might give stone, or stone might be taken away by the blue. The point might be denied by the blue. Let's see what happens here. That's why Linux really wants to find that angle, but looks like Linux not able to get that, and yes, let this one go.
Boom, down to one last player. BTR shut them down. RRQ taking on the Infinity, despite they try to hide themselves against NKT for the longest time, but it's going to be a different team taking the fight against the Infinity. TALON reposition himself, Empire spotted out by TALON. Tony K in trouble, pretty low himself. This one will knock him down and finished off in an open. Down to only Shreks on the side of Empires.
And here we go, a lot more action here. Since we're stage 5. Moving towards the end of the game. Traps now on the other side. Judo Alliance. Tossing nades at the Traps, putting a lot of pressure on him to being the last member of Vampire Esports. He himself tosses his own nade. But Judo Alliance is like, you're only Traps. We're not interested. We'll let this one go.
Ain't nobody got time for that. But they reposition themselves. This might be it. If they're not being careful with Straps, this is an opportunity he can take. I think let's spot him out. He's actually keeping track on Straps' position here. Here comes the nade toss. But the thing is, Straps pretty open himself towards BTR as well. The moment he picks out, and the blue zone will carry out its damage to a set of shrubs. It's gonna be trouble for Vampires trying to keep it alive and afloat, but Yudo Alliance seems to be in shambles too. Pygmy, BTR, and Yudo Alliance seems to be in crossfire.
That is it for Shrubs. That is it. Yudo Alliance going to gatekeep him from the inside the circle. Nowhere for Shrubs to go. It's just a matter of time at this moment. Depends on how many first aid does he has. And we're going to see circle time move towards the middle where BTR is at. Look at this YouTube. BTR again has the circle. There's something up with BTR.
How many did they spend it today?
Well, I saw Edwin Chia, who is the CEO. He's there. He gave the high five to the players, so he's probably the one that approved the budget.
The buff of the high five.
Yeah. Shout out to Edwin Chia, by the way. They can't go at there.
But also, don't forget about RIQ Cloud. They got himself quite an elevations up there and still in the center, though.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Man, that's also a different kind of advantage. So let's see who will get it at the later stage, because we still got stage 7, 8, and, well, 9 doesn't really have a circle. But for Yudo Alliance, no circle, no problem for them to retain all 4 their players. It's a matter of winning fights against Talon. Nice tap by Team.
Violently tapping as much as he can. But that's going to be the end of the run for Talon for this one. So that leaves Yudo Alliance and Boom to try to push the numbers up in the last map of the day, whilst Alter Ego down with the 2 players. BTR, all they need to do is just keep it afloat and just survive, and they might score themselves 100 if they can score a couple of eliminations before they went down, or even when it comes to the top 5.
Man, look at the eliminations by RRQ. 8 eliminations already, and they're looking for more right now with the Infinity just right below them. But yeah, this terrain is really, really hard to get a good angle. And No Mercy trying his best.
But not just that, he needs to be extra careful not to slip down. It's going to be a tall jump down there. We've seen that happen before. A lot of accidents. But Yudo Alliance, BTR seems to be greeted straight in the front. Earlier trying to get off angle, but BTR. Oh, Satar is a bit too far now.
Well, BTR now, only 1 player left. Nothing much you can do about it. But the next question is going to be what Yudo Alliance is going to do about themselves against BIGMY, who has a high ground against them. Bill Bob, Big John, and Nate, they toss them to the 2nd floor. But none of them truly connected.
Dubrenki is shy, but he wants it. He's waiting around the angles. A surprise getting on 1 with that UMP, trying to get for another. Oh, BIGMY coming up from behind. Who shot him, by the way?
Billboard now with a nade of his own. How many nades does Yudo Alliance have? I mean, it feels like unlimited, but he lost Jimmy OP in the process. DMC takes him out. Nice nade on the 2nd floor, but then again, still, they got the knock, but they don't have the ability to push.
At least reloot. At least they got that. So no more nates. Definitely none on Leon's DZ so far. But for Alter Ego, Alva just happened to be sharing around the corner with a Achoo. Surprise, surprise. It's going to be Yudo Alliance busy with Pygmy, but Pygmy now distracted with Alter Ego. Alva making a bit of a hindrance towards Pygmy from the backline. Achoo realized he couldn't tank this by himself. Just going to cook the nape. I hope it will land on Alter Ego, but Alter Ego have to be extra careful. There's also the Infinity coming up from behind.
Yeah, the Infinity can creep onto them anytime soon, especially when the zone forces them to move. There you go. It is the zone now, ladies and gentlemen. So Pygmy, let's see how Achoo is going to come up with something against Alter Ego. So Pygmy's just right behind him. Both teams on the outside of the circle. At the same time, Hexa's knocked down. Oh, Hexa's the top ranker for RRQ. Take it out. There's going to be a big loss for RRQ.
RRQ, despite they got the advantage of their grounds just now, unfortunately they couldn't hold their stronghold enough. But Pygmy, despite being multiple times knocked down by a lot of teams that's passing through, still managed to retain as a 4. Keep on reviving each other up. But we do have a zigzag hand grenade here. It's been a long while we had that. Alter Ego, hands for you. And also Alva, keep it at chat for Pygmy. Pygmy, they divide into divisions here. 1 at the front, the other 3 just focusing on finishing Alter Ego.
Oh, No Mercy takes out Mormon somewhere else. And 10 eliminations already for RRQ. Man, when RRQ turns up, they turn up big. But for Sem9, okay, welcome to the battlefield, because we have not seen Sem9 at all this round. Let's see how they're going to overcome this. A lot of high grounds here. So hard to navigate here.
It's just too crowded. It's too stuffy. Too many teams right in the southern side of the circle. Everybody playing at the foot of the mountain because they are late into it. Sam9 now pushing to us, just cutting across. Utilize needed by Sam9 UI. And Brian tried to do some follow-up, but it's going to be FaZe Clan on top of them as well. But they managed to take out most of the players of Utilize, but Sam9 down to one knees here. And another player. What a clutch by Mela. This is the Mela that we miss.
FaZe Clan coming back in a Mirage map right now. Doing a reason for the whole message here. Now it's going to be Yuhai up against the world. And Yuhai pull off clutch. It seems like they're breaking knocked up by the Beko. Yummy May takes out Ajul. And now it's going to be Yuhai's moment. Gets 1 out of 9 noise. 1 more to go. Mela victorious on the higher ground. And Yuhai taken out. That is the end of 7 and 9 of this time around.
FaZe Clan actually saved Utilize from the brink of elimination just now. But Alter Ego is next. That one nade by Araki and Peko shuts down on the remaining players of Alter Ego. Next, we do have top 6 teams with Olio not being spotted out by FaZe Clan, but I feel like Victorious will try to check out the corners. Infinity climbed down due to the fact that the circle shifted away. Yummy May, the last player of Boom, is still in the game, but he barely touches the circle.
Yeah, at this moment, Yummy is still on the outside, but since he's the last one, so he's going to take his time to come in. But on the other side, FaZe Clan. Oh, look at this. Oh man, it's just so hard to navigate up. Mela thought that he got up, but immediately slipped down. But the best part is that No Mercy is here. Can No Mercy actually take out Mela? Oh, he has a good clear shot.
He
No
can
Mercy.
see, but he knows 9 Noise is there. So if he opened fire, 9 Noise was just easily spray him down. How to clutch everyone here since No Mercy is the last player there is. Oh, he given away his position.
Okay, maybe not yet though. Okay. Very patient play. Okay, bingo. No Mercy. Okay, Mela.
Go for it.
Mela, no, go for it. Okay, Nate. Okay, this has to be the biggest 3-pointer ever. You ready?
Boom!
No! Wow, No Mercy's made. Man. Woo!
Perfect cooked, man. Perfect cook. But can he deal with the damage and the aftermath with FaZe Clan? Tried to shut him down. Another one by Infinity and returned back. For the side of FaZe Clan, they're losing men 1 by 1, leaving only Mela here. With Araki unfortunately being finished off. But damage done. Infinity, they do have slight advantage when it comes to the high grounds, plus the players, but they barely got enough time. Mela!
Okay, I just put it out here, right? EPR, FaZe Clan, Boom, red color.
Nate!
Oh my goodness! Wow!
What
What
an execution! What a nade! That was a perfect, well-timed nade again. The ties are crazy with the nades, but it's 1v1v3 with Boom and Yummy May. Boom, Yummy May, and Satar BTR just next to each other. They might actually cancel each other out here.
Yeah, and this will allow the home fans something to cheer about with Infinity having the best chance of getting to there. Not gonna box this for sure, right? Right.
No way they can botch this. There's no way they can botch this. Please no.
No, if they ever botch this, they're not gonna leave the arena.
No way. The fans will be so furious about this.
Yeah, not at all. Okay, let's not make a Mr. Joe Alter Ego moment happen here.
Yummy May slowly creeping in. Satar already prepped the nade. He just timed it so well to move towards the molly and start to open fire. Satar in 3, 2, and 1. Toss it! Boom!
Esports. Yummy May eliminated. And now it's all in on to they got the signal all in on to Satar. Satar, let's see here. Big flash by Satar. Don't pretend it's back, and of course, it is the whole team. Infinity keeping the whole house on the showdown to end day number 2.
What a day here when it comes to the grand finals, day 2. what an explosive ending and such a phenomenal run here entire day. My God, when it comes to Infinity, how much did they score for their eliminations? That's the bigger question. Will Beta being pushed down? Will be different teams in the top 5?
Oh man, really tabulate the scores, but now I'm looking at all the highlights given to Cartoony, one of the original members of the Infinity. 456 damage is definitely the MVP. We'll definitely look at that later. But only 5 eliminations by the Infinity. I felt that they had a lot of action, but yeah, only 5 eliminations.
21 throws used by Gotani, and he claimed 2 lives. The last minute chicken dinner with that one explosion just now made such a big difference for the Infinity. Well, this is the guy with the most throwables. He's taking the MVP this time.
2 eliminations, 456 damage, 105 damage received, and 39% team conversion. With a survival time of 29 minutes and 13 seconds. This is the longest round that we have had here today, ladies and gentlemen. But it's understandable just because of how the terrain is at the final few moments, leaving teams to truly take their time because at least placements are valuable. And besides the Infinity, here are the others.
The others. That's gonna be like the Infinity and friends. RRQ, FaZe Clan, Yudu Alliance. I have to say, Yudu Alliance shows such consistency throughout the entirety of the grand finals. But RRQ today has been their rise. But for FaZe Clan, that was just a tiny bit more for them to push. But let's rewatch the highlight of a last map, Infinity Chicken Dinner.
And we're back from a quick toilet break for probably any of you out there. RRQ actually scored more points than the Infinity since they scored 14 whooping eliminations this round, and the Infinity only scored 5. So it's 17 points for RRQ, the Infinity 15, followed by FaZe Clan 13 and Yudu Alliance 10.
This is definitely going to change the middle pack when it comes to the overall rankings. I don't know if any of the middle ones will push up into the top 5s since BTR don't score as much. But unfortunately for Vampires, this means bad news for them. They're probably going to be pushed down because of how small the gap is between the teams and XERXIA.
Another 0-point round for XERXIA. I believe like today, XERXIA probably scored like only 2 or 3 points the entire day.
So Roy
I remember
2.0.
they started at 9.
Feels like Roy 2.0, right? XERXIA right now.
Oh, yeah. Yep. But anyway, no changes in the top 5 at all in terms of placements. But welcome TALON and IQOO Alliance into the triple-digit mark. BTR is only 4 points away, so we'll definitely get to see that tomorrow. But here it is. Okay, so TALON has 13 points. Yeah, that's probably like, I think they only got like 5 points today or something like that.
But for Vampires, they're starting off today at 9th place. It seems like they didn't budge so much for the entire day by now. Start at 9, ends at 9.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, yeah, interesting. And also the other names. Unfortunately for PA, today hasn't been that day. From like page 1 now until towards the end of page 2. But we gotta give it to RRQ in this round. 3163 damage this out. A lot of damage, but in terms of eliminations, it's a lot, but it's not like wow.
It's a lot, but it's a bit late. And also, speaking of tomorrow, they have to keep this momentum up. But for IQOO Alliance, it's still a while over 3,000 over, because the highs we had very close to the previous one, which was TALON. IQOO Alliance at 2.2k, still a high end there. And PIGMY at 1.5 or 1.1553 with 1514 for a side of FaZe Clan. Now I'm thinking about the numbers here. I feel like it's gonna be tough for tomorrow, but back towards our top 4 gunslingers, no mercy. A lot of RRQ players this time.
Yeah, no mercy. Nabeko Hexas up here.
It's only one. Who's not in the list?
Was it Snape? Yeah, it's probably Snape. Yeah, probably Snape. Not up there. But no mercy. He normally plays the support role, but this time maybe they had a little bit of a switcheroo, and he was put in a role that he could put out a lot more damage, so higher than his other teammates. In fact, higher than Nabeko, who's always given the vouch for being the top fragger for RRQ.
Yeah, it seems like RRQ is on the rise as a whole entire crew, where we had that a bit in between the league where we saw Alter Ego do have the rise of all the other players like Hans for You, even Alva. And boom, I mean, like after the switch happens last season, this season definitely they almost perfected their rotations of players rosters here. But for RRQ seems to be one of the team that everybody should look out for next season as well.
I don't know why No Mercy's photo feels like identification card photo.
I don't know, he looks like very angry.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, No Mercy, put up a smile, you're doing well. But let's hear it from the host.
Hello everyone, I'm here with คุณฟลุก with VPE. Hi. ตื่นเต้นไหมคะ
ตื่นเต้นครับผม
So firstly, with our audience right here, do you feel the more the pleasure to be chasing in the top ranking?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับว่าสำหรับวันนี้ที่แฟนคลับมาเชียร์เราแล้วเราต้องพยายามไต่อันดับขึ้นไปสูง
ก็จริงๆก็รู้สึกเสียใจอยู่ครับผมกับงานก็วันนี้เราก็พลาดกันเยอะครับผมแต่ว่ามันก็ไม่มีอะไรจะแก้ตัวครับผมเพราะมันก็พลาดอาจจะขาดความรอบคอบอะไรไปบ้างในบางเกมครับผมแต่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับผมที่ยังเชียร์อยู่
To be honest, we are a bit sad because we didn't perform well today, but we will try our best and thank you all the fans that still supporting us.
Alright, so for the next question, what do you think that your team need to improve for the focus of tomorrow that have the match that you can maintain in the top 5 in PMWC?
ก็คิดว่าอะไรคือสิ่งที่ทีมเราต้องปรับปรุงและพัฒนาครับเพื่อที่จะการันตีท็อป 5 สำหรับรายการ PMWC ในปีนี้
ก็อาจจะต้องโฟกัสมากขึ้นครับผมเพราะว่าตัวท็อป 5 เราก็ยังมีโอกาสอยู่เราก็ยังไม่ได้หมดหวังขนาดนั้นครับผมก็ต้องกลับไปคุยกันแล้วก็แก้ไขในวันพรุ่งนี้ให้ดีกว่าเดิม
We need to do a lot of homework. We need to do a lot of meetings, and of course, we need to do our best to maintain in top 5.
Alright, so I would like to let for the last question. So do you have a lot of fans that you're on ground today, as you can see anything to them?
มีอะไรจะบอกแฟนคลับที่มาดูวันนี้ไหมครับ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับผมขอบคุณมากครับผมที่มาเชียร์พวกผมวันนี้นะครับผมแล้วก็ทีมไทยทั้งหมดเลยก็ขอบคุณมากครับผมพรุ่งนี้ก็สัญญาว่าจะทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมครับผมครับ
Alright, so thank you very much for the Kun Fluk.
Thank you all the fans that supporting us. Thank you for coming. No matter are you support my team or our Thai team, I'm so proud of you. Thank you.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, back to our caster.
The translator is actually Mr. Bo. Is like, let me translate first. But this is the question we are asking for Vampires. Is Nuzi will not be played still, since Vampires might actually lose the spot for World Championship? And can we get interviewed by Alter Ego for our start of the day tomorrow, just to know what really happened between themselves?
Well, I have two wish lists. If that's your wish list, I have two. I want to hear from Guang. That's number one. And I want to hear from XERXIA. Somebody from XERXIA has to answer what is going on.
Sus for Roy?
Yep. I truly want to know what's up with XERXIA.
I want to know more. I mean, like, Surge are pretty much in the middle pack. Like, sometimes they're at the bottom, we can see. But this is like back-to-back champions. Alter Ego pushed down all the way, bro. That's a big fall.
We should line them all up, ask one by one the questions.
Yeah,
because
please.
So much. Just like 2 interviews in a day and we have 16 teams is not enough. We need a lot more answers.
Yeah, and pick Nuzi for that too. Just ask, why are you not playing? Are you the secret weapon to play tomorrow for Grand Finals? Because we haven't seen Nuzi. I don't think even in day 1 Grand Finals.
No. Yeah, Nuzi has been having an off day in the Grand Finals.
Snoozing.
Yes. Oh, he becomes snoozy.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be a wrap for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. So tomorrow we'll have a bit of a show match just to give you guys a bit of info what's going to happen at the start of the opening tomorrow. You guys don't want to miss it. I think there's going to be probably some announcement too by end of tomorrow. So make sure you guys stay tuned with us for the entire day. Even you want to go for toilet break, don't go for it. But it's a wrap from me, Chuchu, and thank you so much, Sir Cloud. As always, it's been a pleasure to cast with you. And see you guys tomorrow for last day number 3.
Snoozy.